of the NFL draft is right around us, but we're also going to have some reaction to the first-round pick. Mazi Smith out of Michigan is now your newest Dallas Cowboy, and because of a little bit of that reaction and what we have going on here over the next couple hours, we get a chance, because we're in the building, to talk to those that will directly work with Mazi Smith, as we have defensive line coach Adam Dirty here on the show. Coach, first off, congratulations on a phenomenal first round and getting another piece of your puzzle. What's your reaction to Mazi and him being a Dallas Cowboy?
Oh, super excited. He's got a lot of traits that we look for in a defensive tackle, and just excited. He's tough and he's gritty, and he kind of stands for the things that we stand for, and just excited to have him.
Coach, when Will McClay last night was talking about the ability to adjust his stance if you watch the Michigan tape, and how, and I know everybody in college maybe teach it different than what you'll teach it. Is that something that really can make a difference in a player by just maybe I widen him out a little bit or narrow him up a little bit to kind of give him something? Yeah, definitely. I think looking at the way people align pre-snap is critical to how they play afterwards. So, like, we have it in players in certain situations. They're going to have a certain stance. In certain situations, they're going to have a different stance, So, like, I think once we get him in the building and you can really get down to teaching football and the way we do it here and him understanding the system, you can really drill down into those details,
Go for it.
Last year, I remember Klein Kubiak had come in here and he was talking to us about Tyler Smith, and he said that they knew there was a lot of work to be done with Tyler Smith, but they were comfortable with the pick and comfortable with his projection because they know what kind of work ethic he has. Same sort of question here with Mazi Smith. How comfortable are you guys, or what is it about the person that makes you comfortable with his projection? Me, I'm just comfortable with him. Like, he's a professional. He comes from a program that has made him work, and he has a standard, and he talks about the standard, and those things are important because when you come into this environment and suddenly school's not there and every day you work, that's a change. And some people have to adjust to that. And it seems like he has a clear understanding of what that process looks like. And luckily enough, in our room, we've got a lot of guys, I think, that do a good job of that. So he's going to have good pictures of what that looks like and how to follow it.
Coach, when you look at Mazi, clearly he's an outstanding run defender. There's no question there. But he does seem to me, I think he's been discredited with his ability that he shows some wiggle. He shows some pass rush. When you watch him, what's some untapped potential you think you can get out of him?
That's a great question. I think you see his quickness, and you see his power, and you see like a lot of his flashes show up when he's transitional rushing from like play action pass, and you see like when he attacks his keys and he's knocking someone back, then suddenly it converts, and it converts quickly. He feels it. He's very intelligent. So like when you talk football, you understand. So I see that he can maybe transfer those things. I think first of all, you allow him to dominate his role. Like, he has a specific role for us, and rushing the passer is extremely important in this defense. So it doesn't matter what down and distance. If we find third down on 1st and 10 and the big guys are in there, they got to go.
Right.
So, so like, he's going to get developed like all of us. We all have to develop in those areas in our room, because in the NFL, like, every down could be a pass. Every down, some downs could be a run, and when you define what that is at times, you've got an opportunity to go. And when he finds those opportunities, he's got to be as developed as the other guys.
Coach, it seems like it's being understated how difficult it is and how much skill it takes to stop the run the way that Mazi does, with even the ability to two-gap and to shed and tackle and the flow. It's a special skill to have. Can you speak to how different that skill is to develop? And it's not just normal to have that. Like, some guys do have a natural feel for it. Can you talk about that?
I completely agree. Like, I think when you boil the ground, like, it's funny, like, because every player sees the game from a different aspect of the field, So when you boil it down into their world, and it is happening basically in a phone booth between two people, that feel for block recognition, that understanding of what comes, and the anticipation of where to place your hands and how to beat the guy to the punch, those things, you see it. And you see a lot of those things more in veteran players because they've been through the experience. And what excites me is some of those things you see early in his career, they're on film now. So It's like exciting.
Right. Thank you.
Defensive line coach Adam Dirty joining us here on our draft coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft, awaiting the start of the second round. Coach, you mentioned a lot of the intangibles that Mozzie Smith brings to the table, those things that you don't have a chance to teach. What was the one that stuck out to you the most out of the long list of items that he's bringing to the table himself?
I would say his grit. You know, like it shows up on film, but then when you sit with a kid, like he kind of oozes it, you know, and it's like it rubs off on you as an infectious thing, and he is an infectious personality, you know. I don't know if you've had him in here yet, but he is. So I think those things, that's probably the one thing that stuck out to me and Q, you know.
Yeah,
we had him today on our radio program and asked him about your accent and if he's going to get. And he goes, "It's kind of funny when I first met him and he spoke." And then I had to think, where's he from? And then I think that, he was talking about that. He's got a great personality. He really does. It was so much fun to talk about. His mom, maybe a coaching technique for you here. His mom would take Pop-Tarts away from him. So if he wasn't playing hard enough, she would yell, "Hey, I'm going to take those Pop-Tarts away." And then he would make 2 plays in a row.
I think we should do that for everyone in our room.
Yeah.
He likes the brown sugar Pop-Tarts.
Okay,
so there you go. There you go.
What type of Pop-Tart are you into?
I think I'm the strawberry one. But
those, they're a good call.
Wait. The frosted ones or the OG?
The frosted ones. The ones in England are only the frosted ones. They're the only ones we have.
Well, England's doing it right.
Yeah.
At least they had it across the pond. That's a good thing.
They did.
Yeah.
Coach, I want to ask you, though, about, and watching him play, and I know with some of the scheme work and stuff that you do with the twist stunts up front, that's a big man moving, and he's kind of got that capability. I mean, the grass isn't dying under his feet. I mean, he's moving, and so you feel, you got to feel like, man, I could use him in some of this movement stuff that we do with our linebackers.
Yeah, definitely. I think first of all, like when you get those players, you're super excited. I think like when you define a role, and we talk about this with the guys all the time, well, with DQ and the guys in our staff, is like the role is the role, and then we have to expand then, like let him own his role. He's coming in for a specific thing, and we'll get that done. And then as we go, there's so many areas we can develop it in. And it's the same with the other guys, as we go through it, you've seen like Osa develops in different areas, Sam's developing in different areas, so like as you define their role, that's not necessarily the role in the future. It's just now, and okay, now these are areas we can develop and latch on as we go through this. But yeah, he flashes a lot, so it's exciting.
Can I ask you one more question, Coach? Because I know and this goes back to Micah Parsons, and I'm thinking, because we were all like coming out of Penn State, off-ball linebacker, you see him on the blitz and stuff. When did you guys determine he could be a pass rusher? Was that, and how did? I'm fascinated because I've talked to scouts around the league, and they're like, "Man, we didn't see that." But here, the Cowboys, you guys, it's a vision you have with the player. How did that come about?
I think it's more. A lot of that was DQ, I think at certain areas of our system, the linebackers actually do play on the end of the line of scrimmage in certain fronts and things like that. So when he got down there, it flashed.
Sure.
And then, okay, he does have the ability. Let's try some things out. And then there was a couple of injuries one week, and that's when he went in, and then it was kind of like, okay.
Yeah. And you guys look like geniuses, which you are.
Absolutely.
The rest of the scouting world's going, wait a minute, what do? We missed a top 3 player because we didn't see him rush the passer.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Micah, and then you mentioned Osa and Sam as well. What can Mozzie do to really help everybody else around the defensive line with his specific role? Because to me, he's a guy that's going to help everybody else eat.
Yeah, I think so. There's different situations. So in the run, it's not just Mozzie. It's Hank, it's Bo, it's Osa, it's Nev, it's Chauncey. It's those abilities to understand that when it's a run situation, if we can limit the yardage gain or completely negate the yardage gain, we're in a pass situation. If we're in a pass situation, we're in a pretty good situation.
You know what's up. You see his face? He's like, it's a problem.
Pretty good here.
It's a problem.
Very nice. Adam, thanks so much for taking some time. This has been so much fun. Good luck. Congratulations on the pick, first off, but good luck throughout the rest of the offseason. Go get us some more really big names up there, right? In these next couple rounds, go get some more out there. How about that?
We'll try.
There you go.
Thanks for having me, guys. I really appreciate it.
No doubt about it. There he goes.
Thanks,
defensive line coach Adam Dirty here on our coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com of the 2023 NFL Draft. By the way, Roger Goodell has gotten the second round officially underway. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock at pick number 32, followed by the Cardinals, the Lions, the Colts, and the Rams. Brian, anything stick out to you just talking to Adam and just how much excitement you could hear it in his voice. How proud he is to have Mazi Smith as a Dallas Cowboy.
That guy's going to be a defensive coordinator here soon.
Yeah,
agreed.
Yeah, it really, really is. It's one of the, actually, I should have talked about, he and I have something in common, both NFL Europe guys. So, working in that.
You're both from England. You're both English.
I wish I was from England. But no, the thing about it is that with him, I think they've got an idea of how they want to. He's talking about the things they have to teach Mazi. I know we're all putting pressure on him to be this run stuffer and this, that, and the other. But he's in, like Zach's asking, specific roles. And I think that's the great thing about this coaching staff. I never worry about this staff if given a player that they will find a way. Curse. Everybody didn't think Curse could do anything. And what do? They play him as a nickel linebacker, and he makes 1 million tackles. That's vision for players. I think this coaching staff, especially on the defensive side of the ball, that's one of the real strengths of this football team.
Yeah. What stood out to me was just how he kept, everyone is kind of talking about the fact that you can see that he has pass rush ability and with the strong hands and all that stuff and what he possibly could be. And one thing about Coach Dirty in this conversation, he kept reverting back to, we want him to just hone in on the role that he has right now and, perfect that. And I think that's important, to your point, Brian, is that they know they have a role carved out for him. They have a plan for him. And you can tell that they have a plan for him. But I like that he just kept simplifying that and enforcing and simplifying that for him.
What'd you think, Zach?
Look, I love everything he was saying in terms of the specific role, but I think that I agree with everything that he said as well when it comes to Mazi's ability as a pass rusher. Like, I think that's been slept on with this. I don't think he's going to be just a two-down player. I think he's a guy that they can go ahead and find out, all right, what are the things that you do well? He showed me in times not only the power and the strength, but I think he's got some slipperiness to his game, his ability to go ahead and split a center and a guard to get upfield. He wasn't asked to do it a lot at Michigan. And Brian asked that, when you listen to Will McClay about his stance, right? These are things that the Cowboys can tweak when they need him to just be an anchor, hold the point of attack as a true one tech, stop the run. We know he can do that. He might have been the best player in all of college football doing it, but I do think he's got the ability to grow as a pass rusher as well, and he's very different. To me, it's just such an exciting pick because it's different from what the Cowboys have done over the last 10 to 15 years, where it's, lighter, quicker, up the field, fast, more three techs. This is a true one tech that's 350 pounds, space eater that also can give you a little bit of wiggle.
Yeah, there's a lot of excitement around this pick. There's a lot of excitement around the players that are still on the board, though, going into the second round. I think we all looked at it, and Brian, you've talked about it before. Sleeping on your board is one of the best things you can do. And you look at those names that are still at the top of the list.
So many.
And there are a lot that the Cowboys could either see fall to them at 58 or that might go early. Who knows what's about to happen at pick number 32 as the pick is in for Pittsburgh. But, Bobby, what are some of the names, the early names that you think could fly off the board here in the early parts of the second round that maybe the Cowboys had their eyes on even in the first?
I mean, the fact that we saw so few tight ends go in the first round, you would think some of those are going to start coming off the board here soon. I'm going to be interested to see how long it takes Joey Porter Jr. to go. It might come right here for all we know with Pittsburgh.
I think he's got to be the pick here, don't you?
I would think so.
It would make so much sense. They're mocking him in the first round.
Yeah.
I think Brian Branch isn't going to last very long today. We'll see how far Drew Sanders gets. Mayer.
Yeah.
These tight ends, Branch, Sanders. I think those are some of the guys that we're looking at. Ojulari, I think could go pretty early today. But I anticipate the first name we'll see go off the board here would be Porter. I would think, but we'll see.
Yeah, and I asked, and I'm the guy who has Porter as the my ninth best player, and I was told very scheme specific, press corner and play man. I know the commissioner's walking to the podium here, but very scheme specific. You don't want to play him in a lot of off coverage. I tend to disagree with that. I'd play the kid wherever you play.
Here's the Steelers selection at 32.
Steeler Nation, where you at? There we go. It's an honor and a privilege to announce that with the 32nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Joey Porter Jr.,
There it is.
CB, Penn
Gosh darn it.
All
Man,
right.
Alan Faneca looks fantastic.
Yeah, he does, actually. He looked fantastic announcing the pick, but you know what even looks more fantastic? Joey Porter Jr. playing right where his dad played in Pittsburgh. It was a script that was written that we thought at 17 in the first round. Instead, they move up to 15, don't pick him, and they get him at 32 anyways. Brian, you mentioned scheme-specific. Does that worry you about Porter Jr.?
No, because I trust all these guys and gals that I talk to about football, and I know my own eyes when I see a guy that's 6'3", and the way that he's tackling and the way he's around the ball and the way he denies the ball. And, to me, yeah, press corner, people say he could be a guy that's a little bit of a grabby type of a guy. They said that about Surtain and Horn and those guys too.
Yeah.
But at 6'3", 193, he's got some of that fire to his game that his father had.
Mm-hmm.
And when you start to talk about the reading it and then coming forward, he wraps up his guy. He's going to play press coverage the majority of the snaps, and that's just kind of the way he is. But, I didn't feel like that for a long guy that his feet got out of whack. Sometimes these guys get a little leggy, and it's hard for him to turn and all that. But this kid, he doesn't. It's fine there. So if you want to say he's positions or scheme specific, by all means, have at it. This kid right here is a hell of a football player.
Stunned. I was stunned to hear scheme specific with him. I'm stunned that he didn't go in the first round. It's my number one corner, 7th best player on my board. This is the best pick
Plays
of the
in
draft
the slot, too.
so far. Yeah, he's physical. I mean, he is every bit of what you said, a press corner, but he's got closing speed, in my opinion, to play off and break on the football if you wanted to play him off. He can blitz off the edge. He does a nice job getting off blocks to tackle in the run game. He does an excellent job of timing and breaking on routes. And the length, the size, and to your point about bringing up Horn, bringing up Surtain, the bloodlines, there's been a lot of success with that. I think Joey Porter Jr. going to the Steelers is a home run for them.
So the first pick is made in the second round at pick number 32 overall. We do need to take a quick break on the radio side of things. The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. They traded out of the back half of the first round. They had 2 first-round picks, but they select at 33 in just a couple moments. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. And here we go on the DallasCowboys.com side of things. Aisha, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Had to go to break on the radio.
Oh, you don't have to apologize to me.
Talk about Joey Porter Jr. Talk about what he brings to the table for Pittsburgh, and I just think it's a storybook ending beginning, I should say, for Joey Porter.
I know, that was so cute. They just showed his little baby picture and everything. But the game that stood out to me the most when I watched him is when I watched him against Michael Wilson from Stanford. Michael Wilson, with his height and his speed, I think is one of the best route runners in this draft. And seeing him be able to recover and to be step for step for him, he gave up 25 yards to him, and that's not. This is when Michael was healthy, so it was a big deal to me to see him be able to go step for step with a route runner. Because when you talk about the press man stuff, I wanted to see how he also dealt with the fact that Michael knows how to sit in zones. He knows how to do those things. So I don't agree with that either, Brian. I think that this gentleman is capable of turning and running. And to your point, Zach, you mentioned his length and him having the recovery speed. He has some technique things that he's still working on as any corner, but he can recover because of the length and the speed. You're 100% correct.
Yeah.
So apparently we have a trade coming up here
not a trade.
in a couple of moments. I don't know.
Let's see.
I think Tennessee's making a move here.
It is. The Titans are
This
coming
could be
up.
for the quarterback.
Could be for Levis, absolutely.
Wow.
If that's the case, why didn't Tennessee try and come up in the back end of the first and just
Because
get
they
that
knew they
50-year
could get
option?
him here, right?
Well,
They
why
get the
not get
fifth-year
the
option.
option at a quarterback?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Maybe they're not
That's the
completely
only.
sold.
I would think it's a quarterback. That's the only thing that gives me some pause. Is why not do this at the back end of the first yesterday?
Sure. So Tennessee moves up to 33, and that's
New GM at Tennessee.
trying to make a move.
Yeah.
If
I
it's
don't.
But
I mean,
if he
I don't
liked
know.
it,
I mean,
why not go back
sure,
back in?
and sure, and I think they got a little busy.
Unless
What was
you couldn't
going
find
on?
a dance partner.
Yeah, I think they got a little busy. I talked about what was happening to the Cowboys at the back end. They were trying to navigate where their situation, while they were dealing with Mozzie, and all these teams were just banging Jacksonville's phone. Jacksonville took calls from Buffalo, Kansas City. They took calls from the Rams. So Dallas was kind of dealing with that going on in front of them, but then trying to make a pick.
Yeah.
So, that's maybe it got a little bit crazy on that back end there, and they couldn't get in. Teams were interested more of going up than they were trading back.
I mean, Philly clearly didn't want to give up Nolan Smith. I'm guessing that Kansas City liked.
They
their
wanted to
pick
move up, right? They were trying to get up.
And so I'm guessing Kansas City wasn't totally interested in going back. So maybe it could just be that they couldn't find anybody to trade with them at the back. But I just would think that if that was there for them, you would. I mean, Levis makes the most sense here.
Levis does, and the other need that's listed for them is corner. And I wonder if Joey Porter Jr. going off the board, maybe they want Cam Smith out of South Carolina. If it's not a quarterback, I think corner might be the next likely scenario for the Titans. And we've seen runs on corners, especially early in the second round before. We got the compensation, though.
Yep.
It'll be the Cardinals getting 33 and pick 81. Titans trade 41. They get 72 and a 2024 third-round pick.
Interesting. And by the way, Adam Schefter is reporting that Tennessee tried to make a move like this yesterday.
Okay.
So
they were trying to go get it. That makes
there you go, Bobby.
makes it think like a quarterback. Here's a selection.
Tennessee Titans, with the 33rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Will Levis.
There it is.
Quarterback, Kentucky.
Second straight year that the Titans have used a day 2 pick on a quarterback. Last year it was number 86 overall to go get Malik Willis. Now they have Will Levis on the other side of things. What do you think about Will Levis, Aisha? You weren't surprised by the drop. Why is this the right spot for a Will Levis to go?
I think it's the right spot for him to go because for me, I mean, I know we talked about the fact that he has the experience and stuff, but there's just some things that I still want to see him improve on. Mostly, I think the processing is there. The big arm is there, but I feel like I saw a second-round player in him. I didn't know if I think he can come in and start right away and be okay, but I just didn't see a guy that was going to come in and be like a first-round talent. Personally, that was me.
You know what, Aisha, there's a lot of guys and gals in the league that agree with you. And I was talking to some of my Gang of 7 guys, and there's also a toe injury you need to learn about here.
That's what came out yesterday also. Yeah.
And I'll tell you about that afterwards.
Round 2 coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft on DallasCowboys.com and 105.3 The Fan. Here with Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, Aisha Morrison. I'm Kyle Yeomans. We are now 2 picks into the second round. Joey Porter Jr., cornerback from Penn State, goes to the Steelers on the first selection at number 32 overall. And while we were off the air and on the internet side of things, at pick number 33, the Tennessee Titans make a trade. They go up from 41. They give some extra compensation to the Arizona Cardinals, and they select Will Levis, quarterback from Kentucky. Brian Broaddus, this is a good spot for him to go. A lot of people thought he would still sneak into the back half of the first round, but the fact that he's the second name off the board, not a shocker.
Yeah, and credit again to Aisha for yesterday, very early in this process, saying, hey, listen, I don't see this guy as a first-round player where a lot of us did. I know I did. And so the thing with Will Levis, though, and you always worry about this when you're evaluating, is there an injury that you're dealing with? And are there character things that you're dealing with? And I asked this question to my Gang of 7 guys. I said, listen, tell me about Levis. Mm-hmm. And the problem is seems a little weird, but overall probably a third-round talent. That was one of my scout buddies said that, probably a third-round talent guy.
Wow.
Okay, so I said, makes a lot of sense. I said, hey, wait a minute, there's a toe injury here, right? And he says, yeah, full range of motion right now. He wears orthotics on his shoe. He could have some degeneration down the road with the dropbacks and the push-offs and things like that. So that's something that maybe some teams were thinking about, that long-term his toe might not be good.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Sam Laporta.
Oh, wow.
Iowa.
So there's the first pin throw for the Dallas Cowboys as the first tight end is off the board here in the second round.
It's a pen snap for them. They're not just throwing it, they're breaking it in
Breaking it in half. Tell me about Sam Laporta, Zach Wolchuk. Why is he okay here at 34 for the Lions. And why did the Cowboys want him so bad?
You know, Laporta is a player that I don't think was used to his true potential at Iowa, and it's because that Iowa offense might be the worst offense I've ever seen in my life.
You saw him live, right?
I saw him live against Ohio State. Kirk Ferentz needs to fire his own son there. That's nepotism at its finest. But
Tell us what you really think.
You talk about an inline blocker. At Iowa, you're going to have to do it. If you're not going to play tight end, if you're not a willing blocker, he is. He does move around the formation. He does end up on the ground some, but I think he's a great safety valve for the quarterback. He was reliable. He caught everything that was thrown at him. They needed a play on third down. They went to him. Now, to me, I didn't see a special athlete, but he's a great route runner, and he's just steady as all heck. He does his job, and I do think that his best football could be ahead of him because he wasn't asked to do as much as some of these other tight ends have been asked to in terms of stretching the field. But you see that. You see the ability from him.
I'll tell you what, we might have overrated Michael Mayer.
You think so?
From Notre Dame.
Well, you've had Kincaid and now Laporta go over.
Well, I mean, when you talk about, I think when you talk about Mayer and Laporta, you're talking about two guys who are like steady, well-rounded, not a lot of flaws.
You said this, though. You said this about this guy. You said this. I'm talking about Mayer.
Yeah.
You said there's nothing spectacular about him. You were worried about the up-the-field stuff and all that. I mean, they're taking guys that are down the line as opposed to the guy who media scouts, Brian Broaddus, has as the first tight end.
Well, that's why I thought, like, if when you talk about Laporta and Mayer, they're both well-rounded. They're both steady across the board. Like, the difference is, I think, the league probably looks at Laporta as, like, more able to be the vertical seam guy than what Mayer is. And so that's the separation. That's why a guy like Laporta probably goes ahead of a guy like
Is
Mayer.
the injury with Musgrave the problem? Is that
possibly?
And the fact that he's not a good blocker.
Yeah.
He's not a good blocker. He's been hurt a lot. I mean, it's tough that I think people wanted to see him break out this year, and he started to those first two games. But then when you miss this entire year, essentially, that's tough.
And I don't think we're going to have to wait very long for Michael Mayer to go off the board. The Las Vegas Raiders have just traded into this pick with the Indianapolis Colts. It's the third trade in 4 picks to start the second round. We talked about sleeping on your board, looking at the prospects available. Teams aren't wasting time by jumping up into the early parts of the second round to go get their guy. It happened for it happened for Will Levis, happened for Sam Laporta. Who is this guy for the Raiders? They just lost Darren Waller. Is this the tight end spot for a Michael Mayer or a Luke Musgrave, Oregon State? 2 of those guys could go right here. Or, Bobby, are you hearing anything that the Raiders are looking for specifically?
No, I mean, I think tight end would make some sense here. The fact that they had to move on from Waller, especially since Waller seemed to be a kind of spur-of-the-moment breakup there that was not planned in any sort of way.
Well, hey, don't out my wedding when I don't want anyone to know about it, Coach.
Yeah, so, I mean, we just named a couple people there. I mean, I don't know. Do they could like Darnell Washington too? I mean, that's somebody
they
that
could.
But this is exactly what we were talking about right before we started. Is that you were probably going to start seeing tight ends coming off the board.
Here's the run. Yeah, I think it is Michael Mayer, and I think it makes a lot of sense considering who their head coach is, Josh McDaniels. And I haven't comped Mayer to Witten. I've done it to Gronkowski.
Right.
And he's a guy that's similar to me. I'm not saying he's Rob Gronkowski, but the way that I think you can use a Michael Mayer, who is a really good blocker, can work the middle of the field, can work the red zone. I think Josh McDaniels probably sees a lot of similarities there and says, hey, I can find something with this guy. It makes too much sense for it not to be a tight end. Maybe it's not Mayer. I think it is, but it's got to be tight end if they're jumping up here to go get it because you're going to have a run here.
Man, Iowa. They pushing out players? Am I tripping?
They're pushing out some guys.
They are.
They're great
Campbell,
at tight ends.
Lucas Van Ness.
I mean, think about tight ends for them with George Kittle and then Fance.
I mean, Hawkinson. I was always pushed out.
Tracking that, and I think that may even play a role in why they went with Laporta. Just like that he's gonna be ready. He's gonna be professional.
There's something he's dealing with, by the way. Oh, the selection's in. Here we go.
To the Las Vegas Raiders. With the 35th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Michael Mayer, tight end, Notre Dame.
There you go. It isn't.
So it is a tight end run, as you could probably hear Rich Eisen saying at the back end of that for a split second. But Sam Laporta goes. Now Michael Mayer goes. So maybe it wasn't that far off on Mayer after all, but
I had him as my 18th best player, so I'd say I'd missed him pretty big.
I had him at 22.
Yeah.
23 for me.
The thing about it, and let me go back to, if I could, with Laporta. There's an injury history there with that cat, and he's got a hip, an impingement. Is that an
Impingement?
Impingement of the hip?
That sounds about right.
His right hip. He's got some issues that might be long term for him. I mean, I read off the litany.
It sounds very bad.
I read off the.
Cut a break then. The way
I
you're
mean,
talking
I'm
about
just
this.
because I was just curious. I was curious about the guy, and I'm like, okay, if everybody's talking about this guy, if for the Cowboys, well, tell me the background. What am I missing something here? And I said, give me Sam Laporta's injury history. There's another guy in the league. I asked a doctor, actually a trainer. It said left meniscus in 17, stinger in 19, right meniscus surgery in 22, left ankle bone spur surgery in 22, right hip impingement that could flare up later in his career.
And we're talking about Laporta here.
Talking about Mayer. I was just saying. I was talking about Laporta. But, and by the way, the Rams were a team that was trying to trade up in this draft at the end, that the Cowboys were having to deal with all that mess. The Giants were fielding calls. The Jacksonville was fielding calls. Another tight end could go. We could have 3 tight ends in a row if, in fact, now let's see if the Rams, if their guy might have been Laporta or Mayer, one of these guys. We'll see.
Gosh, this is going to be interesting. I wonder if Musgrave could go here if it is a tight end. Or maybe Tucker Kraft. I mean, I love Tucker Kraft. If they want to go with well-rounded tight ends, I think Kraft would be the next one in terms of the skill set as a pass catcher that gives you what you're talking about, Bobby, more of the downfield vertical threat, but also can block.
The Rams have been. I think one of their issues last year was their issues just with blocking too. They very well could.
Could this be Washington?
This
well,
could
they could go offensive line.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Offensive line.
Yeah, offensive line is a need. So if they want to take Bergeron or a Torrance or a Villa.
Bergeron, Torrance.
All those guards are there, right?
DeJuan Jones is still there.
DeJuan Jones.
Yeah.
I think all of that's on the table. I think yesterday, and this is just based off of conversations I had today, I thought Los Angeles might have been trying to get back up into the first to go get a quarterback, to go get Will Levis. That wasn't the case, of course. Or it's not the case now because they didn't get up there and they didn't make the trade in the second round. They decided to stay put. Now I think all of it's on the table for the Rams. They could go get anybody. You could go best player available here, and it would probably fit into a need.
They really do.
So this is kind of the first wild card pick because Joey Porter Jr. we thought was going to happen as soon as the Titans traded up. Will Levis was there. Maybe the wild card pick after that would have been the Lions taking Sam Laporta, the tight end from Iowa, at 34, and then Michael Mayer from Notre Dame off the board at 35. Does this eliminate the need for a tight end for the Cowboys in the second round? Are they done with tight end now? And the focus squarely shifts to another position because both Laporta and Mayer are off the board.
If Musgrave is there at 58, I don't know why Musgrave wouldn't be in play for him there. Now, do they want to go up and get somebody? Maybe not. But, if they're sitting there, if they happen to sit at 58. And Steven talked today in the hallway after the press conference with Mozzie Smith and said it would take something extraordinary for us to go up. We don't like sacrificing capital. And so I don't necessarily think that they would go up for anybody at this point, but – if he slides down to you.
Can somebody explain to me? I need somebody to explain to me.
What do you got?
Well, we all agree, I hope we all agree, that Musgrave is not the best blocker.
Yes.
Right.
That's his flaw.
So why would they be trying to get Musgrave?
Because
it's
he
so
scores points. Because he goes vertical. Because he's the modern tight end that Jerry talked about specifically on the bus and said, I want a Kelsey type. The closest thing to a Kelsey type that's available right now and probably coming into this draft were Musgrave and Kincaid. And while he's not complete, while he's not the blocker that you want him to be, he does have the size to fill into it. Lunda Wells has shown he can coach blocking into guys.
Yeah, we talked
so
about
if
that.
That's a projection and you're talking about back into the second, I think they would be interested.
I hear you. He is 6'6". He's long. He's big. You can. I hear what Bobby's saying. For me, it'd be Tucker Kraft. I think Tucker Kraft would be the guy that I'd rock with at 58. Yeah, I think he has the chance, the potential. I put it in my notes to be the best tight end in this class.
Yeah.
Wow.
I put moldable because I feel like you could coach every little thing he does and he can get better.
Yeah.
He has a lot of upside.
They have a reported 30-visit with Tucker Kraft as well. So he was here. He was in the building. They had the conversation. So I think there is something there. They had a formal at the Combine with Luke Musgrave. So they've talked to both of those guys. Here's the Rams selection at pick 36.
With the 36th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Steve Avila, guard, TCU.
No.
So the first guard goes off the board in the second round. Steve Avila from TCU is no longer available. Talk about a moldable player. This is somebody that can play any spot on the offensive line, Brian, and maybe a minor pin throw for Dallas. I don't know if he was necessarily an option at 58, but certainly somebody they had their eyes on.
Yeah, this is the guy that when we started this process and we were thinking about guards and all that, him and Torrance, it was constant, back and forth. And the question was, is he a first-round player? And there's people that says, I don't know if he's a first-round player. Well, where is he in the second round? Well, maybe early too. This is probably where he needed to be taken. Mm-hmm. The thing about it is you could not wait to 58 to take this guy. It was never going to happen.
Nope.
It was never going to happen. You were going to have to take him at that spot in order. And I think it's a little bit like Mozzie Smith too. You're at the back end. You have to take these guys because you're not going to come around to them again. It's just not going to happen. And I think with Steve Avila, that's the fact for the let's be honest about the Rams. He could play any position. They can put him at center.
Yes,
they can put him at guard. And probably be so. It makes a lot of sense. But you know what? I had him as 34th on my board. Where did he go? He went 36. You know what? That's kind of where he needed to be.
Right. I had him at 40, and I think that he definitely would have been in play if he's there for the Cowboys at 58. He had to have been, right? I mean, there was a long time I thought he would be the pick at 26.
I heard yesterday, it was a late report that he was a fourth-round grade on their board.
Ooh, wow.
So I don't know that for certain. I don't know the board. But that was one of the early murmurs that I had heard that they were not interested. Here's the Seattle pick, 37th overall.
37th pick in the 2023
Moving
NFL
along here.
Draft. The Seattle Seahawks select Derek Hall, linebacker, Auburn.
Oh, they listed him as a linebacker there.
It's edge on the graphic, but he said linebacker, which I think could be an interesting move. You talk about a power rusher. That's somebody to look at. Brian, what you think about him overall?
Well, let me do some homework here. I got to do my cleanup thing that I've got to do.
He likes to do his cleanup.
I have to clean up. I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose.
He's tough as hell.
Yeah, Derek Hall's a 3-year starter, team captain. I liked his get off. He has great pursuit. He's got a good mix of power and speed. He seems to always be around the ball. Good athlete that follows and tracks the ball on a deflection that he ended up getting an interception on against Mizzou. I think he can get overpowered and he gets stuck on his block some. So his strength is not against the run, which is interesting that they might want to play him at linebacker. But as an edge player, I liked him. Now he can cover backs in the flats. He showed that. He tackles well. He's a guy that I think his tape might have been better 2 years ago than it was in 2022. I watched one of his games from there and was more impressed.
Yeah, so a couple tight ends go off the board. A guard goes off the board. Local product, Steve Avila from TCU goes to the Los Angeles Rams at 36. And then Derek Hall, edge rusher, linebacker, from Auburn to the Seattle Seahawks. We have to take a break. When we come back, we will give you more updates on what is happening as Atlanta has just traded in to the 38th pick overall, and the Falcons are now on the clock. We'll update you with that and a whole lot more. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
All right, first off, we got to get rid of breaks on the Fan. No breaks. We should just go straight on. We're streaming. Why are we breaking? We're streaming. We should just be going.
Oh, you got to sell stuff. Right?
I guess we do.
I mean, there's.
As a fan employee, I say we go commercial free for the draft from now on.
Zach is making a political run at this thing.
I want this,
You're running
man.
for office here.
I mean, we're drafting fast and furious.
Yeah.
I don't want these people missing a pick. And now we got the Falcons, who took the best player overall, according to Brian Broad. It's Bijan Robinson.
Yeah, there you go.
What are they doing here?
Second round trades have been fast and furious, Brian. This one, the Falcons go up to 38, trade with the Colts, and they flip that 44th.
Yeah, I'm
pick.
surprised that people are letting people in now. Is what the picks. When the people must be giving up some stuff to get up in there the way they are, because this is usually, like I say, sleeping on your board right now is from last night, and some of these teams have said, listen, let's be aggressive here and go get a guy or two. But I like what I'm seeing so far with teams trying to make that happen.
I heard coming into today that Atlanta was high on somebody that I think the Cowboys were high on. So I'll be interested to see what this pick is.
Oh gosh, who could it be? Okay.
Do you want to make a guess, or have you already seen it?
I haven't seen it yet, but I have an inkling based off of somebody I talked to.
So the Colts are getting pick 38.
Now I'm nervous, Bobby.
Pick 44 and 110 to move back here with Atlanta. So they got good stuff.
I was about to say that's a pretty good
haul.
The Indiana Colts have traded the 38th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. With the 38th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons have selected Matthew Bergeron, guard, Syracuse.
There you go.
There you go.
That was the guy, Bob, huh?
Yep.
Bergeron
hurts.
off the board from Syracuse. Brian, tell me about what you've seen from Bergeron, and somebody that played tackle in college but probably could have slid inside to guard.
Yeah, this cat is, I'll tell you what, I probably had him too low at 55. I think he's probably a lot better player than that. I mean, at 6'5", 318, he's a left tackle. He was born in Canada, which is an interesting thing. The foot athlete is outstanding. He's super light on his feet. He adjusts quickly while on the move. I've seen him pull in space and completely spin in order to grab a block. The body power, I think, is a little bit of an issue, but his feet, his hands, everything keeps him engaged on the defender. The pass set, he gets away with the line with ease, no wasted movement. He does a nice job of keeping himself between the defender and the ball carrier, and when he's run blocking there. He can get a little out of position when defenders come underneath him, but he's got the footwork to be able to scramble and get back in position and get his block. I really do like this guy.
Yeah, he's one of the few guys that when you say a mauler in the run game, I feel like he's so aggressive in the run game, trying to get after it, trying to put a body on people. He has an attitude to him in his run blocking, so...
I think he's a guard. I mean, from when I watched him, I thought he pulls really well, and I said I think he's going to be a better guard. Miles Murphy, just a bigger, more athletic edge, really gave him trouble in the Clemson-Syracuse game I watched, but he's got strong hands, and even when Murphy would win a rep, what I loved about Bergeron is he's coming right back at him, and he does not get phased. Now, there's some times he tackles Murphy to the ground, gets called for holding, but I think inside, that's why I'd kick him in, but I like him a lot. Super athlete. Bobby, I know you were very high on him. I had him as the 39th best player on my board.
He was the last first-round grade for me. I had him at 18. I liked Bergeron a ton, and I think that there's obviously issues in pass protection, but I think a lot of that can be cleaned up, and I think projecting him inside as a guard, that's a dude who can climb to this next level and take out linebackers. And I think he's got a chance to be, potentially, to me, if everything clicks together, the best run blocker out of this bunch that was picked.
Do you think Bergeron was one of their top names on their board going into day two? Do you think he was right there at the top?
Yeah.
So would it be safe to say Atlanta took one of the top players on their board in day one in Bijan Robinson, and took one of their top players on their board on day two in Matthew Bergeron?
Yeah.
Pretty safe to say?
Yeah. I think they probably or they would have hoped it was more likely for Bergeron to get down to. I don't think they ever thought Bijan would, but yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of discussion about this player. I really do. I like I said, I probably had him too low at 55.
Some of the names the Dallas Cowboys had high on their list entering round number 2 of the 2023 NFL Draft are off the board. Sam Laporta goes to the Detroit Lions at pick 34. Michael Mayer, tight end from Notre Dame, goes to 35 in the Las Vegas Raiders. Steve Avila, TCU interior offensive lineman, to the Rams at 36. Derek Hall, edge from Auburn, to the Seattle Seahawks at 37. And then most recently, Matthew Bergeron, the offensive tackle, possibly a guard at the next level, from Syracuse, goes 38th overall to the Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta trades up to go get Bergeron, Brian, which it's possible the Cowboys had him very, very high on their board entering the day.
Yeah, I think the discussion, and maybe even last night, there was some discussion about this particular player and what he could bring, and the fact that he could play as a tackle, play as a guard. He's a lot bigger guy than you think. On tape, he looks like kind of a slender,
right.
But then you see how much he weighs, and you're like going, oh. Okay,
yeah.
But yeah, the athletic ability, his ability to move, get away from the line. I think in the running game stuff, he can get some movement when it's necessary to have to come off the ball and do those types of things. So I think Atlanta has done a pretty nice job. A couple of players I really like. I love Bijan Robinson, and this guy I think is going to fit right in at that offensive tackle spot for the Falcons.
I have a question, guys. Like, so at what point do you start being like, man, all the offensive linemen are starting to go too? Like, especially when you talk about the guard tackle spot. We know it's not that many of them, period. And it seems like people are actively going to get those guys that they feel like they need.
What
right
I
now.
think's going to help them is I really think that there's going to be a run on receivers here.
Okay.
Much like we saw last night at 2021-22, some team's going to end up taking a receiver. Whether it's Jalen Hyatt or Cedric Tillman or Mingo, one of these guys are going to go, and then I think you're going to see the reaction of, okay, now we got to go get the receivers, and it'll take away from the offensive line focus.
Okay.
That's my hope here.
I think. Well, let's get the Panthers first.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Nicole and David Tepper and the Carolina Panther organization for this opportunity. And with the 39th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Jonathan Mingo, wide receiver, Ole Miss.
Archer said that was a name to have on your radar for the Cowboys today.
Well, he's got the size, right? And he's
one of the few. Yeah.
At 6'2".
It's him and Tillman.
That have that size. And you talk about somebody that, Zach, you were just talking about a run on wide receivers. Could this be where the dam breaks and you've got multiple teams that could use one?
Yeah, it's interesting. You got New Orleans here. They've got Olave, but they could definitely use another guy. Arizona, what's going on with Hopkins? I think Green Bay at 42 definitely could take a wide receiver as well. So we could see that. Mingo, for me, this is a little rich, but I think that I was a little less high than a lot of other people were on Mingo, and he's probably propped up because he is 6'2". He does have the prototypical size and build compared to some of these other slender, shorter stature receivers.
He's obviously not a burner, but I think he's a pretty good route runner.
Good player
for being a big, bulky guy. And he'll attack the football, and he's a patient route runner. I think he's got good hands. So I like Mingo. We kept hearing, you remember Nagy was telling us, Jim Nagy was telling us Mingo was going to go probably in this range.
Yeah, he had a really good feel about this particular player, and I think you guys are right. There's just not a lot of size in this draft, and we haven't seen those the shorter receivers go. We saw Flowers go, but Downs and Mims and those guys, maybe that's a little bit later in the day, but this Jonathan Mingo, 6'2", 220, his length and his size really help him. Extending for balls. He'll make some tough plays look really, really easy. And so the ability to make those contested catches, the routes inside, the toughness, the concentration, I think this guy might have his best football ahead of him. I think that he is going to develop, and he comes from a program that has put some big receivers in this league. So I could see why the Carolina Panthers are taking an opportunity here.
Yeah, Bobby, you mentioned the fact that you feel like he's a pretty good route runner. That's how he gets behind people. That's how you see him breaking away, is that he can get a step on people, and he has a very good understanding of his length, especially in those slot situations. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and you could still see some of these other receivers go off the board very quickly here. Rashee Rice, Jalen Hyatt, Josh Downs, Parker Washington, Marvin Mims, Cedric Tillman. Multiple names that are still on the board, day two possibilities. I think a wide receiver run could certainly happen here. Is there another position, Brian, that's kind of surprising you with the names that are still sticking around to this point?
Well, I think Brian Branch at safety. I think at some point in time we're going to see him come off this board. Drew Sanders, the linebacker, is still available. B.J. Ojulari from LSU, I think, is a guy that people have got a pretty good handle on. And linebacker, the Trenton Simpson. He was a guy that people kind of thought about. He might be a first-round guy. Could we see one of those guys, like a guy like him, with Sanders and Simpson, maybe a couple of these linebackers here in the next few?
Cam Smith still there from South Carolina.
I think we have him graded about the same place.
Yeah, I got him 28th on my board. I'm a big Cam Smith fan.
Yeah.
I've got him at 35, so that's about right.
I think DeJuan Jones is going to be gone pretty soon.
Okay.
It's hard not to recognize what he did on the other side at Ohio State.
Certainly.
Yep.
Big offensive tackle. Here's the Saints selection at 40. Then we're going to reset the board for everybody.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. Saints are on the clock. And what I want to say is that everybody that gets their name called tonight, your whole family should all celebrate together. It's a special time in all these young people's lives. So let's all give them a round of applause for that. And I also want to give a shout out to my man Mike Ornstein, who had a happy birthday, turned 70 yesterday. You've given so much to me and to the game. With all that being said, with the 40th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Isaiah Foskey, defensive end, Notre Dame.
Foskey.
Yeah.
Shout out to Orny.
Oh, yeah?
Not one of the league's favorite guys.
Brian. I looked at Brian as soon as he said, "Shout out Mike Ornstein." I'm sure they loved that.
Yeah, not one of the league's favorite guys for sure.
What do you guys think about Isaiah Foskey? Could he be one of the league's favorite guys?
I'll tell you what, I thought he played much better last year than this year. I was kind of, there were all these edges and stuff you're watching, and then you start to compare, and you're thinking like, God, this guy's a good-looking kid, 6'5", 264, and then but you rarely see him put his hand on the ground. And that's why I guess they're talking about him as a linebacker. Is that what they were saying? But, man, you're going to have to take some weight off this cat, I think, unless they're using him as that rush edge guy. But he does play from a two-point stance, edge position. He appears to have an upfield burst. I think he plays better going straight ahead than he does like with the lateral stuff and things like that. He can cover some ground in the open field when he's chasing the ball because of his long stride. I don't think he has elite change of direction. I just, like some others in this draft, you kind of see they're twitchy and they're able to move. Maybe because this guy is 6'5" and he's 264. But he did have a good sack. I went back and watched the Fiesta Bowl where I think it was Oklahoma State, where he went back and beat the blocker to keep the quarterback in the pocket. But there's some physical tackles that he's able to make where he stops that ball carrier in his tracks. But, man, he's kind of an in and out of the lineup guy. You're always, number 7's in. Oh, he's out. He's still out. He's still out. Oh, now he's back in. And it was like, and I know Notre Dame's a good football team. They've got a lot of nice players, but I thought like he kind of needed to play a little bit more. I didn't see the consistency with this guy.
I agree, because there's sometimes he gets off the ball really quick, and you're like, wow, that's impressive, and then not as much the next couple plays. I think, Aisha, you'll probably agree with this, because I think you and I are both looking for the hands. Mm-hmm. He's got fast hands.
Right.
Like he gave Jones from Ohio State, we were just talking about him, the right tackle. He gave him some problems in that game because he was able to just work with the hand fighting, movement, quickness. He's a really good athlete, and he's got some bend. But it's going to be interesting on what Dennis Allen decides to do with him there in New Orleans. Is he going to play stand-up linebacker? I don't know that that's the best spot to put him.
Yeah, and you guys talked about how quickly he gets off the line. That's what I wrote. He wins with power, and it's more speed to power. He's not super bendy. He's just persistent. He's persistent when he wants to be. He's just persistent when he's on his pursuit to the quarterback. He actually gave Matthew Bergeron a little bit of a hard time just with that power that he plays with. He has some closing speed. You mentioned the lateral quickness not being something that was super great, but I think he can improve on his run defense and consistently capturing the edge. But the power is real, and the ability to get to the quarterback, 25 career sacks, is nothing to sleep at in that division.
Yeah. The Cardinals have put their pick in here at 41, so they finally have a chance to pick since they were on the clock at number 6.
This would be a good time
overall.
for Brian Branch to go off the board.
Right. They selected Paris Johnson Jr. there.
You get their needs?
Yeah, their needs are D-line, O-line, and DB.
This could be your massive tackle from Ohio State.
You think
right?
Jones here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This could be. That seems like they're always one of those
They
teams.
pair him with Paris Johnson. They take both Buckeye tackles.
Very well could.
That'd be
Well,
fun.
I mean, and their quarterback is little, so
How's he going to see?
that's why I'm a little.
That's a good question.
Skeptical, yeah. That's a good point. Could this be an edge rusher? B.J. Ojulari?
You don't think your new defensive
He's about
head
to
coach
start.
wants a pick?
Nah, he's going to be. He's going to. He's going to like. No,
I
here we
would
go.
think it's a defender.
Bobby.
I'm just saying. I don't know where. I'm just saying. Like it'd be usually a new head coach gets somebody on their side of the ball.
I just don't want Ojulari to be taken here.
Yeah, okay.
I like Ojulari. I don't want him going off the board.
I think you could look at a defender here. I think I'm with Bobby, but we're going to have the Cardinals pick, and we'll reset the board in just a little bit. We have to step aside on the radio side of things. We'll continue on DallasCowboys.com. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Back here on the internet side of things as we await the pick for Arizona. What are you guys thinking about the way that the second round has gone so far? We're still about 15 picks away from the Cowboys at 58. Bobby, you have a good feel of what's happening right now and how that war room could be feeling?
I mean, there's been, I think, a few different guys here that have gone that they probably would have liked to have seen get down to their area. Guys that they would have been interested in. Jonathan Mingo going. Michael Mayer, obviously Sam Laporta. You get the Matthew Bergeron pick. So I think there's been more pen throws early in the second round than there were early in the first round yesterday.
So many DN is a thing. I know we felt like this DN class was kind of heavy, but I mean we're looking at, I think Van Ness went, Felix went yesterday, Ojulari went, Isaiah Foskey, Derek Hall. So
here's the Cardinals at 41.
Shout out to Lawrence and Lilia, my parents, my wife Tracy, and the Arizona Cardinals. Let's go! With the 41st pick in the 2023 draft, the Arizona Cardinals select B.J. Ojulari, linebacker, LSU.
Those bully polls.
Your defensive head coach wanted a pick, huh? They wanted a pick. And to finish your point, Aisha, there's another edge rusher off the board.
Gosh darn it.
It's B.J. Ojulari.
There's been more
gone.
more edge players taken than any other pick,
That
than
makes
any
sense
other position.
That makes sense too. How did Jonathan Gannon get the recognition that it was by creating pass rush and getting to the quarterback? So it makes sense.
Tell you what, man, B.J. Ojulari, though, he is one of those guys that when you watch him, and I always got to be careful because I love LSU so much. Everybody knows
Well,
that.
I'll back you here because I love Ojulari.
I think Ojulari is a heck of a football player. I really, really do. He's super athletic. His movement skills, the balance. He's relentless in the way that he plays. So, and nonstop with the effort, the pursuit. He makes a ton of plays on the moves, the length, the range. He gives blockers problems that way, extremely quick off the snap. And so, the length creates turnovers in the pocket. He's always ripping at the ball, attacking the quarterback, and he's caused a fumble in the Auburn game that ended up being a touchdown. Mm-hmm. So he's got power, he's got strength, and he can control at the point of attack. He's a finisher when he gets in that position.
And to add on to that, he's always working. He is always working towards the ball, and he got rewarded with several sacks because he just does not quit on a rush. He can drop off into coverage. He's also a guy with fast hands and quick get off. Ojulari, in a good edge rusher class, could end up being one of the better ones.
Now the Packers on the clock at 42 and moving very quickly as the commissioner takes the podium.
2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Luke Musgrave, tight end, Oregon State.
All right, so they just added
So Bobby Belt is
Bobby, you gonna
done
leave?
for the night. He has put the headset down. He is going to pack up the laptop because Luke Musgrave is off the board. And there's the pin throw from Bobby Belt, an actual physical. You could have borrowed a pin. I got one up here somewhere.
I have no idea where that went. I'd go find it.
I know. We're going to have to find the pin. All right, Oregon State, Luke Musgrave. All three of the tight ends that were rumored to be interested by the Cowboys, outside of Tucker Kraft from South Dakota. You still have him available. But why did you like Luke Musgrave so much?
I mean, I just think the size, the athleticism, the footwork, the change of direction skills. I think that like this guy projects as a super stud vertical seam threat tight end that. I'll take the other warts. I'd be willing to gamble on some of the questionable injury history. I just think the upside's so huge. He was number 15 for me.
Wow, number 50. You had a first-round grade on him? Wow. And I don't think you're alone in that fact because you talk about the value of those receiving caliber tight ends. And for him to go at 42, also, we're talking about the value of the tight end class as a whole right now. 4 tight ends go in the first 42 picks. You did not have a single tight end before 45 last year, and that was Trey McBride. So a lot of talk about this tight end position. We know only one went in the first round. That was Dalton Kincaid at 25 to Buffalo. But now you're seeing, Zach, that overarching tight end value and just how much this class has been above the rest.
Well, look, you get a special tight end. You now have one of the best, if not the biggest, mismatches in all of football.
Yeah.
Rolling into hour number 2 of day 2 of the 2023 NFL Draft, live from the Star in Frisco in the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters. This is the Draft Show on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. We've got Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, Aisha Morrison, and myself, Kyle Yeomans, here for the next couple hours in day 2 of the NFL Draft. We have some picks to update you on. Matthew Bergeron, the offensive tackle from Syracuse, goes off the board at 38th overall to the Atlanta Falcons. The Panthers at 39 take Jonathan Mingo, wide receiver from Ole Miss. The Saints at pick 40 take Isaiah Foskey, the edge rusher from Notre Dame, followed by another edge rusher, this time from Brian's LSU Tigers, B.J. Ojulari off the board at 41 to the Arizona Cardinals, and then the Green Bay Packers at 42 take another tight end, Luke Musgrave from Oregon State. Now off the board, another potential Cowboys target. 3 tight ends already gone in the first round. And here's the Jets selection at 43.
Hey, hello to my daughters, Eden and Emery. Daddy loves you. With the 43rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Joe Tippmann, center, Wisconsin.
And the first center is off the board in the 2023 NFL Draft. We can talk about Joe Tippmann in just a couple of moments, but I do want to hit on Luke Musgrave on the radio side of things, Brian. Another opportunity for the Cowboys to take tight end, falling through the cracks because they go before they're even close to getting on the board.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that they had an idea that they talked about it last night, that maybe, if we didn't do it right here, right now, that at 26 that we might not get this opportunity. It's all going back to maybe when you're at the bottom of the board, you have to think about a round early, because it's very, very clear that they're going to be now. Hey, listen, Schoonmaker from Michigan, guys like that. I mean, Strange from Penn State. There's tight ends left in this draft. Let's not fool ourselves.
Plenty. Will Mallory, Miami, Josh Waddle.
Exactly. There's tight ends left, but it's become very clear now that that the league had these tight ends kind of all in that early second round pocket. And they're picking them off as we go.
This is also why, when you see stuff with offensive linemen going off the board, you see tight ends going off the board, everything else. This is why the Cowboys are so big into contingencies. And just, make sure that they have themselves covered with free agents or depth or whatever else so that when they head in these drafts, they don't feel like they have to take anything. So while they like some of these tight ends, and I think if they were there and the value made sense, they'd say this improves our team and we think that they have the potential to be a better player at this position than the guys we have here. I don't think they're necessarily panicking that they don't have these guys on the board.
I wanted to ask you guys, with Joe Tippmann, he has some injury history, yes? Shoulders?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
out of Wisconsin.
Yeah, sure does.
Is that concerning at all for you for a center, with just how much coming off the ball, the impact, just maybe wear and tear over time? I'm just asking.
Well, they passed on the best center of the draft, so that's fine with me.
Yeah, Michael Schmidt's still on the board, right?
Listen, I wasn't going to say it.
Hey, go ahead and take anybody else.
Yeah, this is, these are one of these guys, though, too, these Wisconsin guys, they play a lot of football. And if you're talking about wear and tear on shoulders and stuff like that, I will say this about him. and maybe I'm alone on this one, but for a player with nice playing weight, he really lacks some upper body strength. I mean, he's just not going to drive his guy off the ball. He's a good blocker when he has an angle, when he's able to kind of like block down and then turn on the guy. And I think that's where he's at his best. And I think he just can kind of hold up as a pass blocker. So I think he has a hard time keeping that defender off his body. And his balance kind of comes and goes as a blocker a little bit. That's why I like the Minnesota kid, John Michael Smith.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just as much as I like.
You see a guy that gets movement at the center position, and it's rare. And I agree with you, Brian. First line of my notes, Tippmann gets stood up at the line by bigger D tackles and doesn't get a lot of movement. Like Amazi Smith would eat Tippmann's lunch.
He'd be on the ground. Too. He'd be on the floor. Listen, that's one thing.
Ends
up
on the ground,
nerves.
and that annoyed me. That's the end of my notes.
That's one way to get on my nerves is to be an offensive lineman that's always on the ground.
Get up, right?
Anthony Davis.
Yeah, we're on the radio side. We got to be careful. So
are we still?
Yeah,
I get
we're
lost.
on the radio side. You gotta keep.
I'm just
track.
here.
It's a
I'm
ping
flowing
pong
with you, baby.
Remember, we're playing tennis here.
Like water.
Yeah. All right, Brian. I want to reset the board a little bit here.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Are you guys surprised that Green Bay did not take a wide receiver?
Yes.
Okay, Luke Musgrave. That's where I have Jalen Hyatt here.
Yeah.
And if you talk about resetting the board and stuff like that, Branch, safety, Alabama, Hyatt, the wide receiver, Drew Sanders, the linebacker, Osiris Torrance is a guy on my board now, and then Trenton Simpson, the linebacker. Those are kind of the guys I have floating on my board right now.
I wasn't necessarily surprised because they do have Jordan Love coming in. You want that, I guess the typical thing to do for a young quarterback. Is
safety guy?
Yes, to get them a good tight end. And Bobby talked about how much this guy fights for the ball, and maybe your quarterback doesn't have to be perfect accuracy-wise. That guy will fight for him. So I understand the Musgrave pick for Green Bay.
Here's the second-round pick, 44th overall, going to Indianapolis.
With the 44th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Julius Brents. Defensive back,
wow.
Kansas State.
Well, we talked about this guy, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
He's down at 95 for me. I had a third-round grade on him.
Why is that?
He competes, but Quentin Johnston really dominated him. And you're right, Aisha. He did in the TCU game. Julius Brents for me is a guy that he's long, he's big. Like he would fit kind of your Seattle cover 2 system. He was a transfer from Iowa. He's got good size and movement.
There's Iowa again.
Yep, he seems to be at his best in zone or off coverage. He tracks the ball well. He swipes at the receiver to get a pass breakup. I enjoyed watching him compete against Quentin Johnston, but he lost the majority of the battles. He doesn't have long-range speed, but he plays things underneath very well, in position to get more interceptions than I think he finished with, which I don't think he's got good hands. And he's got quick feet. He's just not super fast. He's okay in the run game. I like Julius Brents, but I'd have taken Cam Smith. There's better corners.
I think you just nailed everything about him, and you know who you also just described to me?
Barnacles.
Kevin King at Washington. Remember Kevin King?
Yeah,
I remember.
Julius Brents is a carbon copy of Kevin King.
That's a good comp.
Is this Detroit now on the clock?
Yes. Traded up.
Yeah, the Lions have just traded with Green Bay, who was sitting at 45. Again, Green Bay just took Luke Musgrave a couple moments ago.
Detroit
did not take their wide receiver, and the Lions have jumped up. The Lions have had the most interesting draft, I think, overall, because they take, in the first round, they take Jahmyr Gibbs to load up their run game, their backfield. Then they go with Jack Campbell, Iowa, linebacker. Then you go with Sam Laporta in the early parts of the round, and now they're back up again at 45.
48 and 159 for 45.
All right, who is the toughest meathead type player on your board? That's who the Detroit Lions are about to take.
Drew Sanders.
Meathead?
He's not a meat. Is he?
I was just thinking
a little bit of.
There's a little bit there for sure. I see what you're saying.
I was thinking about Manimal Campbell,
I think
our coach.
Cam Smith is aggressive, man. That dude plays with some attitude.
By the way, with Brents, I have him as the 81st player on my board, but I've also
Morris. Zach's guy.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a good one.
Bleeping Mike Morris. I hope they take Mike Morris. I put a 5th-round grade on him.
Fairness,
I do not like that dude.
We got to name the guy that has a tooth missing and doesn't care about his tooth being missing.
Oh, Cody Mauch?
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Gosh, dang it.
That
I
is a
think
good
you
one.
nailed
Boom, boom,
that.
boom, boom.
I think she might have just nailed this pick for the Lions.
Oh, no. I'd be upset, too. That'd be a pen throw for me.
I said it earlier today that I think Cody Mauch belongs on a Game of Thrones.
Yes.
Like he looks like he could be a Game of Thrones
He
cameo.
looks like
Like a
Tormund.
Viking.
Yes, that's a Viking. Perfect. Yes, I think that's a good opportunity.
So they wanted. I know for a fact they wanted a corner at their first pick yesterday. They wanted
Lions?
Devin Witherspoon. So I wonder, DJ Turner, Keely
Tyreek.
Ringo,
Tyreek
Tyreek Stevenson,
Or Branch and play him at
Yeah,
corner.
How about
Yeah,
Trice?
just
How about
about to say
Trice?
that.
I would play. I would play
I think Branch
at
is a
corner.
I
corner.
think that's why he's falling because
I would
maybe
play
people are
Branch
looking
at
at him
corner.
as a safety.
I think you're right. It's where do you play him? And he didn't test well.
Of course he's a safety. I don't know what you people
He's
were
a
doing
corner.
looking at him at corner.
He's a
Actually-
bleeping corner.
I think he's a corner.
I think what were you looking at him as a corner?
Bro, I think
Man's
he
a
is a
safety.
corner.
He's a free safety.
Wait, does
Strong
Detroit
safety.
need a safety though?
Cornerback is one of their needs, not safety.
Not safety. They feel pretty good at that spot.
So I mean, if they viewed Branch as corner, he could be in here. Otherwise, DJ Turner, Michigan,
Right.
home.
That's a good
town
pick.
area
We need
guy.
to
Watch
track
them take Henley here.
Where does Brian?
I'm gonna,
no, stop
please.
it, Brian.
Why would you say that?
Oh, don't take Henley.
I'm
Quit
just
that.
talking about taking a football player. That's what I'm talking about.
That's
Well, if they want to take a
Okay,
football
well,
player,
what-
you take
what-
John Michael Schmitz.
How about Hendon Hooker? Does quarterback make sense here?
Oh, it
Goff
does.
was really good last year.
Yes,
but
their
yeah,
offense
I mean,
is their offense.
Yeah,
is-
but
give- you
but
give
you can
Hooker
play
a redshirt year.
Yeah, but you get him a redshirt year. You don't have to play him.
Tell you, if
Yeah.
Hendon Hooker keeps sliding, you consider him at 58.
I wouldn't mind
I think
it if
I
they
think
thought
the
about
pause in the room means it's.
I wouldn't mind.
Because I don't think he'd make it in the third.
I don't think he's like. I honestly don't think of him as like any sort of replacement. He's not coming here to.
No,
take the
not
rep.
at all.
But to me, it's like if you can have him here as insurance and build up value, and you want to flip him later, I'd be fine.
I mean,
taking
he's
him
not
at the
even
back
going to
end.
be
Like,
ready for football activities till September. He's not playing for you next year.
as just a piece to have here on your roster. I wouldn't hate it.
I think
if they
Brian.
did it.
I think Bobby is all over that. Because you're not replacing Dak Prescott with Hendon Hooker. That is not the conversation.
Not at all.
The conversation is just adding depth to your quarterback room, which you want to do anyway.
I don't believe Hendon Hooker will ever be on the same tier as what Dak is at his peak.
Agreed.
I just don't think that'll happen. But I mean, if you want to have him here and keep it, the Patriots made a whole career out of that while they had Tom Brady was bringing people in there like Jimmy Garoppolo and Billy Volek and whoever else they would always bring in there, Brian Hoyer, and they would always flip guys and get draft capital back for it. So I mean, if he's sitting there, I mean,
I personally don't want to deal with the drama of it all.
There would be
Because-
drama.
Because a
latched
lot of
on.
people would argue that if Hendon Hooker didn't have the ACL stuff, then he might have been a first round player. And then no matter what, if he's going through rehab, he's getting better, he's practicing, and then he's sitting behind Dak, it's going to be a point of conversation anytime Dak makes a mistake, whatever the case may be, blah, blah, blah. I don't feel like dealing with that, but I get y'all's, analysis of the matter.
you have the right mental toughness ahead of it, though.
Right, like, I don't think
we're
Dak's
talking about
phased.
Dak. Like I
feeling
mean, I
that.
get so like I mean, I don't think it's a problem in that locker room.
Right,
you know?
but you are right. Outside, like
It's going to be a
everyone's going to talk
problem
about
every
that.
week.
All right, the Lions on the clock at 45th overall. Here's their selection in round number 2. They're walking to the stage currently.
Gosh, Roger, you want to walk
There's
faster?
Roger. Yep, and he's coming.
Y'all leave him alone.
He didn't get enough booze.
Bay Packers have traded the 45th pick to the Detroit Lions.
Pandemic Raj is the best. I agree.
With the 45th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Brian Branch.
He's a
defensive
bleeping
back.
corner.
Wait, what did they say?
They have him listed as a corner.
They just said defensive
They
back.
said defensive back.
But
Yeah.
but
It
it
says
says
corner
cornerback.
on the graphic,
yeah,
though.
the Chiron puts him up there as a
All
corner.
right, we're going to find out where does Brian
defensive
Branch start next year for Detroit, and Brian and I will have to get a little.
Oh, he
bet
hung
going
in there,
on.
right? He was
He
a green
did.
room guy?
back. Levis didn't hang. He left.
Did he cut his hair? Am I tripping? Didn't he
I
just
guess
have
so.
hair?
I think he's always had it like that. I don't. No, it was a little bit longer. You're
I'm
right.
writing him down as
You're
a
right.
safety. I don't care what you guys say.
I did it too.
you're
but
bleeping wrong, but
He's
it's
a
fine.
cornerback. So okay, here's the thing about Brian Branch, though. Where was he on your board? Was he your highest player remaining?
Oh, yeah.
He's
absolutely.
my highest player remaining.
23rd on my board. Yep.
He was 23rd on mine.
I had him a lot higher. I really like
had him
Brian
16.
Branch. I had him at 10. I had him in the top 10. And he was the one guy I missed out of my top 10. But the thing about Brian Branch that I think he could play literally anywhere in your secondary, and he's going to be a baller. He did it at Alabama. He was all over the place. He played in the box. He played in the slot. He played over the top. Anywhere he was productive. So I really liked his versatility overall. This, to me, is the best value pick so far of the draft. after you could argue they had the worst value pick in the first round of the draft with going and getting Jack Campbell at pick number 18. You can
hard to
argue
argue
that.
that. Yeah.
So they made up for value-wise. I really like Brian Branch a lot, and I think this is a good steal for Detroit at 45.
Yeah, one thing I think he does really well is playing closer to the line of scrimmage. He is not afraid to come up and tackle, be physical, and that's why I do look at him as a strong.
At the same time.
That's why I look at him as a strong safety, type situation. But with him, when you talk about the Lions, man, like one thing they have to improve on is their run defense, and this dude is going to help you set the tone. You don't want your corners having to come up and tackle like that, but if you want him to come down as a safety or whatever and set the tone, he can do that early for them. So I like him. I like the pick for them.
The instincts, IQ, and technique, it's all plus to me.
Amen.
Right,
Yeah.
absolutely. I had him
and
as 29.
He reads everything, reacts very, very quickly, and he's a great open field tackler.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, who's the top player on your board?
Look at Dan.
The top player on my board right now is John Michael Schmitz.
Okay.
I've got him as my 25th player. Then it would be Jalen Hyatt, followed by Cam Smith.
There's your hair, Aisha. He did have the hair.
I know
there it
I
is.
wasn't seeing things because at the
cut
combine
it.
it was going when it was flowing when he was doing his drills, and I'm like, wait,
He had the dreads, and he cut it all. So there it is. Okay, so top player on your board, John Michael Schmitz for Zach, Drew Sanders for myself. Brian, who's your top player remaining?
That would be Jalen Hyatt would be my guy right now. That would be my 24th guy.
Yours too, Aisha?
DeJuan Jones.
DeJuan Jones is up there. He's number 2 on my board currently. Bobby?
Drew Sanders, and then it's Tillman and Hyatt.
Okay, so the 2 Tennessee wide receivers. Dallas is 12 picks away, by
Are
the way.
we feeling good about Dallas right now? Are we feeling good? You feeling like they're going to get a guy?
Yeah, I'm feeling
fine.
good.
You
Torrance
feeling like
is
a Drew
there.
Sanders?
Drew Sanders is there.
I think Torrance is on the board possibly here.
The question is, do they like Drew Sanders? That's the question.
I'm curious.
I think
they
do.
do.
What's the fit?
Where, with Drew Sanders?
Yes.
Anywhere.
I think he'd play off-ball linebacker.
What's the fit in parallel to Micah? Does his fit
What do you
change
mean?
anything? Oh, I mean, Drew Sanders is what makes him special. What, in my opinion, what will make you take him right now is the fact that he can rush the passer.
Sure.
Also, not just because he's a linebacker, because I think that he rushes the passer better than he plays linebacker, in my opinion. So, are you taking him to be a linebacker that rushes the passer sometimes, or is he going to open up things for Micah, or is Micah? Are you starting to look at maybe moving Micah to DN?
I mean, Mike is an edge. To me,
Tracking
Mike is an
that.
edge who can disguise as a linebacker, and they can do different things. But to me, it's like the same thing as like, well, why would you take Will McDonald? Why
Right.
would you take Will McDonald? Because you've already got Mike. I think that Sanders. Give me all the guys who I feel like you can disguise and do different things with. Brian Branch, who can
fair.
play multiple positions, you can disguise in different ways. Sanders, who I think you can do the same thing. I liked Sanders a ton. Like I thought that. Very when you look at the size and you look at the ability to rush the passer, yeah, does he struggle to get off blocks sometimes? Yeah, is there are you going to need to keep him clean? You can keep him clean. You just got Mozzie Smith, so
This couldn't be our Army guy, could it here?
That would be a Patriots
Carter.
pick at 46.
Carter.
The card looks like a playing
Good
card in
evening,
his hand.
Kansas City, and good evening to all the football fans worldwide. The 6-time Super Bowl champion, the New England Patriots, will play a game in Germany this year. So I wanted to give a special shout out to all the fans in Germany and everywhere else in the world. But without further ado, with the 46th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Keon White, defensive end, Georgia Tech.
Good pick.
We will hear about Keon White. We will continue to check in on what the Cowboys could do in the next 11 picks, and we'll continue our coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Here we are on the .com side of things. Okay, so Keon White, edge rusher from Georgia Tech. I feel like there was a split decision on him from a lot of the media on where he could go, and he ends up here at 46.
It's right about where I had him.
You know what? It got to the point where I just looked his name up. I looked him up because I was going through and I said, man, did I not highlight him off this board? And I went back and checked because I felt like he'd already been drafted. But he hadn't. But he was a guy that everybody was talking about, right? And it makes a lot of sense. This guy is 6'5", He's 285 pounds. Aisha, did you see him at all? Did you get to?
Yes, I'm trying to get to my notes on him.
Yeah, I'll try and get my notes up too here real quick. But the thing about it is, he is one of those guys. Man, I struggled with him. I really did. He transferred from Old Dominion. Old Dominion got some players.
Got some teams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so effort, toughness, more so than athletic ability. I didn't see a guy come flying off the ball, but I was more of a power pusher, a guy that tries to bully the blockers. There's several snaps where he gets away with it. He can be a hard guy to deal with a pass rusher when he wants to walk the blocker back into the quarterback. So, we got a pick going on there. Wow. Commanders are up on the clock. Let's go.
Fletcher.
Hail to the Commanders!
What?
With the 47th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jartavius Martin, defensive back, Illinois.
Oh, you like this pick?
I love Jartavius Martin. I think he's the best free safety in the class.
Well, they listed him as a corner, too.
Yeah, because
so
he played both, but I'd play him at free safety.
Wow.
Gosh darn it. They've got Forbes and now Martin. They got a good secondary brewing.
Go ahead. If you got him, talk him up.
Yeah, I was a big fan.
Is he a safety? You call him a safety? That's why I got him at.
I've got him as a safety.
Yeah.
Now, he did play some corner because they had an injury. So he's got that versatility, but I thought he was the best free safety in the class. Tremendous range, sideline to sideline speed, can support in the run game, blitz ability, can get physical, gets everybody lined up on the back end of that Illinois defense. He is the leader back there for me. Moves really well, great motor and effort, creates turnovers, forced a fumble against Nebraska, got a sack all in the same game, can flip back and forth from playing the deep center field, and then can go opposite and kick outside, play corner with opposite Witherspoon. But he is a smaller guy. He's 5'11", but he just flies around, and I think he can play man or zone. I like him a lot. I think this is a really, really good pick, and unfortunately now I have to hate the player for the remainder of his career.
He got a lot of. When I first watched him, he reminded me of Buda Baker.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, a lot of that. But that Illinois defense, like we talked about, they're disciplined. Who is their coach? They are so well coached.
It's that guy from Arkansas. What?
Brent Bielema.
It is now Bielema, yeah. But think about Martin, Brown, and Witherspoon, all three. And I've got Sidney Brown as a second-round guy right with Martin, too.
Does he go by Quan?
Yeah,
Martin
he does.
Is what he does?
Quan Martin. Yes.
That's why I couldn't find. That's why I said, did I?
He was Dane's third on his safety board too. So really a top-notch player, I think, from what you guys are saying. He was only flagged one time as a senior in 2022, and it was a hold. That was it. One time. He only got flagged. So talk about the aggression and the way that he plays. I mean, he's not very handsy, at least via the flags. So. And then Tampa Bay is on the clock at the moment. They're doing a whole, looks like a montage
picks coming
here.
From there we go.
Second round, 48th overall. Tampa Bay on the clock after Brian Branch, Keon White, and Jartavius Martin all go in the last three selections. Here's Roger Goodell.
Have traded the 48th pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. With the 48th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft,
Y'all leaving
the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Cody Mauch, guard, North Dakota State.
Hey, Zach, where was the run we were talking about on wide receivers, and why hasn't it happened yet?
We need this to happen. I thought it was going to go with Mingo getting off the board, but what in the bleep? Now Cody Mauch's off the board. I mean, Torrance is still sitting there, but Cody Mauch is one of my favorite players in the entire draft. All right, they've just stacked a couple here on me. He's a road grader in the run game, fires off the ball, best hair in the class. He moves his feet well. He might catch a little bit, as Brian talks about in pass pro, but once he's locked on, good luck getting off of Cody Mauch. He's constantly moving. He's looking to apply punishment and find somebody to block. Does a good job to get to the second level, and he dominated against Arizona. So if you want to knock him for playing against smaller competition, he crushed it.
Couple other Cowboys potential targets off the board in the late 40s of the second round of the NFL Draft in Kansas City. Brian Branch goes 45th overall to the Lions. Keon White, the edge rusher from Georgia Tech, goes to the Patriots at 46. Jartavius Martin, safety, defensive back. I mean, he can play corner, he can play safety. Both out of Illinois. He goes to the Washington Commanders. And then the Tampa Bay Buccaneers trade up from 50 to flip-flop with Green Bay, and they take Cody Mauch, the interior offensive lineman from North Dakota State. And Zach, you were just talking about how he fit a mold for you that was just a road grader up front, and possibly a Cowboys target if he would have slipped another 10 picks.
He just plays mean. I mean, everything that I said about him before we came back from break, he's just one of these guys that he's looking to apply punishment. He's a violent player, and I think he's better in the run game than he is in the pass, but he can pass block. He's one of my favorite players in the entire class, and it's a bummer that the Bucs have taken him off the board. I don't know if the Cowboys would have taken him at 58, but I darn sure would have tried to consider and fight for the pick.
It was so hard not to notice him at the Senior Bowl when they moved him to guard and he was standing people up, and then they had him at center and he was standing people up. And obviously he went to North Dakota State, so some people might look at that tackle as at him as a tackle and say, okay, well, type of competition he was going up. I'm like, nah, dude, if you move him inside, I think he could be dominant inside, even though as a tackle he was fairly good.
He did a really smart thing. The Senior Bowl tape is always good to watch. North Dakota State plays good football.
Yeah,
they went to Arizona, and they gave Arizona all they can handle in the desert.
Right.
And so, as you look in the war room right there, Adam Pacifica, who's the cap guy, he's in charge of contracts and stuff. He's handing out new trade charts. So everybody's getting a legal sheet of paper with all the trade numbers. He's taking up the old ones so you don't make any mistakes, and then handing out some fresh ones. So that's what's going on right now in the war room.
How much does it change over the course of a weekend? Because a trade chart normally, it does fluctuate.
Yeah, but he's not changing the numbers. He's changing who's got the picks now. We've had all these trades. With all these trades, he's now had to move. So when Steven takes a call and he looks down, and it's, if he has a trade chart that he started the day with, it's absolutely no good to him.
So the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. Their pick is in at pick number 49 overall. There will be 9 more names off the board before the Cowboys are on the clock at 58. Bobby, what's your general feel about where they stand right now? A couple names still on the board: Drew Sanders from Arkansas, DeJuan Jones from Ohio State, Trenton Simpson from Clemson, Osiris Torrance from Florida. There are names there, but how do you feel like they are kind of the temperature of that war room right now?
I mean, I'm sure it wasn't, they haven't enjoyed watching a lot of these guys go off the board. Bergeron, Laporta, I'm sure these were players that were upsetting to see go off. But I think they also recognized the possibility that it would get down to 58 and they would lose a lot of these names. I think that there's a lot of ice cream, as Brian Broaddus talks about. These first few COVID drafts with all the super seniors, the guys who have the extra year of eligibility, and you get these crowded mid-round drafts.
6-year seniors?
I think what it ends out doing is it creates a lot of ice cream drafts where you're just second, third, fourth, fifth round, just kind of going there's a collection of guys here that we could, have separated out for us.
Let me ask you one guy. Darnell Washington is still on the board, the tight end from Georgia. Would you consider it if he's still there at 58?
I would, but you've got to tell me they would. So if you're,
I don't know if they would.
If you, by the way you're asking the question, I think you might know.
I don't. I promise. I'm mostly just putting it out there.
What do you know?
But this is one where I don't know it. I don't know.
I mean, to me, no. I have absolutely no problem with the player. I don't have a problem with a player that's 6'7", 262 pounds. The Steelers picks in, by the way. But let's get back to that because I don't have a problem with Washington. I wonder if they would.
49th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Keanu Benton, defensive tackle, Wisconsin.
That's a good player right there.
That's a Steeler.
Yes, it is. That fits the mold.
Really
Aisha,
does.
Tell me about him, Aisha.
Violent hands, man. It's one of my favorite things about the players, just how violent he is with his hands. Speed off. He has speed off the ball. He has a few moves where he can get past you. In the past, as a pass rusher, he showed his tail at the Senior Bowl, and people were like, "Who is this guy?" He has, to be his size, he has a plethora of different ways to get past you. He can depend on that first step a little bit too much sometimes. So I think that was something that I would want him to work on and learn how to counter a little bit better. But also it's pretty stout in the run game. He doesn't struggle to disengage, I don't think, too bad. So I like the player. I've liked the player for a good minute now. So
you have absolutely. And there were some questions. I think you got the player completely right. And there was time when I with Mozzie Smith, I had Mozzie Smith at 39, and then Benton was the next guy at 50. And so that's kind of the gap that I had right there when I talked about guys that could be that one technique, maybe a nose. I know the weight and all. I think this guy could play a couple of different spots. But Aisha's right. The way he plays with his hands, he's just not going to give up much ground. They run the ball. Here's the pick for the Packers is now gone.
Thank you. Jordan Love, we got some help for you.
Oh, boy.
With the 50th pick
It's tipping picks.
in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers, the best franchise, by the way, in my opinion, select Jaden Reed, wide receiver, Michigan State. We always get good receivers in the second round.
Wow. It's a little
Seems
high.
a little early.
A little bit. Why Jaden Reed at Michigan State here? 5'10", nearly 5'11", 187 pounds. This is the first smaller receiver to go off the board. Is that shocking to you?
Well, that's Flowers.
That's true. Flowers did go in the first round.
yeah.
But here in the second round, Jaden Reed, the first one to leave the board.
I'll say something about Green Bay and these wide receivers. Where does this kid go to school? Where did
Michigan State.
Michigan
Yeah.
State.
What does he do at Michigan State?
Play football.
Outdoors.
Yeah.
Outdoors in really
In the cold, in the
weather.
climates.
Yeah.
Really cold weather. So all of a sudden,
elements, not the
trust me,
climates.
I spent 5 years of my life up there, and it was one of those times when you start to think about wide receivers, that you start to think about where do they play football, and it is. We've all been to Lambeau. It's a tough place to play. And the fact that this kid went to school at Michigan State, I'm surprised they didn't look at Tillman here. But I could understand when you watch this guy play, he makes a lot of catches. And the quarterback, I kind of felt like their quarterback. Well, here with the Dolphins now on the clock.
I want to give a shout out to the legend, Steve Gleason, Mr. No White Flags himself. 10 years ago, day 2, Steve announced my pick in the third round of the 2013 NFL Draft. And I just want to let him know I'm forever grateful and I appreciate him. Beautiful. Me and my family will never forget that moment. With that being said, with the 51st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, my Miami Dolphins select Cam Smith, defensive back, South Carolina.
Now the skinny corner.
He's my guy.
Tell me about him.
I loved Cam, and he talks a little bit out there. Like Cam Smith plays with some attitude.
He's a hell of a player.
He does, and he plays outside, but he can kick inside as well. Had an interception from the slot against Clemson back in 2021. Plays the run. He's not a clean tackler, but he's going to be physical and throw his body around out there. He can get thrown around a bit by receivers, but he reacts to the ball well. He's got long arms. He's not afraid to get physical and jump in there. Good straight line speed. Can play both press and press and off. He's got good makeup speed as well. I like him more in press, but I loved his attitude and his play temperament.
Overall, another South Carolina safety, too. Is it surprising to you that he went off the board before Darius Rush did? Or not safety, but corner defensive back? The fact that Rush is still on the board and Smith is gone?
I like Rush. I've got Rush at 79 on my board. I had Cam Smith at 28. He was definitely the best corner left for me.
There you go. All right, we're 6 picks away from the Cowboys.
I wish they'd take Henley from Washington State.
Man,
here.
listen, I literally was just saying, if he fell, I would be.
You know what? I'm not going to get him in the third round. I'm sorry. Bobby, I'm looking at this draft right now.
Here's the pick.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here's the pick. Let's go Seahawks.
To the best fan base, to the loudest fan base, 12s, make some noise.
And they're not there.
There's 12 of them.
This will be the only time you get to do this.
With the 52nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Zach Charbonnet, running back, UCLA.
Snyder couldn't help himself.
I knew you were going to say that.
Snyder can't help himself with these running backs. He can't help himself. He really can't.
Zach Charbonnet. A lot of people thought he'd be a great fit. The transfer from Michigan ended his career at UCLA. They thought he would be a great fit with Tony Pollard here, Bobby.
Oh, yeah. No, I think they liked him. I think he was in play for them today. But this is This is a lot of guys going off the board here that I think they would have been interested in. And you're right, he would have been a nice compliment to Pollard. One of the things that we've talked about the Cowboys and the way they approach running back, it feels like, and when you hear them talk about the position, they don't want the specialist, or they don't want somebody necessarily who's like, oh, they've got this great trait, but they're really missing this. They really do want the well-rounded, complete back. They don't have a lot of time for guys who can't do everything that they need them to do at the running back position, and Charbonnet can absolutely do that.
Yeah, he had 203 carries last year, had 175 the year before that. I mean, he was utilized quite a bit at UCLA. And went from Michigan, he was under the radar at Michigan, then he transferred to the West Coast and had a phenomenal last 2 seasons.
Well, it's interesting. We got another pick coming up, but I thought he could have been the Kenneth Walker of this year's draft. Now he goes and he's teammates with him in Seattle.
I just couldn't believe, my first time watching him, I just couldn't believe how tall he looks. I mean,
and how quick he is for his size.
Yeah, for him to be that size, and for him to play with the amount of power he plays with to be that size, because he seems kind of lanky, but he's not.
Boy, this is going by quick.
It is flying by. We're at pick number 53. The pick is in for the Chicago Bears, and it's followed by the Chargers, the Lions, the Jaguars, the Giants, and the Dallas Cowboys coming up. Let's go ahead and take our break here. Let's try and lead things up into that Dallas pick. We'll step aside with more of the 2023 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. .com side of things. Hello, everybody. Welcome back, Internet.
Here we are.
These are our friends. We've talked about that every year. Brian accused me of knowing something about Darnell Washington. I don't know anything about Darnell Washington.
The heck do you
and
know
how they
about
feel
him?
about him. But I do know that Osiris Torrance was on their board going into today. Could he be a realistic conversation at 58 if he's still sticking around?
He's here.
I would hope so. I mean, I had him rated as the 35th best player on my board, and we're sitting here at pick 53. So I think it's good value. And if you want a mean, nasty, physical guard to just plug and play, now he did play on the right side. And we've heard Zach Martin talk about the biggest challenge is just flipping sides. So he's going to have to go over to the left. But I'd be all in on Osiris Torrance here.
Do you think that the footwork stuff is something that he can improve upon?
See, he's not a guy that is like the athlete that he is. I think he is what he is. I don't think he's going to all of a sudden become a better athlete. But sure, I mean, he does show the ability to pull and to get into space when he has to. He's just not the best at it. So that's why I liked, an Avila out of TCU, and I liked Cody Mauch a little bit more. But out of the guards left, I mean, maybe you could wait on Anthony Bradford if you wanted. But I think Torrance is serviceable enough, and he's able to get to the second level and block.
Yeah, I think with Torrance, the thing about the footwork to me is just that they're just heavy. And I don't know that I don't know that you can fix. He's slow. That's the biggest. That was the biggest reason for me having Avila above him. It was not so much that Avila was like this elite athlete, but I just felt like he could get to the second level easier quicker than Torrance.
Yeah,
and I think it's difficult when you have on the other side of that offensive line how quickly Terrence Steele gets to the second level. How quickly even Zach Martin in his age can get to the second level. Like, you want it to match. And so with him, I feel like if he can't match that, it's going to be a problem with him.
I mean, he was a super consistent player, though.
Yeah.
At Florida, and he's a guy that he didn't.
You won't fight for Michael Smith's here?
I mean, I would rather take John Michael Smith.
We're talking about Osiris.
But I mean,
I know you are. But I heard this. Oh, I worry about second level, and I didn't see.
Oh no, he just specifically asked about Torrance. I think I made it clear. Best player on my board is John Michael Schmitz. I would draft him here if he's available at 58. He's 25 on my board.
Oh, wouldn't that be fun?
That'd be amazing. And now you've got a center that can also play for you if something happens to our guy Biotish. But you want an athlete?
If John Michael Schmitz is on the board,
what do you?
You would think about it.
What?
What do you know?
You just left and came back in the room. What'd you hear?
No, Bill Jones was blocking the men's room. I had to go. I had
Bill to go tell him to take John Michael Schmitz.
I had to do a Mozzie Smith. I had to shuck him and get him out of the way.
Not shuck him.
Okay, here are the names that I had left. I wrote an article this morning. You can read it on DallasCowboys.com, but I'm going to give you the names anyways. There were 10 names that made sense for day 2, and there are only 5 left. That's kind of the bad luck Dallas has had in the first half of this second round.
You got 5 names. That's all right.
The 5 names left here are Drew Sanders from Arkansas, Osiris Torrance from Florida, Devon A. Chain from Texas A&M, the running back, Deion Henley, the linebacker from Washington State. And then Jordan Battle was interesting here out of Alabama. Safety, that would be kind of interesting. Maybe not a massive need, but still somebody that I think they do value in that room. But you also look at, with the first-round pick going in the defensive room, are you pigeonholed into taking offensive talent here? Even if a Drew Sanders falls, do you have hesitation taking back-to-back first and second-round picks on the defensive side, or you say push that aside?
I have no hesitation taking Hyatt.
I mean, the value's the value to me, wherever it is.
Y'all ready for this?
Look at Devin.
With the 53rd pick of the 2023 draft, Chicago Bears select Javon Dexter Sr., Florida Gators D-Typer.
We'll see. Brian, it's a good thing you were able to shed like Mozzie Smith at the bathroom and not necessarily like Dexter.
Why is that?
I just see that dude for as big as he is. It's wild to me how quickly he can get swallowed up by double teams.
Yes, I watched him, and I was waiting to see what the hype was about him.
Okay, so neither one of you guys were very high.
Reminds me of like the cartoon guys.
For what you're asking a DT to, what you want a DT to do, I didn't see it consistently.
Well, he would
shedding and tackling and taking on.
He would get tired.
It sounds like Van Ness player to you guys.
Yeah, well,
to me.
I liked him more than they do, but I see what you're saying because as the game went on, you could see him get fatigued.
He wore down.
And
he would wear down.
I mean.
Live from the Star in Frisco, we are 5 selections away from the Dallas Cowboys at pick number 58. The last 5 names to go off the board. Keanu Benton, interior defensive lineman from Wisconsin, goes to the Steelers. The Buccaneers select Jaden Reed, wide receiver from Michigan State. Excuse me, that's the Packers that selected Jaden Reed from Michigan State. Cam Smith, the corner from South Carolina, goes to the Dolphins at 51. The Seahawks take Zach Charbonnet, running back from UCLA, who could have been a fit with Tony Pollard. That was at 52. And then at 53, the Bears just turned in the card for Javon Dexter Jr., the interior defensive lineman from Florida. The Chargers are on the clock, followed by the Lions, the Jags, the Giants, and then your Dallas Cowboys. We will continue to take a look into the war room and continue to see what could be on the table for the Cowboys over these next 5 picks. Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, Aisha Morrison, I'm Kyle Yeomans. There is the war room as we look at it on the DallasCowboys.com and the Odyssey app side of things. But, Bobby, if you're looking at names here, there are a few on the table. But overall, this has been a second round that's taken a lot of their early targets off the board. We'll talk about that after the Chargers selection.
Thank all of you fans from every team. We are so grateful for you. Without you, none of this would exist. We are so blessed. With the 54th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Chargers select Tui Pelotu, linebacker, USC.
Talk about a bowling ball of a linebacker. That's one guy. Let's talk about the Cowboys, though, and what could happen. There's 3 selections, 3 more names to go off the board here, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll be honest. I'm so close to retiring from the guess what the Cowboys are thinking and what the Cowboys are going to do game.
Yeah.
So here are just some of the names that I have left that I really like. Drew Sanders is there, the linebacker at Arkansas. Cedric Tillman, wide receiver at Tennessee. Jalen Hyatt, wide receiver at Tennessee. I like DJ Turner. I like John Michael Schmitz. I mean, Osiris Torrance is somebody that you can talk about here. Like we said, do you wait? At some point, I feel like you got to address running back today. I would think you'd want to find somebody to couple, but who would that be and at what range? Would it be now? Dan Quinn is in the war room right now, by the way.
I think there's a lot of guys. There's a lot of guys in the 3rd round.
Yeah, the 3rd round, I think you can wait for running back.
You can wait for running back.
If DQ's in there, I wonder, could it be Sanders? Could it be Henley, as we've talked about?
I'm going to faint.
I mean,
I'm going to fall out the chair.
For who?
For Henley?
If it's Henley.
Henley would be a fun pick here, but I think Drew Sanders would probably be more likely.
I've got Sanders at 29. He's my highest-rated defensive player left.
He's my highest-rated.
The fact that Dan Quinn's in there, and it looks like he is speaking to the room, and even Mike McCarthy's on the phone here with somebody at the moment, off and to the left. So there's a little bit going on. Also, something going on in terms of the draft. The Chiefs just traded with the Lions, and the Chiefs are now on the clock at pick 55 here.
Ooh, Jalen Hyatt makes a lot of sense.
They could go get a weapon for sure. Is he your highest rated wide receiver?
I'm sorry, who did the Chargers just take? I was working on something.
The USC edge.
Gotcha.
Hyatt is my highest rated skill player.
Okay.
Yes, he is at 27. I've got Schmitz at 25, Hyatt at 27, and then Sanders at 29.
Let me see who I have. Brian, who are your top 3 wide receivers?
I have Hyatt left on the board as my number 1 guy.
Okay.
Let me look at that was off my stack. Let me look off my board. I've got all those small guys. I've got all those small guys kind of lined up in the round. I don't know if they would do that. Hyatt, Downs, and Scott would all be second-round guys to me.
I've got Rashee Rice from SMU, Jalen Hyatt from Tennessee, Josh Downs from North Carolina.
Ooh, you guys aren't giving Mims love here?
Rice.
Mims is right after that. He's very close to that.
I got Mims as the next best receiver after Hyatt goes off the board.
That would be fun. Do you think a wide receiver is even in play here for the Cowboys?
I think
at 58.
I do think an offensive player's here, and I'm kind of getting some vibes on something here too.
What are your vibes?
Are they
share with the class?
Okay, what do they do in the second round generally?
They take an injured guy.
Yeah,
Hooker.
Getting some vibes.
Who?
I'm getting some vibes.
You think Hendon Hooker?
Hendon Hooker might be the pick here.
Wow.
I'm just getting some vibes about it.
They've talked about wanting to take a quarterback.
They met with Hooker.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, there's something.
I mean, I'm a big Hendon Hooker fan, and if you're able to get him at 58 and he's your backup quarterback, I think
is the value too good there?
I would say yes. I had him.
I mean, he's not going to play.
I think they thought that they were close to thinking the value's too good for Malik Willis last year. So,
I mean, I've got Hooker as my 38th best player.
Okay. I have him at 47, so that's still good value.
57 for me.
Yeah. Okay, here's the guys that they met with in terms of quarterbacks. They had a formal with Hendon Hooker at the Combine, a formal with Jaron Hall from BYU at the Combine, and then they brought in multiple guys for Dallas Day, including Max Duggan and Clayton Tune, Duggan from TCU and Tune from Houston. So 4 guys on my list that they have met with, and Hendon Hooker is on that list. Could that mean something?
I'm just saying Absolutely. It's a vibe, man. I'm just saying it's a vibe.
It is weird, though, because when you get into this moment, I'm thinking, gosh, I'd like to just pick a player that's going to help you win now.
Right. Correct. Yeah.
And Hooker's not doing that.
No.
Unless your QB gets hurt, but we saw Cooper Rush be able to win games last year.
But they're talking about Hendon Hooker being available, the 1st of September, going to get cleared?
He will be cleared to play in September,
yeah. And the video he posted recently, like the other day of him dropping back and stuff, I think gave some people some encouragement on where his progress is. So
his Florida tape was impressive to me. His ability to slide, navigate the pocket. I thought he looked really good. I mean, he's got the arm strength. He's just got toothpick legs. That's what scares me watching him run around. I feel like his legs are going to snap at any minute.
By the way, Jacksonville.
That's true.
Jacksonville just traded out of 56. So the Chiefs traded in to 55 from Detroit. Jacksonville trades out. Chicago will be on the clock. Actually, they're on the clock now because the Chiefs pick is in. And then it's the Giants, and then it's the Cowboys. Lots of conversation happening in the war room. It's not as animated as it was.
I wonder who Chicago thought
that
the Giants were going to come up and take. I'm sorry.
Or maybe the Cowboys.
Oh, yeah, or that, yeah.
Yeah, maybe the Cowboys. A lot of teams feel like they know, or at least they have an inkling. Buffalo thought they were going to take Dalton Kincaid last night. I don't think that's necessarily the case, but there's a couple names on the board here as we await the Chiefs selection at 55. Bobby, are you hearing anything on quarterback?
We're checking.
We're checking.
It's probably. I'm just saying it was one of those things that maybe that the talk was there, but we'll see. That they've got a lot of that. It's got to be. It's like I say, Hendon Hooker would make sense just for the fact of they've done stuff in the second round. But like I said, it was just one of those, maybe a dart throw. Guy said, "Hey, keep an eye," kind of a thing. But it's probably not going to happen. They've got a lot of other guys that they can look at here for sure.
Can you believe this? First of all, the Buddy family would like to thank the family of the National Football League that's represented here, and also the Hunt family that has allowed my dad and I's dreams to come true. And now the beat goes on for the next generation. The Detroit Lions have traded the 55th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With that pick in the 2002-03 draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Rashee Rice, wide receiver,
He was the top remaining wide receiver on my board. Now Jalen Hyatt is that man from Tennessee. So Rashee Rice off the board. Now the Bears are on the clock, followed by the Giants and then the Cowboys. So Rashee Rice, one of the wide receivers, gone. He was a bigger-bodied wide receiver. Frame, speed, they're both there. Overall, you have a chance to put all three of those things together. Speed, size, and then the skill that he has. Good route runner. Second-round pick, that's right where I had him graded, so I think that's a good selection, Zach.
Great hands, and you can throw him the ball even if he doesn't seem to be open. He's going to go and attack that ball in the air, and more oftentimes than not, he's coming down with it. He does a good job finding openings in the zone, sits there, waits for it. He can work all over the field. He just gets open. It's hard not to like him. Is he the fastest guy? No. But I struggled to find a lot of knocks on him. He can catch the ball in traffic. I like Rashee Rice at all. I got to call one of his games at Richland when they played Denton Ryan in the playoffs. Went to SMU, local kid from DFW. I'm pulling for him. That's a great spot to go with Andy Reid, Pat Mahomes, and the Kansas City Chiefs.
No doubt about that. Okay, so we talked about the potential for a quarterback here. Hendon Hooker still on the board.
It was just a whisper.
Just a whisper. But
just a whisper.
I want to go outside of quarterback here.
Yeah.
So we've talked about guard. Anybody feeling guard? Do you go straight at the guard position? Anybody feeling tight end still? Even though there's a couple of them that are off the board and gone?
I would take Tucker Kraft, and I wouldn't have an issue with it.
Okay.
Otherwise, I would take John Michael Schmitz. That's who if I got to go in the war room, I would make a case. This is why we need to take John Michael Schmitz, and he should be our pick. He's the highest rated player on my board, and he's the best interior lineman left.
I have a question. Are we kind of seeing?
Bears are on the clock. Here is their selection at 56.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 56th pick to Chicago Bears. With the 56th pick in 2023 draft, Chicago Bears select Tyreek Stevenson, DB, University of Miami.
So Tyreek Stevenson, the corner for Miami. The Cowboys have made their selection, so we're a little bit behind on the TV side. The war room has just erupted. Will McClay is currently on the phone.
Goodness.
The Cowboys pick is in. There's Lunda Wells that just walked in.
It's a tight end. Maybe it's Tucker Kraft.
Wow.
If it is.
Who are your top tight ends, Brian? Who you got here?
Well, the tight ends that I have left, let's see, on my board real quick there. Washington would be my top guy that's left. And then from that point on, then it's then it would be Tucker Kraft would be the next guy.
He's my next guy, too.
Yep, those are the same. I've got Darnell Washington, Tucker Kraft, Luke Schoonmaker. Those are the three guys that I have as day two grades that could be here for the Cowboys. Zach, where are you at?
Yeah, I had Washington at 46, Kraft at 54. I think for the Cowboys, Kraft might make more sense. And I've got a third-round grade on Josh Weil out of Cincinnati. I love that dude. I think he's an absolute stud. So tight end does make sense, whether it's Kraft or Washington.
Aisha, what are you thinking?
Oh, I was just Tyreek Stevenson is a heck of a player.
Oh, okay.
For the Bears, yeah.
Yeah, he's a heck of a player to add to that defense. He can make plays on the ball. He understands press, distance. He recovers well. He sometimes he relies on it too much, but yeah.
Giants on the clock at 57.
Be a Giants fan. Now let's get to business. We're looking for smart. We're looking for tough. We're looking for dependable. With the 57th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, our New York Football Giants select John Michael Schmitz, center, Minnesota.
Oh, no.
Sorry, Zach.
No.
Maybe that's why it was a tight end. Maybe that'll make you feel better about it.
The Giants.
The Giants just took him.
Not the Giants.
Sorry, Zach.
Dude, their offensive line was so bad 2 years ago. You got a stud center, and you've got 2 first-round tackles that you've just taken in the last couple of years.
Okay.
That team's going to be an issue here soon.
That's a good pick. John Michael Schmitz off the board, the center from Minnesota. The Cowboys pick is in. They are officially on the clock on the television side of things, but we could see, of course, with our live shot into the war room that the Cowboys are talking. Lunda Wells is on the phone right now. That's part of it, Bobby, in terms of trying to find it. Yeah, it's got to be a tight end at this point. Lock that in.
Look at Lunda. Giddy and stuff.
It was always on the table. We talked about it in the first round. We talked about it in the second round. They wanted a tight end, Bobby, and they got one. We just got to figure out who that is.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tucker Kraft is there. My next two are Schoonmaker at Michigan, and then it's Tucker Kraft, and then I've got to drop. But and here comes the Cowboys. Here comes Drew Pearson.
Drew Pearson, hut.
Oh, look.
Thank you.
They're all excited to hear Drew's announcement.
Thank you. As an undrafted free agent, I'm honored to be here in Kansas City for the 2023 NFL Draft. Of course, I come to you as a former Dallas Cowboy, but I also want to honor the legacy of the Kansas City Chiefs and some of its great players, like the great Otis Taylor and our original owner, Lamar Hunt. But I'm here to represent the 5-time world champion Dallas Cowboys.
Yes, true.
And its Hall of Fame owner, Jerry Jones.
Yes.
Gene Jones and the Jones family. Head coach Mike McCarthy and Cowboy Nation. With the 58th pick.
Yes.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the 5-time world champion Dallas Cowboys select Luke Schoonmaker, tight end.
How about that?
Michigan. Hot, 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 hot.
The newest Dallas Cowboy is the Michigan tight end Luke Schoonmaker, 6'5", 251 pounds. You talk about a third-team All-Big Ten tight end. Only 4 of his 52 receptions the last 2 seasons went for 25 yards or more. But guess what? He is a blocker. He will get in and he will block. Brian, quick update. We're going to have to step aside in a moment, but I do want to hear about Schoonmaker real fast.
Yeah, Schoonmaker, I'll tell you what, they run the ball behind him. When you watch Michigan tape, by the way, it's second Michigan player they've drafted, huh? Back to back here.
DJ Turner the third.
Yeah. So this guy, I mean, he does a really good job of playing on his feet. The balance, the base, he can stay in position. He gets some movement as a run blocker. He'll fit, he'll drive. The team runs the ball behind him. He works on all levels. He does a really good job of finishing his block. He'll line up on various spots in the formation. I've seen him play inline, flexed, even wide as a wide receiver. He can point of attack block. He does it various ways, movement, motion. Good athlete, route runner. He could get up the field, doesn't labor at all. He's pretty smooth as a player. He makes plays down the field, but especially good in the red zone. He knows how to find that space when the quarterback is on the move. He'll sit down in zones, work across the field, soft, dependable hands. Does a great job of adjusting the ball. Solid catch radius. Respects the way he blocks, but also the way he catches the football.
Bobby, you were really high on him in terms of the tight ends that were still available.
Yeah, he was the highest one that I had left. And look, I mean, I like Dalton Kincaid. I like Luke Musgrave. And we can see that Luke Schoonmaker is a good blocker. But I do think that there's some vertical potential here with Schoonmaker. And I think that when you see the footwork and some of the explosiveness off the line of scrimmage, I think he can develop into a really good player. And when we talk about the blocking that the Cowboys clearly wanted at tight end, I think he makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, I was immediately impressed with how well he moved, but he's a fifth-year senior, and I know that some people will look at him like, oh, he's an older dude, but when they do have a room that lacks inexperience, so I feel like he could come in if you want a guy to be, to contribute right away. He's a guy that's played quite a bit of football. He understands, like Brian said, he's QB friendly. He will find the spot and come back to the ball for his quarterback. So I'm cool with it.
Yeah,
I love that.
Yeah, you mentioned the blocking ability. I mean, there were times you see him handle ends, one-on-one, and he holds his own. I didn't see a lot of elite speed or quickness, but he does an excellent job of using his size to his advantage and his route running to create separation. To Brian's point, you see him line up in the slot, strong hands. He goes and snags the ball. He will catch it away from his body. An issue with a guy like Kuntz from Old Dominion, I thought he was kind of a double catcher. He'll bring that into his body, it'll doink off, and then he's got to kind of recollect it. Schoonmaker, you don't have to worry about that. This dude's got natural hands. Personally, do I think he's going to start over Jake Ferguson? No, I don't.
Wow. Okay, so we'll continue on with reaction about Luke Schoonmaker being picked here at 58th overall to the Dallas Cowboys. Their next selection at the moment is at 90. We got a long way to go. We're wrapping up the second round, about to head into round number 3. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Okay, so I want to go back to that real quick.
Yeah.
So one of the pre-day 2 conversations was you needed to get a tight end in the second round or the third round because then you're drafting Jake Ferguson. Then you're drafting Peyton Hendershot. They have 2 young tight ends on the roster who they do feel good about.
Sure.
But overall, you wanted to get somebody that has a gap, that has a notable difference. What is the notable difference for Schoonmaker? You don't think he's going to start over Jake Ferguson. Why is that?
I just don't see the notable difference with Schoonmaker. To me, I mean,
is he a far better blocker?
He might be a better blocker than Ferguson, but I think both they're very comparable to me coming out. Like I have Schoonmaker and Ferguson to me graded similarly. As Fergie coming out of Wisconsin and then Schoonmaker coming out of Michigan. Because I think Fergie also showed the ability to line up in the slot, good route runner, didn't have elite speed, but he's able to create separation with his route running ability. He's also good hands. I think you're getting similar type of players here. And maybe the offense in which Michigan ran didn't get to utilize Schoonmaker's skill set to where we didn't see the productivity downfield. Good player. I like him. I don't dislike the pick whatsoever. But I don't know that he's necessarily a leap above Ferguson like we would have said Kincaid if they had taken him would be.
What do you think, Brian?
I think the thing I think they like Hendershot. Okay, they like both tight ends. I think they think more of Hendershot than they do Ferguson. And I just kind of listening to people talk about the two particular players, I kind of feel like with Schoonmaker, I every time I've talked about down the line kind of tight ends. Well, here we go. Buffalo's pick. I'll come back with this.
Yeah, the Bills at 59.
Everybody's coming out here talking about how you fans are. You guys have all been great. But it is Bills Mafia over everything. Hey!
Boo.
Yeah. In all seriousness, man, I was here in 2018, and I had the honor of being up here with a great Bills Mafia legend in Pancho Villa, and this is for you, man. I'm back up here again, and I just want you to know you're gone but not forgotten. With the 59th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Osiris Torrance, guard out of Florida.
It's a good player, good value there at 59. I want to go back to Schoonmaker, then we'll hit Torrance. Brian, I want to hear the end of your thought.
Yeah, I feel like though when you watch Schoonmaker play, I've seen like Michigan runs the ball with an attitude.
Yes, they do.
And I don't see like when Schultz was out when they're Cowboys trying to run the ball, run it behind the guys they currently have. I didn't see them have the success that Michigan has with running behind Schoonmaker.
Agreed.
And I feel like that they got the best of both worlds with this guy. They got a guy that can catch the ball down the field, but they got a guy that when they put him in line on that right side next to Steele, they know that they're going to get some push at that point of attack. I don't think they have that kind of confidence in Ferguson and Hendershot, and I think that's why they went and got this guy.
And I think when you talk about the difference, though, between when you say Ferguson and Schoonmaker aren't noticeably different to you, Schoonmaker to me is a much better athlete. And then when you look at the testing at his size, I mean, he ran the 40 2/10 of a second faster than Ferguson. He's got longer speed. This is a guy who's 6'5", 251. His three-cone was 6'8", That is absurd at that size.
Man, it's an honor. Here's the Bengals at 60. A.J. Green announcing.
With the 60th pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals selects G.J. Turner, corner, Michigan.
Damn it.
DJ Turner.
Round pick.
Man, we wanted Michigan across the board.
That guy's a hell of a player.
No, we're not
too.
taking Mike Morris. I hear you, Bobby. I just didn't see that on tape from Schoonmaker when it came to like a drastic athletic difference. You're right, though. Like I see what you're saying, but to me, I think Ferguson showed you in the open field last year. He's able to make plays. I think you've got two guys now that are reliable, and I love what you're saying there, Brian, in terms of he's probably now the best blocker of the three. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
Hendershot's the worst of the three, but he's probably the best pass catcher.
It's to me I felt like that they were going to get a guy. Stephen Jones talked about it, going to get a guy that can try and do both.
Yeah.
And Schoonmaker was always the guy to me that like I said, you watch Michigan play and they're hammering people. Mm-hmm. And every single time it's either him in line or him moving across and then hammering somebody off the edge.
Welcome back to 2023 NFL Draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. We are live from the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, where the War Room now sits back down as the end of the second round comes to a close, and the Cowboys have made their selection at pick number 58. It's the tight end Luke Schoonmaker out of Michigan, the newest Dallas Cowboy, and 2 for 2 on picking Michigan Wolverines in the first two rounds
Go blue.
of this 23 NFL Draft. We've got Bobby Belt, Brian Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, Aisha Morrison. I'm Kyle Yeomans. Reaction continues. We will have secret audio coming up in a couple of minutes, and we will also get Luke on the phone, the newest Dallas Cowboy. We'll have him one-on-one here in just a couple of moments. So, Zach, you ended the last segment on the radio talking about how you don't think Luke Schoonmaker would start over a Jake Ferguson or a Peyton Hendershot at this point in his career, but there's a long way to go. You got training camp and things of the sort. But Brian, you were saying on the DallasCowboys.com side of things that you think blocking-wise he is NFL ready and he brings an element to this offense that they've been looking for.
Yeah, he plays in a scheme where if you're not willing to get your nose bloody, he's not going to play. You know, that's Michigan. They'll throw the football, they try. You know, it's kind of the quarterbacks. We'll see. You know, I mean, but with him, it's such a power game, and it's not on the backside cutting off and trying to get in the way. It's like firing off the ball, getting in your guy, hands, push, turn, or bury or pin. And this is what this guy does. And I think it's, you know, the ball goes behind him. They get so much movement in the running game. And you don't get movement in the running game unless you have the point of attack taken care of. And they've got tackles, they got a center, and they got a tight end that, like I said, he can inline it or he can move and be part of that.
So a couple of tight end names, actually a trio of tight end names going off the board early in the second round. You had Michael Mayer, Sam Laporta, and then Luke Musgrave all off the board. Bobby, what does this tell you about the Cowboys
specifically? Can I say something real quick, though, too? The thing about it is we all kind of talked about maybe the best blocker in this draft, or everybody thought the best blocker in this draft was Washington. Mm-hmm. And you just saw what the Cowboys thought. They don't think he's the best blocker in this draft. They think that Luke Schoonmaker is the best blocker in this draft.
But how much does that say about the tight end position specifically to go and get a tight end? Even when some of the early names were off the board, they were honed in on this position from the very jump.
I think with Bobby, and you correct me if I'm wrong with this, so Bobby, they lost some guys along the way, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this was one of those, okay, if you stack the tight ends, where are we? You know, like
I think... Obviously, I don't know. Thinking has got us in trouble a lot the last couple of years trying to guess. But I think just from things that I think Musgrave would have been picked ahead of him if he was there with Schoonmaker. And that's just because, not because obviously the blocking, at that point it's just Musgrave is just such a threat and a difference maker in the passing game. But I think to me, Schoonmaker was my fourth tight end. I liked him a lot. I mean, he was a top 50 player to me.
Does this have anything to do with maybe the attitude you're trying to set, like the tone you're trying to set on the offensive side of the ball, with running the ball, with being smash mouth?
Sure.
Like, I mean, you brought in Tyler Smith last year, and you see what he can do in the run game, tearing steals like that. If you want a tight end to come in here and really set that tone from that position, I know that you mentioned that you didn't feel like he was really elusive and things like that. I don't see that from him, but I do think that Schoonmaker is good on the move. You get him the ball on the move, especially with his height and those long strides. He's difficult to tackle. But also too, when you talk about Jake Ferguson coming in, when you talk about how much they were blocking, are you maybe trying to take some of that responsibility off of Jake Ferguson? If you're trying, if maybe you are looking at him as a more of the receiving type guy, or Peyton Hendershot, because.
Or you're showing those two guys how to block.
Well, tracking that. But
maybe, yeah.
You're like, hey, see this guy, watch this guy. That's what I think. And I think I just feel like, though, that they want to run the football. Here, I keep talking and the selection keeps
it's
coming.
It's running fast.
It's
That's
fast.
not your fault.
Hey, Kingdom Nation, y'all look good out there.
Fred.
Hey, I can't leave out here without giving one big Duval.
Figured that was coming.
Look at Fred.
All right.
Thank you, Fred Taylor.
With the 61st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Brenton Strange, tight end, Penn State.
These tight ends are flying.
Wow, how about?
And that's a dude that I think gives you more in the way of receiving.
Yeah.
But I like what you're saying, Aisha, because I do think at times last year, and we saw it towards the end of the season, the Titans game is the one I'll go back to, where you saw Peyton Hendershot not be able to hold blocks at times. You saw Ferguson struggle a little bit. And the Cowboys were having a lot of success in 12 and even 13 type personnel. They went away from it after that game for a couple of weeks. And I think now with Schoonmaker, you feel way more confident that, hey, we can line up in some big packages, 12 personnel with Schoonmaker and Ferguson. And you're right, he probably will rub off positively on Peyton Hendershot. If that's what you're going for, I have no issue. He's a very well-rounded player. I just do think if you're looking for, hey, the more downfield, a guy like a Travis Kelce type that we were talked about coming in, I don't know that he's going to give that to you necessarily, but the upside's there.
Maybe they're just balancing out their room. Like we were talking about, Brian, maybe it just balances out the room. You got Peyton Hendershot, who's the vertical threat. You have Jake Ferguson, who can do a mixture of both. And then bring in Schoonmaker. Yeah, and then you also look at Sean. We don't talk about Sean McEwen that much, but he has a role. Oh, it's my bad.
Texans at 62.
It's happening fast today.
Houston Texans are making moves. The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 62nd pick to the Houston Texans. And with the 62nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Juice Scruggs, center, Penn State. Go Texans.
You're seeing the value of these tight ends and the interior offensive linemen rattling off here on the back half of this second round because Brenton Strange from Penn State.
Who did Cincinnati take? I'm sorry.
DJ Turner from Michigan.
Okay, there we go.
But Brenton Strange from Penn State, I had a 6th-round grade on him, and he goes above Tucker Kraft. He goes above Darnell Washington. He goes above a couple of other of these names. And now you have Juice Scruggs from Penn State, back-to-back Nittany Lions here toward the back half of the second. So the Denver Broncos are on the clock here at 63. And then it's into the third round. This is the final selection of the second.
I'll tell you what, I'm glad you caught me up on Turner. By the way, that kid from Michigan, he is a nice little nickel player, too.
Oh, yeah.
DJ Turner?
Yeah, you put him in the slot, and he is a lot of fun to watch play. Super competitive. I'm sorry I didn't have I should have said something about him on that particular time.
What about Osiris Torrance going to Buffalo, too? I mean, that was a name that the Cowboys had looked at, but they passed on him to go and get a Schoonmaker. I mean, that was a top-notch guard, one of the top guards in the class. If you wanted to plug that hole right now, Torrance is a possibility.
You didn't see him lose reps a lot. I mean, the only player that I saw give him issues was Jalen Carter, and it's who didn't he give issues to. But he was balanced overall for me in pass pro and run blocking. He always seems like he's doing the right thing. He covers for his teammates as well. If a center missed a block or the tackle missed a block, he's coming over in support. He did a good job of switching and picking up defenders to block. But I will say the big knock on him, not the best athlete.
Here is the final pick of the second round, the Broncos at 63.
Shout out to my daughter Marley, my son DeMarcus, and also my son Michael. I know they're watching. The Detroit Lions have traded the 63rd pick to the Denver Broncos.
DeMarcus,
with the 63rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Marvin Mims, wide receiver, Oklahoma.
No. Final pick. Shout out Frisco Lone Star High School. We played a lot of his games here inside Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. And now he is a Denver Bronco. Good pick to end out the second round, but there are some wide receivers still available going into the third. Jalen Hyatt's still there. Cedric Tillman's still there. What's going on, Aisha?
Well, I'm trying to figure out what's going on with Darnell Washington. Somebody know something we don't know?
David Moore, Dallas Morning News, says he was medically flagged by the Cowboys.
Boom, boom.
Wow.
Boom,
So
boom, boom,
there you
boom,
go.
boom.
Thank you, David Moore.
But the tight ends have just flown off the board. Isn't there now a big gap to you guys in your board now?
Yeah. Tight ends?
I mean, every one of my third round guys is gone.
Your third round tight ends?
Tucker Kraft is
Tucker
Kraft.
Tucker Kraft's my guy.
Except for him. No, except for Tucker Kraft. And he was my first. He was the first my board, my tight end board. So him and Davis Allen are the only ones I have.
I had
left.
Latu as well in the third from Alabama.
Okay. And he was a guy, but again, Luke Schoonmaker, the pick at 58. So, all right, you took care of your interior defensive line. You checked your box in terms of tight end. Where are you going in the third round? Are you going back to the guard spot?
I have 4 months stood on their third round pick, and I'm not saying it definitely will be, but my projection for 3 months has been Kendre Miller.
I think it is running back.
That would be a fun pick. That would be a really fun pick. Talk about running back. You said why? No, you did.
You don't like Kendre?
Say it with your. If
you said it, say it. What?
I didn't say I didn't like him. I just
So
you don't want to go running back necessarily.
No, I just think that there's more electric feeling running backs that are left.
I mean, like a Tajay Spears.
He doesn't strike.
But are there more complete? Are there more complete? Are there more completely well-rounded backs than
So
Kendra
you're
left?
saying
Which
he's
is
Michael
how they
Mayer,
stack
but a
it.
running back?
I'm just saying the way they have stacked, the way they have always stacked running backs is they like the complete running backs. It's what they loved about Zeke. They needed to get questions answered about Tony Pollard's complete game before they would feel comfortable taking him. Malik Davis, one of the reasons they really love him is how complete he is. I think that's one of the reasons they've been really fascinated with Kendre Miller through the process.
That makes sense.
He had 2 consecutive days visiting here at the Star. They had him for private workouts. They've shown a lot of interest in him throughout the process.
Yeah, him or Roschon make a lot of sense. Roschon Johnson from Texas.
I'll tell you what, I think Aisha's onto something myself. I would take A-Chain, Spears, Bigsby, Roschon Johnson before I would take Miller. That's just
what's your knock against him?
I'd be surprised if they took A-Chain.
Well,
small.
if they want a guy that's explosive and they want a guy that finishes runs,
he's got a
with him in
blistering pace.
What's that?
They had a formal with him in Indy.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's also, he's also very young. I didn't realize he'll be 20. He's 20.
And they value that.
Yeah, he's 20. I think his vision is good. His patience is good. But I think that's something that takes away from his explosiveness because he is too patient sometimes.
Yeah, something to keep in mind because they do look for those well-rounded running backs. They also look for well-rounded tight ends, and they got one in the second round at pick number 58. Luke Schoonmaker from Michigan is your newest Dallas Cowboy, and he joins us now on the draft show. Luke, congratulations on this moment. What's going through your mind right now with the selection and now as a part of the Dallas Cowboys?
Oh, a whole lot right now, a whole lot of excitement, and just so much thanks, and I'm so blessed for this opportunity.
Who has been really a big inspiration for you up to this point? Who are you around at this moment and celebrating this big-time milestone in this step in your journey?
The closest people in my life, my parents, my siblings, aunts, uncles, cousins, closest friends, my girlfriend, and my agent and his family.
Hey, Luke, we watch a lot of Michigan tape. I mean, you, Mozzie, we watch you all. And the one thing we notice here is, like, they put you at the point of attack and you hammer people's asses at the line of scrimmage. I kind of feel like that you're going to bring that same mentality when you get here to Dallas.
Absolutely. I'm all about toughness and grittiness, but more even, you asked me to do a job, I'm going to do it to the best of my ability.
How much interaction did you have with Dallas during the process? Were they one of the teams that you felt like this is where you could have ended up?
Absolutely. I met with them, a formal interview at the Combine, and love Coach Wells. I just love everybody that I met in that room. It felt like I could definitely see myself there. I know that they have a little history with selecting Michigan guys, and yes, it feels so great, and it's, I'm speechless right now.
Well, heck yeah, Luke. I mean, welcome to Dallas. We're happy to have you, and you get to stick around with your teammate, Mozzie Smith. But you mentioned the room. Do you have any thoughts on your fellow teammates, Jake Ferguson and Peyton Hendershot, also Big Ten guys?
Hey, Cowboys love Big Ten tight ends. It's not a bad deal at all. And my good friend, Sean McEwen, also.
Yeah.
Being able to get back on the same squad with him again, I'm through the roof.
Yeah, Luke, what do you think you bring to that room? Such a versatile room right now. What do you think you bring to this tight end room in Dallas?
Yeah, I think, a guy that you can really another versatile guy, a guy that you can put anywhere on the field. You put me in line, put me in the slot, and I'm going to do my job. I'm going to do what's asked of me and do it to the best of my ability.
All right, so if you were lined up in the backfield in practice and Mozzie gets past the line of scrimmage, are you going to be able to take him on? Are you going to be able to block him up?
I'm going to do my best to run in front of him, and I'm sure we'll laugh after that. But, oh, yeah.
What's your scouting report on Mozzie Smith, since you have gone up against him a couple times? What do you think about the first-round pick?
Well, first of all, he is the widest human being I've ever met in my life. His shoulders are just huge, but excellent person, excellent player. He is so consistent every single game, and he was such a factor to our defense this past year, and he's going to continue to do that with us now.
But we learned from Mozzie that he's a big fan of Pop-Tarts. And so, is there? His mom would say, "Listen, Mozzie, you need to make a play. If you don't, we're going to take Pop-Tarts away from you." Did Mom or Dad ever say, "Hey, Luke, if you don't catch a ball or get that block, we're going to take something away from you"? With that kind of family?
I never got that from my parents. So that's a new one to me.
Well, would you be disappointed if they took Pop-Tarts away from you?
Oh, I'd be very disappointed. So I can understand Mozzie for sure.
Could we bribe you with Miller Lite? Could we give you a cold beer after you make a nice block? Is that something that could happen?
That might make me work a little harder.
All
I don't
right,
know.
there we go. We got something on it.
Look, I did want to ask you, because you did a lot of the dirty and the grunt work there at Michigan. You talked about it. Give you a job, you'll go ahead and do it. But you do have a very high athletic score. You show a lot of athleticism. Do you think that there's room for you to grow in terms of as a receiving threat as a tight end?
Absolutely, yeah. That's something that I'm just so excited for, and to continue to emphasize and improve at the next level, is that I do have so much more that I think I can show in the pass game, and I'm just grateful that it's going to continue, and I'm going to keep on working at it.
The newest Dallas Cowboy, Luke Schoonmaker, joining us here on the Draft Show. Luke, congratulations again from all of us here on the Draft Show. We'll see you in Dallas very, very soon. Time to get to work. We can't wait.
Time to get to work. Thank you guys so much.
There he goes.
Go Cowboys.
There you go. Go Cowboys. That's a good way to end it. All right, we're going to step aside on the fan side of things. When we come back, we're going to have some secret audio, and we're going to talk to his new tight end coach, Lunda Wells, in a couple moments in studio in a couple moments from now. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
Let me make some room here.
Yeah, we're bringing Linda in. So we talked to Adam Dirty earlier. He was over the moon with the pick of Mozzie Smith. I anticipate the same from Linda. He's always been very, very kind. What?
Nah.
What are you looking at?
I'm just. Everyone just seems so upset. I'm looking at the tight ends and just how things are happening, and they're flying. Aren't they flying off the board?
They needed to take their guy there at 58.
Yeah.
They weren't having their dude come back around. That's why, if you thought Schoonmaker was taken a little high, that's one of those things. If that was their guy, they needed to pull the trigger there at 58.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. That's what's so odd to me is it didn't feel like they had a choice there, because even Britton Strange went in two more picks. But I am surprised that Tucker Kraft is still on board.
That's the thing. When you start to get to this point as well, we learned about Washington and the red tax situation with him. You wonder with Kraft, is there a red tax situation as well? That's the thing. You can only evaluate these guys, look at the tape, put them where you think you would take them, and then you kind of figure out along the way, well, we couldn't take him because of a shoulder, a knee, a back, or something like that. So that's kind of that's the big mystery. But when they really start to fall like complete rounds, when they fall out, like I say, if we get to this situation and Kraft is just, is not even picked in this round, then you're kind of in a situation where there's something else going on there.
Who are some of those names now? We'll catch everybody up on the picks that just came across the board again in a moment, but Marvin Mims was the final selection of the second round. Zach Pickens, the interior defensive lineman from South Carolina,
that's a good pick,
goes to the Bears for the first selection of the third. But who are those names right now, Brian? Because Drew Sanders is in the third. Now you've got DeJuan Jones.
I've got some second-round grades still. I've got Hyatt. I mean, when you start talking about these wide receivers, and now I guess we're going to start to get into the receivers that are vertically challenged. Hyatt's still there. Maybe it's something to do with the offense at Tennessee. All I saw this guy do was make plays at Tennessee. Ball downfield, going out and get the football, things like that. But, Downs from North Carolina was a guy that a lot of folks had, pretty high up on the board. Scott from Cincinnati, it was another guy that, those were kind of two of the shorter guys. the Jones, the offensive tackle from Ohio State, maybe the fact that guy's 377 pounds or, big like that, maybe people are saying maybe a little bit too slow-footed to play, in the league, or be drafted. Really surprised that Sanders hasn't been picked. Simpson's another guy that I thought was going to be gone. How about Ringo, the corner from Georgia? A lot of people thought that he was the early in this campaign, that he was the best corner on the board, and here we are at pick 65, and he's yet to be selected.
I've got a very important scouting report on Luke Schoonmaker. Texted to me by former Rangers pitcher Derek Holland.
Oh,
big
good.
Michigan
Yes,
big blue guy. Dutch is blue.
He says Schoon's a playmaker, blocks well, great hands, decent speed, big dude, love him. So there you go. Big fan.
We got the selection with the Eagles. All right.
I don't want to hear this.
We can do without this.
They got back-to-back here.
To be an Eagle, guys. Well, with the 65th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft,
Catch your breath, bro.
the Philadelphia Eagles select Tyler Steen, guard, Alabama.
Terrible pick.
Yeah, what a bust.
No, he's actually a good player. I'm a little sad that they took him too. Tyler Steen out of Alabama, and yeah, like you said, this next pick is the back-to-back that they got from Arizona on the tampering deal.
Yes, this is the pick here.
This one that they're on the clock with.
So this
currently.
is one they got from Houston.
Yeah, I believe I got this gentleman's name right. Jeff Southland is the coach. He's the line coach with the Eagles. And he came from the University of Alabama, so he would know a lot about Tyler Steen and what he could bring. Man, that's a big square blocker there.
Mm-hmm.
Big square blocker.
Yeah, we talked about him the other day, Brian. You teaching me about catching and things.
He's a guy that does catch.
But he has the ability. There's times you're just looking for the consistency from him. He has the ability to be strong and to use his hands and to really drop his anchor and stop people. It's just that you're looking for the consistency from him, and then he falls forward sometimes even so because of that. But strong dude, powerful guy, better in the passing game in my opinion. Yes. Sydney. Oh, Lordy.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Couple selections into the third round of the 2023 NFL Draft. The Cowboys at 58 take Luke Schoonmaker, tight end from Michigan. We're going to hear from his new coach, Lunda Wells, in just a couple moments. We're also going to hear the secret audio as well. Following that, it was Osiris Torrance from Florida off the board. DJ Turner from Michigan goes to the Bengals at 60. Brenton Strange, tight end from Penn State at 61 to the Jags. Juice Scruggs, interior offensive lineman from Penn State, to the Texans at 62. And then the final pick of the second round, Frisco Lone Star product Marvin Mims, wide receiver from Oklahoma, to the Broncos. And then the first three picks of the third, Zach Pickens, defensive tackle from South Carolina, Tyler Steen from Alabama, the offensive tackle, he goes to the Eagles at 65. And with their back-to-back picks, the Eagles select Sidney Brown, the safety from Illinois, in the third pick of the third round. And Aisha Morrison, you did not like the fact that the Eagles just stacked Tyler Steen and your guy Sidney Brown.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we talked about Tyler Steen. I think that the player has room to improve on an offensive line and to grow, especially with the coaching they're getting on the Eagles side of things. But then with Sidney Brown, I call him Swiper. I mean, this guy, he doesn't have a whole bunch of size.
To my wife Angela, make sure you have.
There's the Broncos at 67.
Right now,
oh boy,
8:26. With the 67th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Drew Sanders, linebacker, Arkansas.
So not only was it not fun watching DeMarcus Ware announce the Broncos selection, but he announces Drew Sanders to the Broncos at 67. So another local product going there, and another potential for Dallas. Is there a reason did you hear anything about why he was still available in the third, Bobby?
No, I mean, look, there's I think it may be similar to like the Joey Porter question where it's like, what are we missing? It's like, it may just be that we like him more than teams do. It may be just as simple as that. But look, I mean, issues that he has in terms of getting off of blocks. I think sometimes the recognition isn't always the best, but I think he's really impressive athletically. He's a good blitzer. He can stand up. He can rush. I think that the sideline-to-sideline pursuit is really good, and I think he does have good natural instincts.
So, Zach, you've covered Drew Sanders since he was in high school.
Yeah.
So, Sean Payton has a house in Southlake,
Yeah.
and he just drafted Marvin Mims from Frisco Lone Star and Drew Sanders from Denton Ryan.
Yeah, Marvin's one of my favorite players in the draft. I think both of them are great values. I mean, Drew Sanders is a steal. There's no doubt this dude's going to be a stud. He's a capable rusher off the edge. He can power tackles back into the quarterback's lap, reads the field well. I think that's one of the best attributes about him is his football IQ. He's just got a feel for the game. He's a slippery player, can evade blocks. He's a thumper. When he hits you, he leaves remember me shots. He does end up on the ground some, and that might be a knock, and maybe teams didn't like that, but he plays so fast, sometimes it costs him to finish plays, right? He'll get caught upfield. But I think he's an off-ball linebacker that you could use off the edge if you want to. He needs to get stronger, but I think his frame allows him to do so. He's got good closing speed. Can he cover? The coverage abilities are a little bit of a knock on him. Maybe that's why he slid into the modern NFL. But I think the Broncos have gotten 2 home run picks with Mims and Sanders for me.
All right, so while we have a little bit of a break, the Detroit Lions are on the clock, and their pick is in now at 68 overall, followed by the Texans, the Raiders, and the Saints. Let's hear from Luke Schoonmaker's secret audio when he was selected for the Dallas Cowboys, the newest tight end at 58 overall.
Luke, hey Luke, this is Jerry Jones with the Cowboys, and congratulations on your career. Congratulations on the person you are. But we're thrilled to be turning this card in. We're going to have you be a Cowboy.
Thank you so much, sir.
And we really think you can come in here and hit the ground running. And so we're excited about that. And again, you're a fine young man. But, boy, you got a great opportunity here. And we need you. We need you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, Luke.
Thank you so much.
Listen, I want you to. Here's Coach McCarthy.
Okay. Thank you.
Luke, Mike McCarthy, congratulations.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you so much.
We are Michigan man crushing it here, man. So,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we got Mozzie here and his mom today, so real excited to have you here. You're an outstanding fit for us. So.
Thank you so much.
Oh, hey, where are you? You with your family, I hope?
I am, yes. I'm in Connecticut.
Okay, awesome. Well, hey, congratulations.
Yeah,
hey, I'm going to pass you on to Brian Schottenheimer, our offensive coordinator.
Okay.
All right, here you go, Luke.
Thank you so much.
Luke, congratulations,
How's it
man.
going?
Coach Schottenheimer, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you, Coach?
Man, we were just hoping it would play out just like this, man. We're so excited, buddy.
I am too. I am too.
And I know this. You know there's great opportunities here. Come in here and compete, and we're just thrilled that get a chance to be a Cowboy, man. So excited. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Coach.
All right, I want to put you on with our tight end coach real quick, Coach Wells, okay? He wants to.
All right.
All right, man.
Thanks so much,
buddy.
Coach.
Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you.
Luke, hello?
Yes, Coach.
What's up,
Yes,
champ?
sir.
How you living? You all right?
I'm doing great, Coach. I'm doing great.
All right, man. You ready to put down that coat and put on the Cowboy hat and come on down here?
I sure am. I sure am.
All right, man. It's going to be
yes, sir. You know it.
a heck of a ride, man. And like I told you before, man, it's not about the start, but it's about the finish and all the things that we're going to do between the start and the finish, all right?
Always.
And enjoy this
Yes,
moment,
sir.
man. You earned it, and after this moment now, we got a lot of hay to make. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. Absolutely.
All right, man. See you soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much. See you soon, Coach.
All right.
And we're going to hear from Coach Wells in a couple moments, as he should be in here any moment now. So we'll hear from that. But one of my favorite parts of these phone calls is now starting to try and pinpoint when Mike McCarthy's going to ask, hey, where are you? What are you doing? And then just kind of see what the reaction is, because I feel like it's different every single time. All right, resetting the board at 68 here. We still got quite a ways until the Cowboys are back on the clock at pick number 90. We await for the Lions selection at 68 overall. Here it is. We are 22 picks away from the Cowboys. Here's the Lions selection now.
What's up? What's up? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Damn, so this is what it feels like to be up here, huh? Nice. This is nice. With the 68th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Hendon Hooker, quarterback, Tennessee.
Good for Hendon Hooker.
Tell me about Hendon Hooker, guys. What does he bring to this Lions roster?
Man, the Lions said, we going to get y'all. We going to get y'all next year.
I think they win the NFC North.
Yeah.
I do.
They got a good shot.
I mean, their offense is already pretty well put together, but I'm talking about if Jared Goff isn't your quarterback and you develop this guy.
Yeah.
You could be dominant for a little while up there.
Yeah, I think that to me, I think that there's a couple of teams last year that got really good buy-in. I think the New York Giants got great buy-in from their head coach, and I think the Lions bought into what Dan Campbell, as crazy as he's talking about biting kneecaps and having pet lions on chains running around the practice field there and stuff like that. There's a buy-in with the players. That game that they went and won and beat Aaron Rodgers at Lambeau Field with so much on the line for Green Bay was a shot in the arm for them. And I just kind of feel like that they're kind of getting the players together. I love Hendon Hooker. Mm-hmm. I do. He's a 6-year senior. He's played a ton of football. It goes back to my theory about these guys that have played a lot of snaps. He's a transfer from Virginia Tech. I felt like he did a great job at Tennessee. They got into the game in South Carolina. He got hurt, and that was the end. That was the end. But all year long, the offense really thrived with him throwing the football and some seriously deep shots. He plays at a super fast pace. Tennessee ran a lot of plays in a hurry, and that guy was the reason why. He's just that sharp. Manipulating the football down the field.
Quick update on a name y'all have been talking about and it falling. Apparently some teams have a medical flag on DeJuan Jones.
Okay.
Interesting.
He's my top remaining offensive tackle.
That was a text I got from somebody that said some teams have medical flag on
Thank you.
There you go.
It's good.
One thing that's impressive about Hendon Hooker to me is the fact that he can deliver the ball in different ways to the different players. Because when you look at Cedric Tillman and how he has to, he's not a super separation guy where he has to put the ball on him. He is a pretty good route runner. And then also, too, you look at Jalen Hyatt. He's a burner, so he has to have an arm on him to get that ball out there, extend it to him, place it to him correctly. So I felt like with the versatility of the Tennessee receiving core, that allowed him to really show off what he could do with different players and different touches on the ball as well.
Yeah, he can hit his receivers in stride. I mean, he's got some touch, great mobility, good ball fakes. He will miss open receivers at times. The ball will sail on him, and it's mainly when there's pressure around him. That was something that sets apart a guy like Bryce Young when you talk about he doesn't get rattled, right? He's always poised in the pocket. So Hendon Hooker just needs to keep calm. But I liked him a lot. We talk about it guys. Hendon Hooker seems like an it kind of guy. You could see the difference he made, to Bryant's point, where it's done. When he got hurt, Tennessee season was over. I think this is a great pick in the third round for the Lions, and it could be their future starter.
The Los Angeles Rams have traded the 69th pick to the Houston Texans.
Nice.
With the 69th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Nathaniel Dell, wide receiver out of Houston.
Tank
Dell
Pick
off the
69.
board. This was one of y'all's favorite watches of the entire draft class, right?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody had fun watching him play.
Yes, absolutely. Just has such a natural feel. Had the pleasure of talking to him at the Combine, and he's talked about playing football since he was 4. And you just see that in his game because he can just feel when a corner's sitting on his hip. He can feel when he can blow past people. And he's such a good improviser mid-route. It's insane the way that he can move his body. And then also, too, you think about the fact that they passed the ball a lot where he was playing at. And he's just electric as a returner as well. I mean, you're getting a heck of a player, a hard worker, not a whole bunch of size, but is going to do what he got to do when he has the ball in his hands.
All right, so Tank Dell off the board. The Houston wide receiver goes, to Houston, to the Texans at pick number 69 overall. But 11 picks prior, the Dallas Cowboys selecting Luke Schoonmaker. We've talked to Luke. We've heard the secret audio. Now we have a chance to talk to his tight ends coach. Linda Wells now joins us on the draft show. Linda, first, congratulations on getting a guy. Yeah. We knew it was a possibility. The tight end position was highly coveted in this draft class. What do you think about the selection?
I think it was a great selection for us. It's congrats to the organization because I think we got a stand-up guy, a guy that we look to bring in here, meets all the qualities that we want in a tight end and in a Dallas Cowboy. Smart, tough, loves football, and so can't go wrong with those guys.
Man, you look like you were dressed for the occasion, too. Did you know this was coming today, or you just always dressed for the occasion?
You always got to dress and be prepared.
Have you not seen L
Oh, I know.
Game Day attire?
Oh, trust me. I've seen the hat. I just had to bring it up.
That jacket, though, man. My gosh.
I was tempted to bring the hat out, but I said, you know what? Nah, I don't want to do too much,
I think you should have.
Coach, when we all were watching Luke, and the thing, Michigan is such a physical team with the way that they run the football week in, week out. Right. And the thing that I always noticed about Luke was it's always at the point of attack with him. Right. That's inline Y, it's a move, and the way, he just hammers people at the point of attack. Is that the kind of, I know it's an attitude you have as blockers, but is it technique and just that will that this kid has to be that good of a player at the point of attack?
Yeah, the starting point is the willingness, and he has that. You can't do anything if you're not willing to do it, so he has that. And then he has the unique redeeming qualities in terms of he understands leverage, he understands how to play with power, understands how to play with the proper technique. And when you put those two things together, I think he was the most complete blocking guy in the draft in terms of fundamentals. They did a heck of a job coaching him there in Michigan, and testament to him and his coaching staff there in Michigan getting him ready for this level.
Yeah, what does Luke add to the tight end room that you haven't had necessarily with a Fergie or a Hendershot or a McEwen? You've already got some good players in there, but what can Luke add that maybe some of the others don't have?
Again, I think, when you talk about putting together a room, you want to continue to bring in the guys that have those tangibles that you want. And like you said, the guys we got in the room, we got excellent guys in Jake and Peyton and then Sean, and we got a young guy, Seth, that do a lot of the things that we want done in the tight end room. I think Luke brings and adds that value also in the room. So then you like I always tell the guys, it don't matter who's playing. I can close my eyes and reach back. Whoever goes in, the product has to look the same or better. So you want to continue to add those pieces, and I think Luke is one guy that helps us with that.
He's obviously such a good blocker in the running game, but I thought one of the things that was kind of undersold about him when people talked about him as a prospect is I think he does show good burst off the line of scrimmage. I think he does show good, change of direction skills and things like that. Do you think there's been, or not so much necessarily you guys are paying attention to what everybody's analyzing out there, but do you think that he's somebody who's got good potential as a route runner and somebody who can threaten down the seam?
Yeah, I think, like you said, he in the run game, he was so well in the run game, and he did have production in the passing game. I think he's a guy that has excellent route details at the top of his routes. He catches the ball well. He understands, him as a player in terms of the top of the routes, being able to separate versus man coverage against defenders, using his body well. I think his smarts in terms of he understands how to play decisive in the passing game versus zone coverage. I think he has a good understanding for that. And so he's a guy that I do feel like has the ability to be productive in all three phases, in the run game as a blocker, in the pass game, in the pass protection as a blocker, and then also in the passing game. And excited that we got him here with us.
So did the experience mean something to you guys? Him being a 6-year starter and being someone that played a lot of football, especially at the tight end position, that takes time to to learn angles and all that stuff. Was it important to you that he had the experience?
I'll say experience. You never get tired of getting a guy that has experience, and so that is a plus for him. He's played a lot of ball on a high level. So that, I think, is going to allow him to be able to get here and get into flow quickly. Again, he's a rookie, so he's going to have his ups and downs, his bumps and bruises. But at the end of the day, when the product gets ready to hit the field, like I always say, when this thing's breathing, come August, I think he'll be right there where we need him to be at to be a productive player for us.
How big is that versatility too? Just how versatile he can be with alignment? Because he would line up in the backfield as a fullback. He could be in line. He can split out. How beneficial is that?
That's huge, because then you never, as a coach and as a offense, you never handcuff to have to just play a guy in one spot. moving him around, and his flexibility in terms of being able to line up in multiple positions. It really, really gives us value, and it gives Coach McCartney and Coach Schottenheimer the opportunity to really just plug and play your toys. Find out what car you want to drive and where you want to park it at.
Coach, yeah, I was going to ask you the question because to me, when you watch these tight ends, a lot of it in the running game is the fits with the tackles.
Yeah.
And so you got 2 young tackles. Is it a big adjustment for a young guy to come in and have to try and fit in with tackles on the back sides of things, the scoops or the front of the reach stuff? Is that something that you look at? It's like, okay, this guy's going to fit in with Tyler Smith this way, he can do this, or with Steele this way?
Well, it is a big thing when guys come from a program that don't necessarily do that type of stuff in terms of lining up the tight ends attached. The unique thing about Michigan, they're like a pro offense.
Yeah.
So a lot of the stuff that we're going to be asking them to do in terms of the fits and the combinations with the tackles, he's already been doing. And I thought that was one of his values also in terms of his combination blocks. He understands the leverage and understands the footwork to get into that initial fit with that tackle to get movement. So I think he's been prepared for this opportunity, and I think he fits us perfect.
So y'all trying to run people over. Y'all trying to run people over.
Hey, trying to be physical.
There you go. Now, there was one note that I had that he saw an uptick as a receiver from 2021 to 2022, and he averaged nearly 12 yards per catch in his final season in Michigan. How do you take that next step again? Where do you go as a receiver with him, and how can he continue to grow?
Again, the biggest thing is understanding what he does well. Again, his smarts. He understands the coverages. He understands how their scheme fit to particular coverages. So you just try to maximize that. Put him in those positions where he understands the intermediate route running, the details of the route running, and then improving their rack. We focus on our yards after catch and really drill that and really try to get guys better, because I do think that's it's a trained trait, in terms of the rack. So getting that up to speed and getting that better, I think can be the deal where we make a big jump.
He looked like, to me, when you watched him play in red zone, had a really nice feel for how to, the guys are the quarterback's moving and he just kind of moves and then stops.
Yeah.
And now it's much like what the work that you did with Dalton Schultz. You can look at the Tampa game in the playoffs where
Absolutely.
Dak is running to his left and Dalton comes around the corner and just stops.
Right.
And you're like, okay, that's having awareness, right?
That's awareness, and then I always tell you that's chemistry too.
Sure.
Two guys just when we always talk about playing above 2.3. That's one of Coach McCartney's biggest things. Play above 2.3, and when it gets into that 2.3, you love for your guys to be able to go out there and play as if they're out there playing basketball, or out there playing a pickup game out in the streets. Two guys being on the same page, just kind of looking at him, and boom, he knows he's going. I'm looking right there, but I know he's going over there. That comes with chemistry.
So we need to take a quick break on the radio side of things. Do you have anywhere to be? You got something important here, or you want to stick around for a couple more minutes?
I'm here.
A couple more minutes. Okay, so let's take a break on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. More coverage of the NFL Draft coming up next. And we're back on the DallasCowboys.com side. We don't take breaks here, Coach. We're straight through.
He said a break. I'm about to go get a water.
No, this is not a break. So
we're powering
We're
through.
still live. This is all of our friends on DallasCowboys.com. So kind of along the lines of physicality and the ability of him as a receiver, what makes these Big Ten tight ends so sought after? Because it's not just Schoonmaker. It's been the Laportas and
Brenton Strange.
Even Strange went a couple picks after that. Why have the Big Ten tight ends become coveted in terms of the NFL and what they bring?
Well, when you peel it back and you look in depth and you get to know these guys, a lot of these guys played tight end in high school, and they strategically go to these schools. They be like, I remember talking to Laporta. He strategically wanted to go to Iowa to play tight end, because of what Iowa does with tight ends. So a lot of these guys, they not drive-by tight ends. These guys are tight ends that play tight end. They passionate about being a tight end, and they go to these schools because they like how these schools kind of play them in line as a complete tight end.
You remember the day when Iowa with Hayden Fry? Maybe you're a lot younger guy than me.
A little younger.
Remember when Hayden Fry used to stand those guys up?
Yeah.
They'd play in line, and the tight ends would stand up.
Yeah.
In line, I'm thinking, they're about to get crushed. And then those guys would drop down at the point, and they would hammer people.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, it's the Big Ten. It's just such a physical brand of football. I mean, I went to school in the SEC, but man, when you watch those Big Ten tight ends play, it's pretty damn impressive.
But even this year's tight end class, for us, it seemed like this is one of the deepest, most talented tight end classes we've seen. Have you noticed that growth at the position?
Yeah, it has, and I think this year is a year that has guys in all 3 rounds, in all 7 rounds, where you can really find some good quality guys. I think this group of guys, they've done a great job. They really have done a great job, and I look forward to seeing these guys over the next couple of years.
What do you think about the evolvement of the position and how the receiving qualities are something that people are really looking for? It's like the three-point shot in the NBA.
Right.
How do you feel about that as a coach and just how the position is growing and changing?
Right. Football is all about matchups, and your best cover guys are out on the Audubon, which is the corners.
Right.
Best cover guys are inside, which is your nickel and good safety. But then when you can get a tight end that can be a matchup in the passing game, maybe against a linebacker who's a physical linebacker, he's playing because he's physical or whatnot, it gives you value. And, Coach Starr always talks about, the quickest distance to the end zone is through the middle of the field. And tight ends line up in the middle of the field, 90% of the time. And so it's a value. It's a value in the position.
Well, Coach, it's been so much fun getting to catch up with you, getting to kind of talk shop back and forth. You've always been so great to us. Good luck the rest of the way. Congrats on the pick. We're excited about it. I think it'll be a lot of fun to watch Luke over the next couple years.
Thank you. It's a lot of excitement, but now we got a lot of hay to make now. So
let's go to work. So. Sounds good. Good luck, Coach. Appreciate you so much.
Coach.
Thank you, Coach.
There he goes. Tight end coach Linda Wells here on the Draft Show. We'll get back on the 105.3 The Fan side of things in just a couple of moments, but. Man, I'm excited now. Anytime Coach gets an opportunity to work with
that's
a guy,
a big-time ball coach
I'm
right
always
there.
pumped.
That's a big-time ball coach. He'd coach your offensive line, too.
Well,
and be damn good at it. And be damn good at it.
I need to get some style advice.
That's what we need to talk to him about.
Just you go out there on the blue carpet on game days, L-Dub walking in with it is always like one of the 3 best looks on game day.
Literally looks like one of the people off a Blade that be in like the entourage.
It's amazing. We're getting that receiver run now.
I need to figure out what cologne he's got on because the cologne
it smelled very good.
I'm sure he was looking at me going, dude, you smell like you've been on a submarine for 3 days.
He's probably looking at you saying, why are you sniffing me right now? What's going on?
But no, I tell you, we lost some players along the way.
Yes, we did. So the last pick we talked about was Nathaniel Tank Dell, wide receiver from Houston. After that, it was Byron Young, defensive tackle from Alabama, going to the Raiders.
Okay, I had the wrong Byron Young.
Yeah,
man.
the not as
Aisha, you get that
Young.
right?
Which one is it? Which one was it?
The Alabama.
Yeah, my edge from Tennessee
he's
still there.
DT.
He's okay. We got a better one though in
He's a steady
Mozzie.
DT. Jalen Hylett to the Giants.
Okay, so we're getting there. So Kendre Miller went to the Saints.
I skipped.
Yeah, you skipped a couple. Yeah. Kendre Miller, running back TCU, went to the Saints.
It's a tough one.
That was one that Bobby had his eyes on.
I think
Cowboys had their eyes
that's a
on.
pen throw for them.
Yeah, so he didn't make it down to 90. We'll catch up. Back on the radio side of things, DallasCowboys.com and 105.3 The Fan simulcasting 2023 NFL Draft coverage just to get everybody caught up on what has just happened in Kansas City. The last 5 picks in the NFL Draft. At 70, the Raiders take Byron Young, defensive tackle from Alabama. At 71, the New Orleans Saints take Kendre Miller, running back from TCU. Bobby, you thought that might have been an option for the Cowboys at 90?
I think they liked him. They had a lot of interaction with him throughout the process. He was somebody that I think was slept on by most of the analyst community for a large part of it. I think he could have gone in the second.
Wow.
For some teams, but ultimately gets picked somewhat early here in the third with the Saints.
And then after that, it was a run on orange jerseys. The Titans take Garrett Williams, corner from Syracuse. The Giants take at 73 overall Jalen Hyatt.
There you go.
Biletnikoff Award winner, wide receiver out of Tennessee. And then one pick later, The Cleveland Browns select Cedric Tillman, wide receiver from Tennessee. So the two Tennessee wide receivers that we thought would go off the board earlier, Brian, instead go off back-to-back in the middle of the third.
Yeah, and I think they're probably a little disappointed by that. You know, I mean, especially Hyatt. And, Tillman was a guy, when you watch him play, the slants, the inside routes.
Tillman.
I mean, if you start talking about a West Coast kind of a player that you're going to throw a ball to a big body guy and he's going to come down with it, Cedric Tillman was your type of guy. So, the Giants have done better. They've got a good head coach.
Great day today.
They have a good head coach. They have a really good general manager, and their attitude about it. This is going to be a competitive division, like it was, even more so than it was, I think, last year.
Yeah, they got John Michael Schmitz, who was my 25th best player, and then Jalen Hyatt, who's my 27th in the second and third rounds. So, I mean, I think they've had a tremendous day. It's interesting now. You look at receiver. I don't think that's a route that I'd go here in the third round for the Cowboys. You got Scott from Cincinnati. I like him quite a bit. But otherwise, then you got some smaller guys. Like I like Parker Washington from Penn State. Josh Downs, I think, is really slot only. I don't know how they feel about him. And then you want to gamble on a Keyshawn Boutte?
I like A.T. Perry.
I was about to say A.T. Perry, too.
A.T. Perry's
not a bad
interesting.
one.
Trey Palmer is not bad.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I just don't have those guys in this range personally, but they could look at it.
A.T. Perry from Wake Forest and Trey Palmer from Nebraska, by the way.
Tracking that.
So a couple guys.
I like Perry though. I'd take him in the fourth, but if you want to make sure you get him, that'd be an interesting selection here in the third.
How high are you guys on Puka Nacua from BYU? 6'1", 200 pounds. He's got some shiftiness to his game.
I also had a fourth on him, but again, I mean, where you're picking now, if you really want a receiver, you might just need to take the guy.
Here's the Falcons selection at 75 overall.
NFL Draft. The Atlanta Falcons select from The Ohio State University, Zach Harrison.
Ohio State edge.
Different lineman. How about that?
Different lineman.
Rusher.
There you go.
Zach Harrison, Ohio State. You talk about length. This guy had
6'6".
a lot of length.
Yeah.
Yes.
275. Tell me about him, Brian.
Yeah, let me pull him up as I'm doing my house cleaning here. On the edges, Zach Harrison right there. I'm going to get there eventually. I'm the old man in the group here. So,
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm cool. I've got a lot of highlighting I'm doing to try and keep everything organized. So I apologize. We got about 7 hours to talk about these guys.
He needs time.
I need time. I need a lot of things here. Zach Harrison, I'll get there, Aisha. Don't you worry about it. 6'6", 274, tall, long build. He's good looking physically. He'll line up on both sides of the defense. He plays what's known as the jack for these Ohio State Buckeyes. He plays more like a 3-4 defensive end, and he does a 4-3-1. I thought his technique could be a little bit all over the place. Sometimes he's good with his hands, others where he allows blockers to get to him. He's got a very long stride when running, so he covers some ground when he's on the move. He does a good job of coming back and retracing those steps, though, when he gets too far up the field. I feel like there were some snaps where he lost the ball, and it didn't happen all the time, but you did notice it. Doesn't have much of a burst or quickness off the edge. He's not going to be that guy that comes screaming off the edge like his hair's on fire. He's going to fight with the blocker more on his pass rush than he is winning than with off. Balance can kind of come and go with him a little bit. I see him stumble around some.
Marte Mapu, linebacker, Sacramento State.
Okay.
That was a 30 visit for the Cowboys.
This is funny because Brian and I.
problem.
Brian and I were just talking about Mapu, and I think I mentioned that'd be a Patriot type of pick. Because where do you play?
He went a lot earlier than I thought he would.
He's a safety. He's a linebacker. Bill Belichick will find a way to have a plan for him. But, yeah, he went – I had a fourth on Mapu.
You'd have to drink a fifth when watching him.
Yeah, he's
be nice.
Well, it's just where were you going to play the guy?
I don't know. That's the problem.
I think he's a linebacker.
Yeah.
He was the lowest player on my board to go to this point. So I had him at 227 in the sixth. So I was right there with you. Actually, I take that back. I had a couple guys lower. Brandon
Did
Strange.
anybody watch like the playoff games that they had? They played like Incarnate Word.
Yes, I watched that game
and
specifically.
they played Richmond, and you're like going, "Come on, dude, jump in there." But evidently, Aisha, you're my Senior Bowl expert. Was he a Senior Bowl? Did he light that thing up? Was he? I mean, people kept talking about him as being that.
If I'm not mistaken, he's injured right now, isn't he? If I'm not mistaken, I think he didn't.
He didn't play in the Senior Bowl.
No, people were waiting.
2023
NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Byron Young, linebacker, Tennessee.
There's your Byron Young off the board. A lot of Tennessee players
That's
here
a
in the
good
third.
pick right there.
Hendon Hooker, Jalen Hyatt, Cedric Tillman, and now Byron Young in there as well.
Yeah, but finish up on. I thought he was a Senior Bowl guy. I might be way off base on that one.
He was okay. So I think that's what it was. Is that he was injured, and then people were waiting to see him, and the Senior Bowl was one of the only times they got to really see him.
Yeah.
And so that's why I kept seeing him on so many 30 visits, and I think it's because people wanted to get another look at him to evaluate what he did and what he did well. I need to find my notes.
I mean,
on
he
him.
was highly productive, a very intriguing
Not
player.
on the teams I watched, and
Well,
that struggled for me. Maybe I
he just
quit.
doesn't take good angles.
Yeah.
That was the biggest knock for me, is he just doesn't always follow the ball and finish because he's taking poor angles, so he'll get caught out of the play. But he's long and rangy. I mean, he looks like a kind of guy that he just needs to develop some. I don't think he necessarily has a great feel for the game, but he's super athletic.
So Byron Young off the board, edge rusher from Tennessee.
That's
Zach,
a
you really
bummer.
liked him.
We're streaming through these.
Oh wow, yeah. Here's the Packers selection at 78.
Genesis Butler, and I love the Packer fans.
Darren Woodson's a better player than you, bro.
Yes, he is.
I've been with both of them.
Brian Gutekunst, the best GM. Guess what, Jordan Love? We got some more help for you.
Oh, boy, he keeps tipping.
With the 78th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Tucker Kraft, tight end, South Dakota State. Shout out to all the
So
teachers.
they picked Musgrave and Kraft.
Wow.
What?
Yeah, they did. Because they took Musgrave in the second round, and now they take Tucker Kraft.
Well, they lost their tight end this year.
Is that enough to go get two guys?
I mean, look, if you want to help out a
Weird
young
double dip.
quarterback, I don't mind it. I mean, Kraft definitely can block. Musgrave can't.
Unless that's the thing. Unless they just absolutely do not plan on playing Musgrave in line. They're just going to
Put him in the slot?
Yeah, they're just not
Have
going to
him
play
be
him in line.
Right. And they might need to. But I love the Byron Young pick by the Rams. I think that dude's going to end up being a steal.
Paint us a picture.
He's a great athlete. He doesn't have the strongest looking frame, but he fights off blocks and he holds his ground at the line of scrimmage. He's got a really good get off the line.
All right, so we do have to take a break here on the radio side. We are heading into the meat of the third round. The Cowboys on the clock in 11 selections. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
Can I cheerlead for Henley again here?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just going to throw it out there.
Here's the selection from the Colts.
All right.
It's like they're firing off an aircraft
With the
carrier here.
79th pick.
No problem.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Josh Downs, wide receiver, North Carolina.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Horseshoe.
Go get your Anthony Richardson some other targets, right?
He's an exciting player.
Tell me about Josh Downs. You talked about how you thought he was going to be a slot-only player, Zach.
I do personally. He's just not. He's not very big. Now they kind of do a good job at North Carolina, almost like arena football, where they get him going in motion and then
The
boom,
orbit motion
yeah,
stuff?
he just
Yes.
takes off, right? And he's a big
His
play.
quarterback's damn good, too, by the
Sam
way.
Hartman.
Yeah. No, he's at Wake Forest. That's May at North Carolina.
Yes, May. Yes, absolutely. And then he played with Hal before that, so he has had good quarterback production. But to me, I don't think that he can win on the outside against bigger corners. That was my question. Good route runner. He's super quick, really fun player. He's got an outstanding stutter step at the top of his route to create separation, and then he can stack, works the middle well on drags and slants. But I just question because of his size, I don't know that he can win against bigger corners lined up in press man on the edge.
I'm sorry. Are you talking about Cole Beasley, or are you talking about
Downs, right? Yeah,
no,
exactly.
but no. He, to your point, like, he gets a lot of free releases. He's not super physical. Did a lot of work in the slot, but he's gonna fit somewhere where he can run screens, picks, any trick stuff you want to do, diversions from other like misdirection stuff. I mean, obviously you're not getting a whole bunch from him as a blocker, but he tracks the ball well. He's a fun player. Depending on the situation he's in, he's gonna be productive. But that is a slot player but he does understand the slot. And I think that is a powerful thing if the system is fit for him.
You nailed him. You got it. Good job.
There you go. So he was the next remaining wide receiver left on my board. He was the next highest man up. Now that guy turns into Parker Washington for me specifically. We're 10 picks away from the Cowboys. They've addressed tight end. They've addressed interior defensive line. You mentioned Dayon Henley, as by the way, the Panthers just traded into this 80th pick here.
There's another linebacker maybe to watch.
Possibly. What is that?
Is this from the Steelers?
Trenton Simpson.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay.
I'd love somebody to
Simpson-
take
For the Cowboys? You're talking about Cowboys for the Simpsons?
Yeah,
it makes
But in
sense.
general, I think Simpson right now for most teams.
I have
at this point,
Simpson over Henley.
I would think Simpson
I
is,
do
a,
too,
is a
actually.
bit of a blinking light right now.
It would be, yeah.
I mean, you're.
I
in
had
the middle
Henley
of the
over
third.
Simpson.
Do you?
Yeah, I didn't love Simpson.
What about you, Scout?
I did too. I cannot believe how excited some people are about Marte Mapu.
They're pumped about the pick?
There's some people that are pumped about this pick, and I don't
Man,
know. It was so. Maybe the workouts showed more because I looked at him, and for the Cowboys, I was like, oh, he could maybe be a C.J. Goodwin replacement and be your ace. He could be an ace.
You know what's funny though? You're talking about all of the safeties and these linebackers and some of the names that are going off the board. I got to give you a ton of credit specifically because there have been two linebackers, true linebackers, that have gone off the board. And what did she say day one of the draft show? You didn't like these linebackers.
Well, yeah.
You didn't like the class as a whole.
No, we've talked about it, but I thought teams would be more comfortable going with the traditional looking, I'm going to play linebacker type guy.
Jack Campbell and Drew Sanders. That's it. Those are the only two linebackers that have come off the board. And I think Mapu might be that kind of hybrid guy. Maybe that's why they're excited about it. But overall, I don't see a ton of that.
I would have taken Dayon Henley.
Yeah, I think Henley's definitely the best linebacker left. I would absolutely snag him. And then you can talk about guys like Abdullah, but he can give you a little bit of pass rush as well.
That's his bit.
Yeah. I mean, and Yasir Abdullah's good at that. You know, is he going to be an off-ball linebacker? No. You got Williams from Tulane, Dorian Williams, who I like. I think he's
17
a good player.
tackles in the Cotton Bowl.
Right, an absolute stud.
Yeah, if you wanted later on, if you wanted someone that just was experienced, Owen Popoe, is it Popoe?
Popoe from Auburn.
Yeah, from Auburn. Played a lot of snaps, understands the position. Again, a linebacker.
Papo.
Rather.
Owen Papo.
Owen Papo.
And then Cam Jones from Indiana I liked quite a bit. Another injury guy.
Got to make sure Kyle's right on this. You know me, I'm the official.
Oh, are you?
The pronunciation?
Because you've been saying
Papo.
Charbonnet's wrong the entire process.
Oh, here we go. Panthers.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have traded the 80th pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 80th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select DJ Johnson, linebacker, Oregon.
It's a 30 visit off the board as the Panthers make their selection in round number 3, pick 80 overall in the 2023 NFL Draft. We are into hour number 3 of our coverage. Actually, heading into hour number 4, right? 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock. 4th hour of coverage.
Get him, Mean Green.
Bobby Belt. Yeah, I'm not a math guy. You know that.
Broadcaster, maybe?
Broadcaster, that's where I'm at. We were in art school. Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, Aisha Morrison. I'm Kyle Yeomans. Glad you're with us on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Here are some of the names that you might have missed over the last 5 picks. Marte Mapu, defensive safety from Sacramento State. Byron Young, edge rusher from Tennessee, goes to the Rams at 77. 78, the Packers select their second tight end of the day. Tucker Kraft, tight end from South Dakota State, goes to the Packers at 78. The Colts at 79 take Josh Downs, the wide receiver from North Carolina. And then you just heard it, edge rusher DJ Johnson from Oregon off the board to the Carolina Panthers at pick number 80. Brian Broaddus, what do you think about DJ Johnson? Because the Cowboys did bring him in. They did have a conversation about him.
They sure did. And thanks for giving me time on that one. You did a great job. You did a great job. DJ Johnson from Oregon, he's 6'4", he's 260, and he sure looks the part as a defensive end. He's an older guy, by the way. He's 25 years old. He transferred from Miami. He was a highly recruited player that went through some position changes before settling at end. I feel like he really plays the run well. You're not going to see him get knocked off the ball much. When the ball comes his direction, you can see him get extending. He can extend on blockers and really control the edge. He's got some upper body power to him. It's got some snap to that game. You know, when you get that guy, bam, bam, snap him. He does a good job of getting rid of the blocker, getting in on the play. He'll need some work as a pass rusher. He does a nice job of getting off the ball, but you will see him rush too far up the field.
Yes.
And he has to fight back in order to get in position, but by the time he does that, the ball's gone.
He takes advantage of tight ends. Anytime he had a tight end on him, he would win that. He just disappeared in games for me. There's times where, he's dominating, then he disappears. He did have an incident where he punched a fan on the field after their loss to Oregon State.
I know how he
feels. That's some passion.
So he pulled one of those.
Oregon's got a history.
What do they call that? The Civil War? Is that the Civil War? Oregon?
Wasn't that LeGarrette Blount did that?
LeGarrette Blount did that, yeah.
It's a history
against Boise State.
Yeah, he also is a former tight end. They moved him back to edge, so it's probably why he dominates tight ends in that way, because he understands what they're trying to do. You said he punched somebody?
Yeah, it was after the game. The fans rushed the field, and he was angry, and he just popped one of the Oregon State fans in the face.
I don't know. I ain't gonna laugh.
Not ideal.
You were laughing.
I'm trying not to laugh. It just registered to me like he punched somebody.
Yeah, he did. He gave him a nice little.
Okay.
The sound effects.
Nice little what?
I think Beamer's got like a coin that he can
It was
drop
a love
in the back.
tap.
Yeah.
Just let him know he was there.
Yeah, there's a couple things that you can look at there. All right.
We got the Titans on the clock here?
Yes, here is their selection, followed by the Buccaneers, the Seahawks, and the Dolphins. There it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Titans. Podium.
Hey, Jason McCourty.
I have to say, congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs. I saw Mahomes and Kelsey out here. I've had some fond memories here. I remember being at Arrowhead Stadium in 2018 when we won the AFC Championship game, and we went to the Super Bowl, and Patrick Mahomes was one trophy short. Yes, I said it, I'm sorry. But now it's all about the Tennessee Titans, and we are the real team where the Houston Oilers started. You see me rocking it. Tennessee, the home of the best barbecue in the nation.
Oh, no.
Shots wrong.
Oh, no. Can't do that.
Wrong.
Did I say something?
They might storm the stage here.
They're trying too
I'll
hard.
take it back.
Oh, my God.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend anybody. But for the
Yes, you
Titans,
did.
the division is ours.
Oh, my
I don't
gosh.
care what Houston did yesterday. They're going to go get their Letterman jackets again. The Indianapolis Colts are 2-6 against the Titans since Pat McAfee came up here and did his wrestling announcement. And the Jacksonville Jaguars, they haven't had back-to-back
Give me a chance to catch up on my board.
since I was a senior in high school.
This is tired.
Catching smoke.
But now,
People trying to replicate this is tired.
for the 81st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Tajay Spears, running back from Tulane.
All that.
Clean up, everybody.
All that for a
Man,
letdown.
hard to follow that, but we're
Say,
Well, they got a hell of a player.
Yeah,
So-
they got a player. Here's the thing.
Some teams flagged him, by the way.
No, they can
For what?
flag him. I'd have
Knees.
drafted him.
Knee. Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't have an ACL.
I love Tajay Spears. We got to get a pitch clock. I mean, the MLB just went to it. Can we get a pitch clock for these speakers? Can we get 20 seconds max for these guys?
I mean, it was great when Drew did it and
But then
broke
everybody
the mold. But now
copied
you're
it.
all like, yeah, it's just.
Yeah, let's just not do this.
Can I just got some information from my trainer buddies about DeJuan Jones. Did I say that right?
Yes.
DeJuan Jones. It's not good.
Oh.
He's had 2 concussions, multiple stingers since 2020, left wrist fracture, left knee MCL, right ankle issues, toe sprain. The stinger history seems to be the biggest issue. So
Yeah.
that's probably why teams don't.
I didn't know what it was. I just knew he was flat. But I mean, and also you talk about all that, and then plus the guy clearly has like the issues with the weight.
Yeah, he does.
And that's not a good combo.
That hurts because he's a good player on
Yeah.
film.
He
He's
really
fun to
is.
watch. And
Spears,
goes right back to it. Speaking of a fun player to watch on film, Tajay Spears. Zach, you want to tell us about what he brings?
Tajay Spears is just an absolute
real
playmaker.
quick. Sorry, Buccaneer selection. We'll go to Spears in a second.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Please don't try and outdo what you just did.
Come on, Dexter.
Okay, with the 87th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Yaya Diaby, linebacker, Louisville.
Okay, there you go.
All right.
Louisville. They're not going to be happy about that
Texas.
one.
All right. Good for the Fighting Farmers.
Louisville. Let's go back to Tajay Spears, though, Zach. I do want to hear about the Tulane running back.
Tajay Spears looked like the best player on the field every game I watched him. He's a workhorse back that's a playmaker, shifty, elusive, home run ability, toughness and attitude when he runs. He does not shy away from contact, finishes runs, can beat you outside, beat you inside. He's got really good balance and vision. I love his play temperament and his physicality, and he's always finishing the play fighting for yards. He's got receiving third down value as a receiver. Not sure how he is as a pass blocker. As being an undersized guy, that might have been a knock on him, but he plays bigger than his stature, creative runner, makes things happen even if it's not there, and he played his best in the biggest moments. He did have a fumble against USC, so you talk about ball control, ball security, but overall I love this dude. He's one of my favorite running backs in the entire draft.
So with a running back being the conversation here, and of course he did play his final collegiate game in AT&T Stadium. He was the Cotton Bowl MVP, and he had a phenomenal game against USC and a crazy comeback against the Trojans. But running back was a thought from Bobby Belt earlier with Kendre Miller from TCU. He's off the board as well. Yep. Now Tajay Spears off the board. Could they still go running back? This kind of feels like the tight end situation again, where their names are there, but then once they get taken off, they still want to have a conversation.
I think Bigsby, A-Chain, Roschon Johnson.
I'd take
if you
Roschon.
wanted to go running back here.
They've linked all of those guys before.
Roschon Johnson, they've liked Roschon.
I like
Johnson
Roschon a lot, and you talked about they want a complete player. Roschon's that, and I think he's one of those guys where
he could play quarterback.
He's a converted quarterback.
Yeah.
Splitting carries there with Bijan. I think Roschon's a guy who he's going to be an NFL player than he was as a college runner.
And one big thing for Roschon Johnson that he brings to the table is pass protection.
Yep.
He is a really good pass protector. What did you lose with Ezekiel Elliott no longer in the fold? A pass protector in the backfield. So you talk about a 1-2 punch and a fit with Tony Pollard.
He's like the same size as
Johnson
Zeke, too.
would be there. 6 foot 220.
He's a big guy.
He's got some length to him. He was injured at the Senior Bowl, right? He had a wrist. Mm-hmm. Is that right? That kind of kept him out of the Senior Bowl. They were excited to go see him, but they've liked him through the process.
I believe he had a formal with them too in Indy.
In Indy, yeah, and they also had one with Tank Bigsby as well, and A-Chain.
Okay,
so
yeah,
all three of
in
those
play.
guys are in there.
Yeah,
And I think Bigsby, A-Chain, Johnson are like the three backs that would be considered next to
And
go.
you mentioned pass pro. I think that Tank Bigsby gives you that also.
He
too.
does.
He's a 3-year starter,
Yes.
so he kind of
Yes.
understands where he's supposed to be, and you can just see his fire, his flame. Obviously, you kind of look at his vision, and you maybe have some questions about that, but his turnover, his burst are real. I like him also, too. I wouldn't mind him in this round.
So Bigsby from Auburn.
I'm with you.
Brian, could you throw maybe an Eric Gray from Oklahoma, or is it too early for a guy like him as well?
I'll take Aisha's Bigsby, and I'll take your guys Roschon Johnson.
Those are the two.
That's 85 and 93 to me.
At what point do we just start saying the traits are too much to just let Keely Ringo sit there?
Okay. That's another
Well,
conversation.
heck, what about Atabare?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The Northwestern D tackle. I mean, they list him as an end, but I got him as my 32nd best player. I know they've taken a defensive tackle, but he's giving you something that you don't have with what you drafted with Mozzie.
And he's a Big Ten player, so
Yeah.
it fits right in the mold of what they're doing.
I mean, he's super athletic.
He didn't go to Michigan. It doesn't matter anymore. So outside of running back,
What do you got? You got some?
I was going to ask, what round do you guys have Zavala?
See, that's
fifth.
I think that to me, I have him in the third, and I bet you they have him in the fourth.
He's a little
I
bit
have him
further
in the
down.
third also.
Yeah. See, I got Zavala, Bradford, Ekiyor, or like my guys. If you're talking about those inside guys, that's 72, 89, 94 is what I got right there.
Who's the top player on your board? Give me your top three, Brian. Who's your top three players?
Yeah, I mean, okay, we're going to eliminate Washington because we feel like from Bobby's report.
Flagged.
And then the next person would be.
Here's the Broncos
Okay, here's
real
the
quick. We'll
Broncos.
go back to you in a second.
The Seattle Seahawks have traded the 83rd pick to the Denver Broncos. With the 83rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Riley Moss.
Oh, Iowa.
Iowa.
Man, these Hawkeyes.
Iowa not playing. Riley Moss is slept on. He's a little slept
Go
on.
for
in
it.
this.
Go for it.
No, he's a little slept on in his draft. I felt like his Senior Bowl showing really showed some of the things that he can do and what he can do in coverage. He is in your hip pocket, kind of that nuisance cornerback, and I think that he understands. Yeah. Like the processing is good. He understands when to break on balls. He's a little bit of a risk taker also too. Not a super big size guy, but he is a willing tackler. Does the fundamentals well as a cornerback. You're getting a solid player. I just think he's a little slept on in this draft, in my opinion.
These Iowa defenders
This is
are
high for
flying
him to
off
go.
the board.
You talk about
It
ball
is high.
skills. You
It's
talk
high.
about some ball skills.
Yeah, he knows when to break on the ball.
This kid has
he
some
does.
serious ball skills. He sure does.
Yeah, I had a 5th-round grade on him. I like him. I think he's good. But my goodness, great. And he's fast. He's got recovery speed, good fundamentals. I didn't think he'd go in the 3rd round when you've got Darius Rush, Corey Trice. That's there. So
I love Trice.
I mean, I'm a big. I mean,
Phillips.
I'll tell you what. For the Cowboys, Clark Phillips too. Caillou Blue Kelly. I'd consider Trice or Rush here.
That would be a fun pick. You go to that cornerback position. What about linebacker? Because we did talk about Deion Henley. Why is he still available? Some thought he could have snuck into the 2nd round.
He's probably because he was 6 foot.
It's the size.
Here's the Dolphins. At 84.
Dolphins probably going to take him right here.
A-Chain.
Oh, A-Chain.
All right, Devon A-Chain. That was a very quick pick. We need to take a break so that way we don't miss the Cowboys selection. You're listening to 2023 NFL Draft coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. I'm getting worried because all of these picks are flying off.
All right,
I think the TV
toss
is
me one of these
behind.
Deja Blues.
My top 3 players available right now are Ringo, Henley, Simpson.
Brian?
Let me see here. Go to my stack.
I think that's a pin throw, by the way, with A-Chain going off the board here to Miami at 84.
I think they liked him.
I've got Simpson. I'm not going to think about Washington. Simpson, the linebacker, Clemson. Ringo from Georgia would be my guy. Tyler Scott, the wide receiver from Cincinnati.
Yeah, I got Adebawore, Antonio Johnson, the safety from A&M.
Yeah, Johnson, I'm surprised he's not gone yet.
Ringo and Henley.
I have Trenton Simpson, a couple medically red flag guys, Keely Ringo, and Deion Henley. Those are my top 3.
I have Adebawore, Trenton Simpson, and Nick Herbig.
Okay.
Oh, linebacker. Wisconsin. There you go. That's not bad.
That's a good pick. He's not too far down my list.
I wouldn't be stunned if Herbig was the next linebacker gone.
I wasn't a big fan of him.
Would you consider
I liked him better than Simpson.
we talked about Roshan Johnson.
I don't like Simpson either.
Yeah.
Chargers round.
Well, we are getting close to 90 fast.
With the 85th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Deion Henley, linebacker,
Gosh darn it.
Washington State.
I wanted that one.
I did too. Henley would have been fun, man.
Y'all, the opportunity to meet him and talk to him was so dope at the combine. He's such a hard worker, and he don't care that people think he's small.
He's
don't
really
care.
not. He doesn't look that small when
he
you
doesn't
watch
makes
him.
every damn tackle.
Yeah, he
Yes,
doesn't.
he does.
He doesn't play small, but what he can do, dropping in coverage is so impressive.
he's
and
so good
gonna
in coverage.
He's going to make a defense better, man. He's going to make their defense better.
Good pick by the Chargers,
I'm
darn it.
sick.
Okay, so we're looking at the Cowboys draft room here. They are 4 selections away from pick number 90. They're getting dangerously close here. They are in the realm of possibility. Are we thinking running back, linebacker, corner?
I think Roshan Johnson's the pick.
You think so?
I do.
I don't know how you can watch Texas film when you watch Bijan Robinson play, and then all of a sudden this other guy comes in and he's like running the ball and catching the ball and breaking tackles and stuff. I mean,
he's just a very
the film is really good. He's tough. He catches, he blocks. Bobby, you're an alum. I mean,
yeah, of course. Yeah,
you're Texas X, baby.
No, I would take Ringo. If it was me, like if Ringo's sitting here, I'm taking.
I got Ringo at 40. You're not wrong.
Like I mean,
You're not
I think
wrong
at this
about
point
that.
you're talking
Got him at
about
50.
absolutely rare traits.
They had a formal with him at the combine too.
And look, I understand why teams have knocked him, but I mean,
But in the 3rd round, it's a different story.
Back end of the 3rd, it's different. But Ringo's who I would take. My guess right now is that for them it might be Simpson or Roshan Johnson.
Okay, you guys talked about Texas film a minute ago, and
New
it jarred,
trade sheets going in, by the way.
It jarred this for me. Oh yeah, there are some trade sheets. I have a third-round grade on a 30-visit linebacker, DeMarvion Overshone from Texas.
So if you're
would
talking
you
about,
think about him now that Henley's gone? Converted safety.
What's wrong with Simpson?
Okay, that's fair, and you're a Texas guy, so I respect that as a possibility.
What are you looking at?
Nah, because I ain't gonna lie. When I was at the combine, I didn't think he was gonna go super high.
Late. Oh, you think he was go high?
No, yeah, I wasn't super impressed with Simpson.
Okay.
No, me either.
Cool.
I'm not a Simpson guy, but
All
in
right.
the third round,
I trust you guys.
I had Simpson very high.
He
and he
should
was
have
a
gone
30-visit guy, too.
Yeah, he
So-
should be gone by
Yeah,
now.
I mean it's not anybody that I was like super high on, but he should be gone by
the
this
value,
Right.
the value here would be solid.
Would you consider a guy like Andre Carter II from Army, too, if you wanted an edge rusher?
I go. Yeah, I'm going other. I'm going.
Going other directions?
I'm going another direction.
I'm just throwing out
No.
names
I'm
currently.
with you on that.
You know, my best edge rusher left is Nick Hampton.
Okay.
From App
App State. Yeah, he's a good player. Brian really likes his motor. I remember talking about that.
Yeah, I think McGuire from Missouri
Sure.
would be a guy. Him and Horton, those guys. I kind of like those guys. I really did.
Last thoughts on a wide receiver possibly here. They didn't take one in the second round. They went and got
guys,
a tight end.
I'm telling you, at this stage in the draft, if I were to take a wide receiver, I'm thinking either A.T. Perry or I'm going to gamble and take Butte out of LSU.
Wow.
And I'm just going to say, you
try
know
the
what?
trade?
It's the third round. This guy might have the talent is better than him to be here.
Live from the Dallas Cowboys World Headquarters at the Star in Frisco, this is the 2023 NFL Draft, where the Cowboys are 4 selections away from being on the clock at pick number 90 in round 3 of the draft. We've got Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, Aisha Morrison. I'm Kyle Yeomans. The last 5 picks off the board in the third round. Tajay Spears, running back from Tulane, goes to the Titans at 81. 82, the Bucks take Diaby?
We'll just call him Yaya.
Just Yaya. Edge rusher
The
from
Yaya sisterhood.
Louisville. Yeah, there you go. Riley Moss, the corner from Iowa, goes to the Broncos at 83. The Dolphins take Devon Achane, running back from Texas A&M, and then a pin throw from across the room by Brian Broaddus. The Chargers take Dayon Henley, linebacker from Washington State. The Ravens are on the clock. Their pick is in at 86, followed by the Vikings, the Jaguars, the Rams, and the Cowboys at pick 90. Here are the Ravens at 86.
What's going on, Kansas City? Baltimore, what's going on?
Hey, Torrey Smith.
I'm not going to sit here and troll y'all like Jason did about the Titans. He's a little delusional, but y'all know what's
Somebody
going
had
on
to
in
say it.
Baltimore. Eric DaCosta has been cooking this week, and it's on. With the 86th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Trenton Simpson, linebacker, Clemson.
It happens every year since 1992. It happens every year.
That was the top player on my board.
They just fall to them.
It's like it is. Bobby said the blinking light.
They're a magnet.
Philly's starting to get like that too. Philly's starting to get like that too, where
Philly's
it just
starting to
falls
get-
to them
No, they
perfectly.
are. It's
and
getting
you just be
annoying.
like, what is this right now?
No, he's probably going to be great for the Ravens. They'll find a way to use him
For
to
the
get the
Ravens?
most
Why
out
are
of
you
him.
changing this to your tune?
I didn't like him. I didn't want the Cowboys to take him. But for Baltimore, Baltimore finds a way to make players like this successful.
Why didn't you like him?
I didn't see a whole lot of production from him when I watched him. He struggled to get off blocks.
Okay.
He gets bodied by bigger tight ends. He did time his blitzes well. He can run sideline to sideline, cover the middle of the field. Did a really good job getting his hands up on a twist stunt at the line of scrimmage. He had a pass breakup against Notre Dame. But, at this point in the draft, I think he's a good pick. I just didn't like him when you're looking at a first-round potential linebacker like people were talking about.
So we are 3 picks away from the Cowboys at 90, and for the first time in the 2023 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers are on the clock because
It was crazy seeing that golden red. I was like, what?
their first pick was at 99, and then they picked at 101 and 102, and they just packaged those together to go up, and they are now on the clock at 87. So they're coming to get somebody, and they're jumping either Jacksonville, Los Angeles, or Dallas to do so, or maybe some of the ones behind that. But that's not what we care about because the Cowboys are at pick number 90. We're taking a look inside the war room a conversation, not a heated one, going on. As here's the selection for San Francisco.
Time we finally got our pick. The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 87th pick to the San Francisco 49ers. And with our first selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the 87th pick, the San Francisco 49ers select Jair Brown, DB,
Safety.
Penn State.
Yeah.
Audrey Grace, I love you.
One of the higher graded players on Dane Brugler's top 100 and at the safety spot. Pretty good player from Penn State. Was he ever a possibility for the Cowboys? Probably not. Not right now, right?
I wouldn't. No, he's too low for me on my.
Would they even consider a safety here?
Antonio Johnson's my highest.
That's what I was
going.
I was going to bring up Antonio Johnson. They've had some luck with some Texas A&M safeties and stuff like that.
Very well-rounded player.
6'3", 195 kind of a guy, and 198 guy, kind of blow you up, kind of play in the slot, cover. Always around the ball. I mean, he's the 70th best player on my board.
I had him at 48.
Yeah.
Could we throw Jordan Battle into the conversation here, too?
Sure, I like Jordan Battle as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I would probably take Christopher Smith out of Georgia before I took
I like
Battle.
Christopher Smith, too.
But I like Battle.
But I like Battle more. So, we'll see.
Now, could be interesting because now the Jags are on the clock and then the Rams. I'm trying to see who's in that war room at the moment.
I don't see any position coaches.
I don't know about them specifically.
What, the Cowboys?
Yeah, but I've heard that the league liked Blake Freeland more than I think media people did, the BYU tackle.
I liked him.
Aisha will tell you he smiles when he blocks.
The fact that you're talking about, like, how many more offensive linemen are left?
I'm scared. I'm sitting over here quiet, y'all, because I'm scared.
You got McClendon from Georgia, McFadden from Clemson, two guards.
To me, personally, take Zavala, take Bradford, take Ekiyor.
I'm about Bradford.
I don't know if they're one of the teams. There are a lot of teams that had Zavala flagged. I heard there were some.
Zavala's got injury issues.
There were teams who took Zavala off.
Yep.
That's the
good player,
we're at
but
we're at the mercy of. That's why we're at the mercy of this thing.
But yeah.
Let's see if we can figure out what's wrong with Zavala.
88th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Tank Bigsby, running back out of Auburn.
Bringing it.
Okay, so
I
with
think you
that,
gotta go Roschon.
With that selection, look at the war room right now. Stephen Jones is on the phone, and they are having a conversation, looking down at trade charts. He just shook his head, as in no. So I don't know. Maybe that was a conversation. Maybe it wasn't. Something to keep an eye on. But
Maybe somebody's calling for their pick, and they didn't. When Stephen shakes his head like that, he's like, "No, we're not going to do this."
I think they're talking to a family member, and Steven's like, "No, you got that, Dad. I'm not trying to talk to her."
Okay. He's making a personal phone call on company time here.
Who knows?
Probably not.
But I could say if your tackle from Northwestern makes a lot of sense. I mean, that's a really hard playing 3 technique right there.
I like Adibari around this time.
That'd be a fun pick.
I like Adibari. He's the highest rated player left on my board. I think Roschon Johnson is probably the pick they need to make here.
Are they going to bail, though?
I don't know if I'd be shocked if they bailed here and picked up a couple other selections because there's so many needs that they could use.
Tyler Scott, Cincinnati. I'd be interested in.
Hand in the Ringo card too.
I'd be okay with that.
Ringo's
I mean, if you're big
corner.
picture talking about corners around here, right? If we're just big picture. The thing about Ringo, man, he is a good-looking kid. What's the deep speed?
There's fist bumping.
Will is about to get on the phone. It looked like
wax
he was.
On, wax off is what they're doing in there, it looks like.
The traits for Ringo here,
looks like.
That's hard to pass.
So the Rams pick is in, by the way. So the Cowboys are officially on the clock, presented by Miller Lite.
I'd have a beer if they let me, but I can't, Miller.
Yeah, I wish that would be nice.
Toast. We'll toast the pick here.
Yeah,
Didn't
we
y'all
will.
say something about? I'm lost.
We got to see who's going to sneak in the room.
They're making it look like they're.
Well, Steven's on the phone, or no, Jerry was on and then past Steven, so it's somebody, I guess.
Is it? Did Will talk?
I don't know what's happening.
Will's
here.
on the phone here.
Yeah, Will's on the phone. Maybe is he calling in the pick?
Will calls the player,
and
then
he's on it now.
And then he hands the phone to Jerry. So that's where we're at there.
If they were involved in a trade, would Will still have a phone call here?
He probably would, unless somebody would call him and ask him a question about what are you going to do here. But usually Steven's the one that handles that.
Okay. So it looks like that would not be the case. It looks like they are going to stay in here and pick. What are you thinking?
They're
here?
clapping.
What are y'all thinking? I don't have a read. I really don't.
I know. I would guess Roschon Johnson.
Okay.
But this is a tough one.
I would take Ringo.
Ringo
know.
here would not be a bad pick.
Didn't y'all say, was it you or you that said that it was some off the field stuff?
No, that was
Ringo?
Eli Ricks.
Wrong
Yeah,
human.
Eli Ricks.
Yes.
Wrong human. Okay.
And this is where you're looking for.
I'd like me some Darius Rush here too out of South
Give
Carolina.
us a position coach. That's what gave us the last one.
Darius Rush has some character.
Oh, they
flaws,
figured
too.
out how not to bring a position coach in there. They figured this one out.
No, they snuck Lunda in there last time. Maybe somebody does.
Well, he's going to have to talk on the phone.
Oh, look at this. There's some excitement.
Yeah.
Who's going to sneak in here?
McCarthy's going to hand. McCarthy handed the phone to somebody, didn't he? Or Jerry's talking.
Jerry's
now.
on it now.
Yeah.
Bones is in there.
Bones. Oh, Bones is happy. Who
Bones
is
is
this?
happy.
Oh, he lit.
Is this
Who
a linebacker?
Is it Dorian Williams?
Oh man,
we're just throwing so many names.
We are.
Okay.
We got a little bit of time till this pick comes because we still got to hear the Rams.
Does Roschon Johnson play special?
Let's see. McCarthy is going to hand the phone to somebody. Here we go. Who's going to hand the phone? He's looking. Oh, come talk, please. Come help me.
It's Dan Quinn.
It's Dan Quinn.
Defensive
We
player.
got a defensive player.
Not
here.
Roschon Johnson.
Look for a
then.
position coach too.
Position coach would be next.
Defensive.
Could it be
Oh my
Ringo?
gosh! If they pick Mike Morris.
Oh, girl, I'm gonna be so upset.
Oh my goodness, I wonder who it is.
Don't take Mike Morris, please. Not Mike Morris.
Dorian Williams from Tulane.
What about Sewell?
Noah Sewell.
Noah Sewell from Oregon.
Noah Sewell from Oregon. I could get down with. I'd rather have an Ivan Pace Jr.
Who would these DeMarvion Overshown we've mentioned, Pace, Nick Hampton you've mentioned, 6'2", 236. He could play some special teams.
I would take Ivan over all them.
You like Ivan a lot.
I love
The
Ivan
only
Pace.
the
Oh,
only
man, I got a
linebacker
big crush on him.
The only linebacker they've met with that's still on the board is Roschon Johnson. The only corner they've met with.
You meant running
excuse
back.
me.
Running back.
No. I meant linebacker. DeMarvion Overshown, Texas.
Dan Quinn went to Dorian Williams pro day though at Tulane.
Okay, so that's something I don't have on my sheet. But then you've got Keely Ringo. They had a formal with on the combine. Here's the Rams.
Here's a pick.
Wake Forest.
Kobe Turner, D tackle from Wake Forest, going to the Rams. So the Cowboys are officially on the clock, even though, as we can see here, the Cowboys have made the selection.
Do I see any other position coaches?
And, Ika is still. I mean, they're not going to double down with defensive tackle, but Ika from Baylor's hanging around.
Ika, I saw. I could be wrong, but it was reported that he was flagged.
Can Antonio
He was
Johnson?
flagged. That makes sense why he's sliding.
Antonio Johnson play special teams, 6'2", 198.
Yeah, absolutely.
Antonio Johnson was one of the people that I watched and immediately said he fits the
He fits what they wanna
identity
do.
of the Cowboys.
Yep.
He fits the identity. He is going to be in people's faces and really make his presence known. But
That's great
He
value.
feels like a linebacker. He feels like a linebacker.
Which is how they play their safeties now.
Tracking.
It is true. Pick is in for the Cowboys officially. We are here from the headquarters of the Dallas Cowboys. Whoever the pick may be, we are going to get them on the phone. We are going to have secret audio, and we are going to talk to their defensive coach, whether that's Dan Quinn possibly, whether that's the linebackers coach. I mean, we're going to talk to whoever we can to figure out why the selection was the selection that they made. Here is Drew Pearson back to the stage in Kansas City.
All right, thank you. Y'all don't know, I used to be a Kansas City Chief fan growing up back in the day until I was blessed to become a Dallas Cowboy.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby.
So, as an undrafted free agent,
We've known this.
on behalf of my Hall of Fame teammate Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys, with the 90th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Davarion Overshown.
Nope.
From Texas.
DeMarvion Overshown. Close enough. Drew Pearson is your newest Dallas Cowboy. The Texas Longhorn will make his way to the Dallas Cowboys. And we saw John Fossil being excited. It's because he brings some special teams ability. But in the third round, that's where I had him. You guys seem like you didn't have him that high. I think this is a pick that fits value wise. Why don't
I didn't have him this high just because he's positionless. He's somebody who was safety. Look,
Yes.
I think in terms of the motor and the traits and you want to talk about like a pedigree. He was a big time recruit coming to Texas. All these sorts of things. When you talk about a dart that you want to throw in the third round, he fits that. It's just if you're talking about wanting a complete ready-made football player, there's going to be a learning curve here. And I don't know how they view him. They could view him as somebody who's a blitzer. They may think that he goes back to safety. I have no clue how they view Overshown.
Yeah,
but
some of
it
his
makes
best
sense.
plays.
It makes sense why Foss would be in there because Overshown would, I imagine, be really good on special teams.
Yeah.
And
Yes, absolutely.
They can groom him to be a versatile piece on defense.
I mean, he's a freak athlete, but some of his best plays for me was rushing. Like, I wonder if he gives you a little bit of edge rushing.
Yeah, there might be talk about kind of bulking him up a little bit and putting him at edge.
He can bulk it up.
Like
He's
his
got the
blitz
frame to do
ability,
it.
he looked really good, and he can hit people, man. He's a big hitter in the open field. He can cover and play the run. The only issue that I had was instinctively, I didn't know that he was a little late to react, didn't always show great instincts, but he will throw his body around, and at times it just didn't seem like he really knew where to go. He just played a little bit wild. But there's a lot to like. If you have a plan for him, he's a very athletic football player.
He needs a plan. He's had several coaching changes with Texas, and you saw, like you said, there were times where he seemed unsure.
Yes.
I think it's because he hasn't found a home yet. Now, he did see a lot of success, like you said, rushing the passer and the ability to do that. He is high motor, athlete, rangy. He can do it all, but he needs a home.
Yeah.
He needs someone to coach him and to tell him this is where you're going to be at. This is what you're going to do. It's because that's been what's been wrong to me the last couple of years in his career is that he has not had stability on what his position is and what he's supposed to do.
Here's my thing, and look, like I said, D. Overshown is a guy who is still very raw and still trying to find that home, like Aisha says there. Given what we've seen from the personnel department hitting on traits guys and what we've seen from this particular defensive staff over the last couple of years finding the right way to use people, I'm going to believe they've got a plan for it.
Absolutely.
I don't think this is just we're going to take an athlete and hope we can figure something out. I think they've got a plan for this guy, and I'll be really interested to see which direction they want to take it.
So here's the scouting report that I have on him specifically, and it goes to what Bobby said a moment ago. But Overshown doesn't look like your normal linebacker. You'd probably expect to see him either rushing the passer or off the edge or as a big safety in the secondary, but he's kind of an in-betweener there. You've got a unique blend of length and quickness that's needed to cover in today's NFL. You missed out on a cover linebacker in Dayon Henley at some point, but he's fluid in coverage, stays sticky on tight ends over the middle of the field. So maybe this is your replacement for that. Maybe they were looking at a Dayon Henley. I don't know that for sure, but with a DeMarvion Overshown, you bring special teams and coverage ability at the linebacker position, two things that you know Dan Quinn covets, and I'm with Bobby. I think this is a spot where they have a plan, and you got to trust Dan Quinn. Really quickly, we do have to take a break. We'll be back with more of the 2023 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Back here on the DallasCowboys.com side of things. I didn't mean to cut you off, Aisha. What do you think?
Oh no, you're fine. He has pass rush ability. He's an athlete. I think that's what they're also really looking at with his upside and why they chose to take him. We were talking about last round like his edge thing, and they're like, yeah, this guy can play edge too. I think they think he can.
I think that's the thing. I think that they feel like that with his frame, they can add bulk to him. And then put him and do some things like that with the edge rush stuff. He's so long and rangy when you watch him play. So I'm kind of like I'm okay with what they're doing here. I mean I wonder if it came down to both those Texas kids.
It might have.
I wonder if it came down. I wonder if it came down to the discussion of Roschon and then Overshown, and they said. Dan Quinn kind of winning out here. I think McCarthy needs to step up and start fighting for some offensive guys.
I was
here.
about to ask. This is 2 out of 3.
He's now the primary play caller. I'd be like, listen, boys, we ain't taking any more defensive guys. But no, good for. He's a good player. This guy, I think, right. Maybe I kind of had him on my board at player 108. You know, hell, Daniel Jeremiah had him at player 86 on his board. So kind of right in that spot.
Maybe they could take Roschon in the 4th round or trade up and go get him, and then you have 2 Michigan guys and 2 Texas guys.
Yeah.
And that'll be a lot of fun.
And there's plenty of running backs.
I just tweeted this out, but to me, there's probably we can talk about the fit for team to play, but there's probably not a better landing spot for Overshown himself. Like if you're asking about from the player's perspective, there probably wasn't a better landing spot than here.
Agreed.
Because of what they have shown they've been able to get out of players. And when you couple what this coaching staff has done with players before like him, and you take his traits, which are plus, and you take a motor, which I think is plus, then I think that combines together to that's going to be the best possible environment to get the most out of him.
By the way, the pick after the Cowboys, the Bills took Dorian Williams, the highest rated linebacker on my board remaining from Tulane. And then the Chiefs are on the clock right now with Roger Goodell and company. I wonder if he's already announced this pick.
Why do I kind of feel like...
Here's the Chiefs selection.
The Cincinnati Bengals have traded the 92nd pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 92nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Wanye Morris, tackle from Oklahoma.
Aisha, wasn't that your guy?
He was a guy that I was looking at, but you brought catching to my attention. It made things harder, but I saw him at the combine, and I was really interested in how he would perform, and I think he had the hamstring type thing, so some injury concerns with him. What do you got to say, Zach?
No, I want you to finish, and then I'll let you know how I feel.
I don't know. I just don't see
be rude.
I don't just see the consistency of firing off the ball.
I agree.
With the hand fighting, it's not there for me. The punch isn't strong enough consistently. His feet are okay, which is why I was so disheartened by the fact that he got injured, because I think that his feet are maybe the best trait that he has, but dealing with hamstrings and soft tissue things make me nervous moving forward for our offensive linemen.
Yeah. He's got super long arms, but he didn't play consistently.
Yeah.
Like when I'm watching him, he's in, then he's out. And his backup would look better than he did at times. Number 60 would come in. And against TCU, for instance, Wanye Morris is in there doing his thing. Next thing you know, he's out, backup's in, backup's playing better. So, he's a guy that is great in the running game. I don't think he's as good in the passing game. But I will say this, the Chiefs have hit on some mid-round linemen now, and maybe they see something that I don't, but this dude's got a power bottom, but he does get beat inside. He gives up position. So, at this stage in the draft, maybe a little early for me, but hey, the Chiefs have hit on some of these guys. I don't love the player, but I could be very wrong.
He and Darnell Wright were going to create the best offensive line in Tennessee Volunteers history when they were recruited. They were 2 of the biggest tackle recruits in the country, and they committed to Tennessee at the same time. And he's a guy who has had a disappointing career, had to transfer over to Oklahoma, did not completely take the job at Oklahoma. And there were some questions, I know, apparently about character with him.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Who's the safety from Florida State?
Robinson.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com, 2023 NFL Draft coverage, where the Dallas Cowboys just a couple moments ago took DeMarvion Overshown, the linebacker from Texas, at pick number 90 overall. We will hear from the newest Dallas Cowboy in just a couple of moments. Since that selection came down from the Cowboys' war room, Dorian Williams, linebacker from Tulane, was selected at 91 to the Bills. Good player, great fit. And then the Chiefs, the hometown team of the NFL Draft this year, taking Wanye Morris, the offensive tackle from Oklahoma, with pick number 92. The Steelers are on the clock at the moment, followed by the Cardinals, the Bengals, the Cardinals again, and then the Washington Commanders. But I do want to go back to Overshown as a selection. Brian, you think about special teams possibility, you think about the flexibility. Does it bother you at this point in the draft, through the 3 selections that have happened, each of these picks are ready to play now, but they feel like this coaching staff is just the right fit at the moment, and that they can get more out of these players with the coaching staff at hand as opposed to what they saw on film?
Yeah, I to me, when any anytime they take a defensive player, we've seen this with we've seen this with Dan Quinn and the staff, and it doesn't matter whoever they plug in or whoever they get, they find the strength of that player, and then they're able to work with that and then make it shine. And I mean, like I say, you're thinking if you're trying, they have vision for players. Mm-hmm. That defensive staff has a vision. They had a vision for Micah Parsons. They had a vision for Curse. They'll have a vision for Overshown and what they want to really do with him.
And we're going to get a chance to ask him about really what types of strengths he brings to the table and some of the fit that he could have in this Dan Quinn defense. Because like you said a couple moments ago, there might not be a better fit in the NFL than DeMarvion Overshown coming to Dallas and being in that Dan Quinn unit, because overall they have had a lot of success in finding players with his traits and finding players with his ability and his skill sets to put into the fold. And with that being said, we do have the now newest Dallas Cowboy on the board. DeMarvion Overshown joins us here on the Draft Show. And first off, congratulations. What is this moment like for you now to be a part of the Cowboys?
Woo! It's surreal. It's surreal. Growing up, nothing but Cowboy fans around me, loving right down the street. So it's basically my hometown team. And it's surreal. This moment I'll never forget. This feeling I'll never forget. The way I erupted when I saw the star contact on my phone is something I'll never forget. Hearing Jerry Jones on the phone when he called me, it's something I never forget, and I'll cherish this moment forever. But I want Dallas to know that they get in the workhorse, and I'm ready. I'm ready.
Now, a lot of Cowboys Nation wants to know, because you can do so many different things. You're very versatile. What is your biggest strength that you are going to bring to this football team?
Man, that what you just said, that versatility with Dan Quinn and all the guys he already got there, being able to move them around, and the offenses have to game plan for a player playing multiple spots and checking protection, quarterback, making sure he watching that player. A guy like me, able to be put anywhere and play at a high level, whether that's in space, in the box, or pass rushing on third down. I like to say my versatility gonna bring a lot with my game.
DeMarvion, can you talk a little bit about the work that you really put in over the last couple of years to learn the linebacker position, improve in that area, and get all to the point where you were transitioning from safety and then all Big 12?
It wasn't easy, especially the transition for me, going through what I was going through as far as, the COVID 2020 season, missing that whole off season, then jumping into linebacker maybe 2-3 weeks before the first game, and then 2021 missing that offseason at linebacker due to a repair on my shoulder. So once I finally got comfortable, 2022, I got to play the position. I got to learn the position to a T. It came easy. I felt like it was natural to me, being closer to the box, especially a guy like me, wanting to hit and wanting to be violent. Getting action every play is what I thrive on. And the transition, I would say, was one of those things that, it may have been harder for other people, but for me, being a student of the game, taking in every opportunity I can to learn about the position, it's helped. And I feel so comfortable at the spot where I'm able to play faster and destroy stuff, wreak havoc.
Yeah, D, I mean, you mentioned that versatility, and to me, you make some incredible plays around the line of scrimmage. I think you can even give some positive play off the edge. I mean, is that something that you think you can provide as well, some pass rush on the edge? Has DQ or the Cowboys maybe even talked to you about that?
We have talked a lot about that, and that's one of the things that raised my stock this year, showing that I can get on the edge and pass rush, get after the quarterback, make them make quick decisions, get them out of the pocket where we can get after them. So I see myself pass rushing on third down, getting on the edge. I feel comfortable with it. I've worked on it. I've been at the position one spot, and I've already feel comfortable. I know Dan Quinn, DQ, got a lot in store for me, a lot of playing for me, and with his defense, how they've been playing, I know I'm going to fit right in.
Yeah, DeMarvion, Is it important for you to get in this position at linebacker or DN and just kind of settle there? I know you talked about how you transitioned and how you had to learn the linebacker position, very quickly. Is it important for you on this next level to get in here and just really master that and get better at that position?
It is, and it's something that I work on every day. I know that to be separated from the pack, it's always that one little thing that you got to work on every day, whether that's your technique, your strike timing with your hands. It's that much that separates the elite from the average players. And I know, and when I've talked to the coaches about things that I needed to improve on to make me a better linebacker, to make a better player, to be out there and play with those other 10 guys and they trust me, was the fact that they trusted me to come in and get better. They see the ceiling, my ceiling, my potential. And like I said, I'm coming in with that mindset of, I want to earn everything. I want to show the team that, they can trust me to get on the field, whether that's special teams or a couple snaps on defense or wherever they play me. They can trust me.
DeMarvion Overshone joining us here on the draft show following his selection and to the Dallas Cowboys at pick number 90. Real quickly before we let you go, I was just told that you were locker mates at Texas with Jerry Jones's grandson, Paxton Anderson. Tell me about that.
That's our little jingle right there, locker buddy. But no, Pac man, he's a great man. He's a great human. Everybody knew who he was. His granddad, but he came in to work just like everybody else. Our relationship definitely grew stronger since he been there. And like I say, we're locker buddies, so we sin and bumping into each other every day. But that's a friend for life, a brother for life. I was blessed and honored to be around him in the locker room, play with him on the football field. Couldn't have asked for, a better locker mate. So I want to take the time right here and say, Paxton, I appreciate you, man, and all our talk and all our adventures in college, and I'm looking forward to our relationship building.
Well, first off, congratulations on becoming a part of the Dallas Cowboys. Enjoy this moment. It sounds like you're enjoying it behind you already. Some music in the background.
Keep the party going, man.
No doubt.
The party is going. My family in there, they crying and partying.
I love it. Well, we can't wait to see you in Dallas. We can't wait to put you to work and see what you do for this football team. Thanks so much.
Yes, sir. Can't wait to get there. Thank you.
There he goes, DeMarvion Overshone, linebacker from Texas, the newest Dallas Cowboy. We only have a couple more minutes on 105.3 The Fan. We will continue our coverage till the end of the third round here on DallasCowboys.com. So if you want to, you can catch us on the internet side of things. Brian, any final thoughts before we wrap things up on the radio?
Now, I'll tell you what, I think the Cowboys did a nice job picking at the bottom of the board these last couple of days. I think it's been difficult. There have been players that they thought were going to be there. There are players that have been gone. I think they've navigated this thing well. These defensive coaches, I keep saying, I think they have an understanding of the positions and how they want to use these kids to be a part of what they're doing. Adding Luke Schoonmaker, I think, is a great thing. Point of attack blocker, a lot of toughness there. You can run the football behind a guy like that.
Zach, what do you think?
Yeah, look, I'm loving what D. Overshone said there in terms of the edge rush ability and the fact that he can just be a fun chess piece for Dan Quinn. He adds depth now, I think, along the edge and just as a true off-ball linebacker. And the Schoonmaker pick, they talked about wanting to add players to that room, and I think they've got a guy now who is a very complete tight end, and they needed to fill that for more 12 and 13 personnel sets.
There you go. 3 rounds down. We have the early pick with Mazi Smith. Then you have Luke Schoonmaker and DeMarvion Overshone of Texas, the 3 selections for the Dallas Cowboys. That's it for us on 105.3 The Fan. For Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Aisha Morrison, I'm Kyle Yeoman saying so long. You're listening to the 2023 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
Alec.
Little Red Medford.
Alec Medford, by the way, doing a great job back in our studio.
Yeah. I think we're done.
Are we?
Yeah, I think we're good.
You think we're clear?
I think we're clear.
I think
Usually
Alec
there's
had
like
enough.
a doo-doo.
I'll take responsibility if we're not. It's fine. Just put it on
I got
me.
out by 56. That's
You
what
did a
they
good
told me,
job.
so
You
I'm
crushed it.
There's the first player to go that I didn't watch a single snap of.
Who was it?
Martin?
Roderick Martin, defensive tackle, Western Kentucky.
Gosh, big fan of Martin.
Called a game of his. So,
nice. I've not seen one snap of that guy.
I actually didn't see him
Are we
either
clear right
from
now?
film standpoints. I think so.
Aisha,
I mean,
you
we're
have
going to
something
talk.
you wanna say?
I mean, we're still on DallasCowboys.com.
Oh yeah, no, we're still like talking.
Yeah,
to
we're
people.
still on the
Human beings
stream.
are with us.
Oh, there's
It's not
other
just
humans
us.
that can hear
Yes.
us. Okay, never mind.
Then things could we can get behind the scenes in a little bit. I mean, these are our friends though that we're talking to.
I just
what do you
want
have to
people
say?
be. Go ahead, Bobby.
No, I'm just saying, what would you have thought if, like, even a year ago you would have told people Keely Ringo still wouldn't have been picked by 96?
Shocked. I think you would have been shocked
Ringo
at this
was
point.
considered like a top 10 player.
I think what happened was, there was a lot of talk about he was going to be the first corner off the board.
People think he's athlete, not a football player.
Well, look, he gets beat on double moves. He gives up inside slants a lot. I mean, he got roasted by Marvin Harrison Jr. You saw him against elite corners. He really did struggle. So the athletic traits are there, but there was a lot to be concerned about with Keely Ringo, especially translating to the NFL, where teams could really kind of target him and pick apart his weaknesses.
So, by the way, we do have Scott McCurley, linebackers coach of the Dallas Cowboys, coming down to talk a little bit about Overshown. Before that, we have some secret audio to get to. Enjoy, everybody. Here's what the reaction was on the phone between the Cowboys and DeMarvion Overshown at pick number 90.
DeMarvin, Paxton said that hello. This is Jerry. This is Paxton's grandpa. This is Paxton's grandpa, and we're just fixing to turn your card in. You're going to be a Dallas Cowboy.
Oh, let's go!
Yes. and I just got off the phone with Paxton, and of course, everybody in this room is excited about us picking you, but we're going to be picking you right now.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
But listen. Here's Coach Mike McCarthy, and he wants to congratulate you too.
Yes, sir.
Hey, DeMarvin, Mike McCarthy, congratulations. Where are you? Are you with your family?
I'm with my family.
Okay, great. Well, hey, look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks, and obviously you're in a great place, man. Congratulations.
So that was awesome because we were talking about what the phone calls were. We were waiting. We were wondering what it was off.
Yeah.
Something was off in that whole sequence. The extra phone call was to Paxton.
Makes sense.
It was to Paxton Anderson, who played, of course, with Overshown at Texas, and they were locker buddies. I mean, you heard it yourself. But
should have known.
We should have put that together.
Steven hit it on the arm really hard, and I was like, why is he? They look.
That's what I'm saying.
pumped.
I think he was asking, "Hey, Steven, do you want to talk to Paxton?" And he's like, "Nah, I'm good, Dad."
Gosh, we're so stupid.
Shy Anderson was involved in there. John Steven was in there.
It was fun, man. That's cool. It's a family party.
No, that is really, really cool. And I can't wait to hear from Scott McCurley about ways that they could use him.
Yeah.
Here's the commander selection at 97. We're going to get you caught up on some of the latest picks right after
With
this.
the 97th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Ricky Stromberg,
Center.
Arkansas.
Nice player.
He is, yeah.
All right, so here are the last couple selections following Morris, who was really the last one we got to talk about, the offensive tackle from Oklahoma going to the Chiefs. The Steelers at 93 take Darnell Washington, the tight end from Georgia, off the board. So he finally goes. Some of the medical red flags. Pittsburgh says, we'll take him. We'll make it work at 93 in the back half of the third round. The Cardinals at 94 take Michael Wilson, the wide receiver from Stanford. Jordan Battle, one of my higher-rated players still remaining, the safety from Alabama, goes to the Bengals at number 95. Broderick Martin, the defensive tackle from Western Kentucky, goes at 96. And then Ricky Stromberg, the center from Arkansas, to the Commanders at 97. So now the Browns are on the clock, followed by the 49ers, the Raiders, the 49ers again, and then the Minnesota Vikings to round out the third round of coverage here on day 2. Out of those picks, Zach, which one did you kind of circle and highlight the most?
I like Jordan Battle to the Bengals. You know, they needed to fill that safety void. I think they lost both their starting safeties this past offseason. And Battle's a guy he's a true free safety. Plays the deep center field, can come up and play the run, good range, can cover sideline to sideline. Sometimes needs to react a little bit quicker, but he breaks on the ball well. You know, in a safety draft that is overall, I mean, I think you don't have anybody that really set themselves far and away above anyone else, because I think Branch is a corner. Battle has an opportunity to be maybe the best true center fielder in the draft outside of Christopher Smith from Georgia, but I loved his game. I mean, Battle's a guy that just seems like he knows, can read and react really, really well, and I think he's a great fit there for the Bengals.
So Siaki Ika just went off the board at pick number 98.
Was that the Cleveland?
Cleveland Browns. Yes, the current selection on the clock is the San Francisco 49ers. They own 2 of the next 3 picks. But before we get to whatever's happening at pick number 99 through 102, we welcome in Cowboys linebackers coach Scott McCurley down on the draft show. Coach, congratulations on the pick of Overshown at 90. What's going through your head right now?
Yeah, appreciate it. Really awesome to be able to add him to our group in the linebacker position. Happy to have him.
So he brings some versatility. Where do you feel like he fits best?
You know what? I think we'll get to a point where we'll feel him out and really know what he can do when he gets in here. But he is a very aggressive, fast linebacker that we can add into the mix. He can do a lot coverage-wise against backs and tight ends. He's a good rusher. He did some things on the line of scrimmage to rush the passer. So really a versatile player that I think we can mix into the fold as we need him.
Coach, this is probably a terrible question, but is there any player that you've been with or coached that when you were watching the tape, sometimes that triggers you like, this guy reminds me of this guy? Or is it somebody, I mean, I know it's sometimes, because I'm one of those guys that hates comparisons.
Yeah.
And I'm asking you to probably, maybe if there's somebody, but is it just the versatility that like, hey, he reminds me of this guy, or maybe another guy you've seen in the league?
He reminds me of a Dallas Cowboy linebacker, of how we want to see him, is what he reminds me of.
Nice.
He runs and he hits and he's aggressive, and that's the mindset we're looking for, and that's what we love about him.
It seems like, just from talking to him a few minutes ago and seeing obviously how committed he was to the transition to linebacker at Texas, stuff like that, it seems like he's just a really coachable player who's open to that sort of teaching.
I think that was really what sold me on him overall, was his visit when he came here, and you got to see his personality, how much he loved the game, how much he was committed to the game, to the switch, and really just a great man, great young man, and really loved everything about him when he came on his visit.
Coach, you mentioned how aggressive he plays. Does the ability to cover, is that something that was important to y'all looking forward, especially with just how the league is now, that he has the ability to cover? That's one of my favorite traits about him.
Yeah, no question. I think when you talk about versatility as a linebacker, to keep linebackers on the field, at some point you got to cover. There's going to be matchups against a back or a tight end that at the end of the day, you're going to have to go out there and challenge and compete. So we love his ability there. He's got great length. He's got great speed, and really has all the tools to work himself into being a good cover linebacker.
Yeah, he's a thumper. Big hitter for sure, Coach. Yeah. I mean, he's a lot of fun. We just got to talk to him, and I asked him, about possibly rushing off the edge. And he mentioned that was something that you guys have had some talks to. Did you have a vision of a plan that you want to utilize Overshown with?
You know what? I think what you said right there, and the way we used Micah and the things we've done with our linebackers, whether it's put them on the edge and rush, whether it's rush from off the ball and blitz, I think he has the ability to do all of those things, and we'll get to a point where we feel him out and put him in the best role for him. But he's got a lot of the skill set we're looking for.
Coach, as an LSU alum, how are my LSU linebackers doing? Clark and Cox, my law firm there. are they? And because like I say, growing up and being an alum and watching them play, I'm so proud of them. I'm glad they're here. I'm glad they're playing for you. Where they right now is, like I say, with Clark, I didn't think he was going to play at all with the back, and it's amazing he and Britt Brown did what they did. But with Cox and him, what are we looking for going into this this new season with them?
I'm looking for. I love them both, to be honest with you. I love what Jabril did coming back from the injury, and where he's getting healthy. And I want to see him go out there and compete. I mean, I know he can cover. I know it's in him. And I really look forward to the opportunity when he does that. And Damone, I think his growth, like what you said, it's for what he did to come off of a neck surgery in March of last year, and to never take a snap and then just line up and start playing. Just that is commendable for him to be able to come back and do that. And I really see growth in who he is as a person and in the way it's going to translate to the football field this year.
Yeah, while we're talking about some of the linebackers, Devin Harper is a guy that, he dealt with some injury stuff last year, but a lot of upside in his speed and his aggressiveness, as you were talking about. He looks like a Cowboy linebacker. Are you excited about him and maybe what he's going to bring to the field this next year?
I do. I like Dev's skill set. I think he brings a lot to the table with his explosiveness, with his speed. When he triggers and goes, he can go and he can hit with some power. I really look forward to working with him and seeing what he can take on and how far he can go in his growth, too.
Coach, I wonder with the game having transitioned now, it's so pass heavy, and you've got a lot of former safeties that are now becoming linebackers. You use your safeties similar to how you use linebackers. How have you had to evolve, maybe even coaching the position with the coverage element being that much more of a focus?
Yeah, it's kind of been different because you're always using different body types within the linebacker room. Sometimes I've been in part of it in the past where you're moving outside linebackers to the inside, you're moving safeties down in there. But to your point, I think in the end, just what we talked about, the ability to cover in the understanding of coverage and having the instinct off of the ball to do those things is really what can kind of separate you in the end, because to be on the field for all three downs and to be able to do the things we're going to ask him to do in the coverage game, that's what it comes down to.
So with Overshone kind of adding into the group that he's in now, we've seen some of the other picks. You add Mazi Smith to Jonathan Hankins. You add Schoonmaker to Ferguson and to Hendershot. Who do you feel like he pairs best with out of your group already, just based off of his skill set and where he fits in?
You know what? We'll see. We'll see when he gets in here how it all works out. I know right now that he's going to be able to come in and compete with the group and add some good depth to what we have right now. So once he gets in here and he gets rolling, we'll put him in the best position to go compete.
Well, Coach, we really do appreciate you taking some time. Congratulations on the pick, getting your guy, and getting another influx of talent to that linebacker room that's already very young and very talented at the same time.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks.
There he
Excited.
goes. Scott McCurley joining us, the linebackers coach for the Dallas Cowboys, and they take DeMarvion Overshone, linebacker from Texas, at pick number 90. So the pick is in for the San Francisco 49ers at pick 101. Just to catch you up, we mentioned Siaki Ika, defensive tackle at 98 to the Browns. The first kicker off the board, Jake Moody from Michigan.
Yeah, we should put him in the conversation. A fellow
from Michigan.
Wolverine.
Yeah, there you go. He goes at 99 to the San Francisco 49ers. And then Trey Tucker from Cincinnati, the burner wide receiver. Here's the 49ers at 101.
Select Cameron Latu, tight end, Alabama.
And now it is the Vikings on the clock for the final selection of the third round. Bobby, what did you think about what Scott had to say?
I mean, it clear is that they have a plan for him and that they think that he is the best fit as a linebacker who can do a number of different things for them. So, like when we talk about, what kind of plan do they have for him, I think it's very clear. They see, okay, we've seen enough of these traits and enough of the improvement, enough of the work ethic at linebacker on tape at Texas that we think we can work him here, but we think he's so versatile that we can get other things out of him.
Yeah, like I was saying before about him, I think you have to go look at and listen to how many changes he's had to experience and what he's had to do. Stability is going to be big for him. Stability at whatever position he's going to be at. This is what you're doing. Somebody coaching him, believing in what he can do and not having him do. The versatility is great, but I feel like if you go listen to and look into what he's had, all the changes he's had to deal with, I think that's affected his play. I think that's affected how unsure he looks sometimes on film. It's because there's been so many changes. There's so many different people in his ear. So I'm really, having a plan for him is important. I hope that he performs.
Here's the final pick of the third round as the Skull Chants are going for Minnesota.
I dedicate this pick in the memory of some Viking greats that we've lost here recently. Longtime member of the personnel department, Frank Gilliam. Earlier in the year, Bud Grant. Coach, of course. It's hard to believe it's been 5 years. Freddie Zamberletti, trainer for the Minnesota Vikings, starting in 1961 when the organization first began until 2011. And then, of course, the man who drafted me 30 years ago. It's been almost 7 years since we lost Dennis Green. They were all great Vikings. Let's find out who that next great Viking is going to be with the 102nd and final pick of the evening. In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select, you asked for it and you're getting it, defensive back from USC, Mekhi Blackmon.
This is a cool story.
All right, Blackmon, the final pick of the third round, 102 picks down, and we are now officially done with day 2. So we are waiting on the press conference with Will McClay, Stephen Jones, Jerry Jones, and Mike McCarthy coming up in just a couple of moments. Before we get there, we'll have plenty of time. We're on the air 10 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. We're going to bring in position coaches. We're going to have some conversations with the front office. We're going to have plenty of time to lead into day 3, fourth round. What are your thoughts, Bobby, your initial thoughts on what they were able to do with their 2 picks today, and then package that in with Mazi Smith?
I think they got not picked over, but I think there were several guys that got picked in front of them that they were interested in both rounds. And look, I'm a big fan of Schoonmaker. I think that he was a value pick there because I had him in the top 50. They got him at 58. I think that he's got a chance to be really, really good for them. And Overshown, like we talked about, there's probably not a better fit for him team-wise that he could have gone to than here. And they clearly have a plan for him and are excited about him. So I like what they're getting there and the coachability that they're getting from Overshown and the plus traits and everything else there. So I think all of that's really good. And Mazi Smith, obviously, already keeping the linebackers clean. You're helping the trenches. You're helping the next level behind you. But man, my takeaway right now is I just still cannot believe that we've ended the third round and there's no Keely Ringo. That's
wild.
Ain't none of y'all concerned about all the conversation we've had about offensive line and guard and that there hasn't been one? Y'all okay with the fourth round?
Well, I had a feeling that this was going to happen.
I know, but what you going to do then?
They just, that's why they go out and they make their
Maybe they're serious about Tyler Smith playing left guard and Tyron Smith playing left tackle.
I mean,
How?
that might be the full-time move, right?
I mean,
But how? That hasn't proven to show you that that's a long-term thing. Like
they are about contingencies, and they're not going to let 1 year dictate what they do for a 4 to 5 year contract, and that's why they say, look, if we need to kick Tyler Smith aside, we can do that. We signed Chuma Edoga. Chuma Edoga can play guard. Stephen Jones told us flat out, and people could think he was BSing him or whatever else, but he clearly was not. He said, Edoga can play left guard for us if we need him to. He will start there next year.
But there's still
that's
some
their
guards.
Contingency. Right, but that's their contingency. So they've put themselves in a spot where we're not going to reach on anybody.
Yeah, 100%. But there are still some players, to your point, Aisha, because I do think I'd like to get an offensive lineman in here.
You need to.
And I think they very well could, whether it's Freeland from BYU, whether it's Bradford, who I know Brian and I are very high on from LSU. I think if you took Bradford, he could start right away at left guard for you. And I have him as a fourth-round grade. You've got Voorhees as well from USC. He's probably not going to be available for a year.
Ekior from Alabama.
Right.
I mean, they've got
McClendon from Georgia is still there. So there are still some players.
Spots. Sure.
Yeah. But I hear you.
No, we talked about that for like 3-4 weeks.
Yeah, we did.
About are they going to take the Florida kid? Oh, they're going to take Torrance. Who are they going to take? And to them, to us, it seemed like a blinking light, as you would say. But to them, it's like, no, we got this covered. We're not going to sit there and force a pick that we don't want to make.
And there may not have been any other spot more than guard where they were stuck in a purgatory spot, where it's like where you are picking and where the value is on these players is like smack dab in the middle of where, like, Avila and Torrance are like right between you at 26 and 58 is value.
And who knows? Maybe if Avila falls to 58, they consider him. But they went Schoonmaker over Torrance. So, I mean, I think that alone says, hey, they feel at least comfortable enough with where they are that they're not forcing.
No doubt.
The most it seemed like they wrestled with anything was with Mozzie, where there was some debate in there for that. But that's it.
I don't get it.
I don't disagree. I mean, I think you need to address offensive line.
Where did you want him to pick?
I mean, I guess I would have picked in the third, and I understand maybe some of the guys that they wanted are gone, and even with the DeJuan Jones and like some of the things we found out about some of these guys, like I get it, but it's just it feels like a need. I just don't care what anyone says at this point. Like,
no, it very well may be a need, but if the player doesn't match, if the value doesn't match there, who are we taking there at 90?
Okay, so you think that I think that Udoka can play guard, but like so you're gonna have Tyler Smith play tackle, and okay, and that's it, and that's your guard. That's it. Who's your backup?
If that's what they feel comfortable with.
So the guy that I initially thought was the backup is going to be the starter. Who's his backup? Who's his backup?
Who's Udoka's backup?
Who's his backup? Yeah.
Right now it's Matt Farniok.
Farniok. Yep.
Okay.
And they like him.
And they said Josh Ball has inside outside. They've looked at him possibly moving
They're telling you that Josh Ball doesn't have a position.
Yeah, I was about to say.
They are telling the Josh, but like, what are we talking about here? We're talking about drafting third rounders to be your backup left guard for Udoka because you don't have. I'm just saying, who are we picking here that was gonna? It just feels like a.
I just feel like that. Like I just said, there to me, this is very much like to get Tyron Smith to reduce his number. They had to give him. They had to say, "Hey, you're going to play," and I don't know. I mean, okay. To her point, when all of a sudden, and this is terrible, but we know the history of the player. You know, with Tyron Smith, we know that history.
Healthy.
I'm not making up or wishing ill on somebody on the offensive line. I'm not, but we know the history of Tyron Smith, and she's not wrong. You know about that.
But
you're saying
where's the pick?
Where do you pick it? I mean,
well, it would have been Torrance in the second. If you really wanted to address it, that would have been the time.
to do it.
No doubt. Sure. I would like to find out when this is all said and done, maybe on a golf course one day in July with some scout and say, hey, where did you have Torrance?
Sure. Yeah.
Because on my board, Torrance was number 30, right? So, but he and Avila, those guys, 30, 34. You know, I mean, those were my guys in that second round.
I don't know I don't have any clue what they graded Osiris Torrance. I got a vibe, not from here, from their side. I got a vibe very early on that they didn't feel like Dallas was very interested in them.
Yeah. I can see that. Real quickly, they are on their way down. Up there they are. Before they go, use what the pros use, the official men's skincare brand of the Dallas Cowboys, Jack Black. Here is the post-day 2 press conference for Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, Aisha Morrison. I'm Kyle Yeomans. We'll see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Time, here from the Star in Frisco.
I guess we'll start with last first because it seems like y'all have Paxton up here.
Well, Paxton was here last night and he missed the finale tonight, but have some close-in information right there. Locker mates.
He's talking about the information he gave you and what you like about DeMario.
Actually, he had talked about him at length before he had his visit here, and had mentioned him from time to time in the past, just in the way he would say it. He said, whether it's practicing or playing, he's just all over the place. He's everywhere. And somebody, it was locker mate, so brother type feeling about him.
Straight to the Longhorns.
And family. Yes, exactly.
He talked about a lot about Paxton. Now Paxton, told him how he really gave him a recommendation to you guys, so it's just natural for us to go there first.
Well, I had to. There was no other player. Paxton was locker mate. No, but seriously, for me, it really was a personal thrill to just think about how close in that was and how ironic we'd be sitting here using the third pick in the draft for a guy that's got that kind of relationship. But it was great. But the good news was he had already told me he was just outstanding in every way as a human being.
Just watching the video, you guys were seeming very happy with the pick, and just talk about where you guys were and why you were so excited in that room.
Well, it really was. We were just really, you know, you have ideas about where you want to be and maybe what we need and that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, to have a player like that with the kind of grade and overall, we're talking about Paxton and I are talking. This guy was everybody in the scouting and Will and certainly the coaches, but frankly he was a blue chip player person to be there for us, and certainly fits. And coach will talk about that. Will, you want to say something? Please do.
No, just as we, when you talk about looking for a player, you talk about the linebacker position and what it takes to play linebacker in our defense. And in the NFL now, you got to cover running backs, you got to cover tight ends. You got to be able to blitz, and you've got to play all over the field. You play with two linebackers a lot now with the sub defenses, and so they got to do a number of different things. And then you also got to contribute on fourth down and love to play the game. You watch this dude play, you turn on the tape, it shows that he loves to play the game of football.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Martinez. It looked like John Foster was also excited to have him around. Can he also, I'm assuming he can also contribute on special teams. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I love it when people ask questions they already know the answers to. Hell yeah, we're excited about him on special teams. I mean, just to reiterate what Jerry and Will said, I mean, this is an excellent pick for us. It's a great fit. Frankly, we were just kind of holding our breath to make sure he stayed up there. So, excellent pick. I think he's a great fit. The physical characteristics everybody's already hit on, but his play style to me is, that's what you're looking for as a coach. Donovan Wilson, that type of energy and impact, and we're really excited to have all these guys. But that in the third round, we felt that was big.
Well, does that last year kind of help him a little bit? Because you had that COVID year, so he has a fifth year. How much would that last year help him?
There's so many of these kids that have to develop. The COVID year, as we know, kind of set a lot of guys back. There were seasons they didn't have, they weren't able to practice and all that. So getting that extra year in, you got to get those extra reps in. You're able to gain that, like he was able to gain that weight. You go from safety, and then you start moving down, and you mature a little bit. And so, and getting those extra snaps just gave us an opportunity to see all the different things he could do.
Mike Todd, Archer of the ESPN. With the tight end, what was it about that drew you to him? And were you guys getting concerned that you were running out of guys that could be the inline guy as well as a guy who can put out in space?
Well, I think just like anything, I think this is, without being redundant, this is an excellent tight end class. We recognize it, but I think they all have specific skills that they bring to the table. And what I really liked about Luke is very, very well-rounded. We like everything about him with his physical traits, but he has the ability to play the wide position off the ball. He's done the insert schemes, is what we call them. Keeping the tackle on the ends and inserting on the linebackers. So he runs better than probably we give him credit for. So I mean, his vertical presence, we think we can really build off of that. So very, very well-rounded, and that's what you're looking for. So as a play caller and a game plan designer, these tight ends give you the chance to get in and out of different personnel groups and stay creative, be able to attack both in the one back, two back, and no back offense.
Does Schoonmaker have a chance to walk in as a starter, do you think?
Well, I think the biggest thing when you talk about the tight end position, to define a starter. Is it 40-plus plays a game? Is it 30? So I think, 17-game season. It's all these guys in a tight end room are going to contribute, but I would definitely view him as a starter type as far as his impact. I think he'll clearly, be able to play. I know he will clearly play all four positions in the tight end area, on the line, off the ball, lead back, and displaced.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. What kind of upside do you see in his receiving game? Obviously, his advantage is in the run blocking, but what do you see in his upside?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's got the vertical speed. I mean, he's played in a pro-style offense. You can see, his ability to run we call beeline post, the inside post, the seam routes. So there's not going to be a whole lot that he hasn't done that we'll ask him to do.
Scott. Skyler is with the AP. Jerry, it's been a fairly quiet draft. There were a lot of trades today. You all didn't have any. From our point of view, maybe not the flashiest picks. How do you feel about where you all are after 2 days and what you have?
I think the 3 players that we have chosen, we really, they will play. They'll be actively playing. And that seems trite to say that, but we've got players here that fit in with where we need depth or where we need, in some cases, we need to have them out there. I think that Mazi Smith played in average 60 plays a game. 40, 50 plays a game. So I look at plays, to answer your question, I see a lot of plays out of these 3 picks that we've made today. On the field a lot. I see them available. I see them, they've played big time places and big time situations. We ought to be able, we ought to be able to find a spot for them here. And that would be, from my perspective, my goal is to come out of here with guys that are on the field this year.
Well, did you guys just spend a lot of time in Ann Arbor?
No, we spend enough time in Ann Arbor. We spend a bunch of time watching the tape. Our scouts that go into that area, when they come, when an area scout goes into an area, they come back with passion about a player. They came back with passion about these players. You turn on the tape and you see why. An interesting one for me, and Mike will tell you, this was in December, watching some college tape, and I'm watching the tape, and I said, "This Mazi Smith, boom," and that's where we started talking about that. And then you watch the tight end as you're going through all of them, and you see the ones that are rated higher or equal to, and then you compare this kid's physical tools, his production, his stats, and you say, at big-time programs, they're ready to play NFL football, and they do a lot of things that we do in the NFL.
WBC5 in Dallas. Will, you were talking about Overshown and safety at the beginning. I noticed his size is very similar to Jaron Kearse's. Is there an idea that maybe he could be someone who does a little bit of everything with the position versatility that comes with defense in the NFL now today?
Coach McCarthy talks about it all the time. It's doing 2 things. When you can find a player that can do 2 to 3 things at a very high level, it's attractive. And when you move down from safety, you're used to seeing the field a certain way. Then you get closer, you're able to use your speed, your athleticism, your matchup, and also on special teams. So we're definitely looking at all the different ways you can use a player, and the versatility is key.
I'll say this, you started the initial meetings we had with the draft when we had all the scouts here. Right now, started those initial meetings, and you asked, you'd set it up and asked Dan to come in and give his thoughts about what that guy looks like right there. And he wasn't talking about a name. He was talking about how we can take a player and maybe project him over here for our defense and put him in. And we were sitting there looking at him tonight. You could have, in my mind, rolled back to the very first meeting we had this year, talking about how to, when can we project that type player for what he can do, and you're absolutely on it. The Kearse thing does come to your mind when you think of him.
Steven, you said last night that you all went into that pick feeling like you had options. Similar feel today, as it kind of laid out, did you feel good about how things were, and how do you see things for tomorrow?
Yeah, I think we felt really good as we moved through, and at the end of the day, the biggest thing of all, especially with the Overshown pick, is really having belief and confidence in your board, and just saying, hey, this guy's up there and he's blinking, and he's a hell of a football player. Let's just take him. We're fortunate he's there, and let's jump all over it. And shoot, it was just that's how it fell. When we picked Schoonmaker, it was obviously I think we had several options there, but he was, and we had a lot of discussion about 3 or 4, 5 players, and it just turned out he was the right fit for us, the right fit for what Mike wants to do with our offense this year, and it made a lot of sense. But at the end of the day, the hard work is what goes in, from the time this draft's over to the next draft is all the work that goes into putting your board up. You got to have confidence in it, and you stick with it, and good things will happen.
There were a number of tight ends you liked. They started going off the board. How tough was it to stay patient, and where did Shoemaker fit with those other guys?
Well, I just think we, at the end of the day, we weren't in any way panicked. There were still good tight ends left that we liked when we picked him. And so we were very comfortable. It wasn't, oh my gosh, we're not going to have a tight end to get. It was just we liked him more than we did the tight ends that were left and our other options.
Mike, you said last night that as you looked back on the season, that run defense kind of stood out as something. Did you feel coming into this that there wasn't really any glaring need on this roster, that it was an opportunity to maybe kind of, fill the way it's kind of gone so far?
Well, I'm still stuck on your, you don't think our draft's very sexy. I think it's sexy as hell. We got six good players here. You just, Brandon Cooks, Stephon Gilmore, and Jonathan Hankins too. Want to add to this, but yeah, So what was your question again? I'm like I said,
that's 2 5s and a 6 on those 3 guys.
The roster you had coming in, did you feel like there was not really a glaring need anywhere, that this was an opportunity?
I was just messing with you, Spider. I'm good. I got the question. Yeah. No, I think clearly it's, we love our football team right now, and I think I've talked about this before. I think the biggest jump that you do make is from your younger players, and those guys are here right now. I'm talking about the 2nd, 3rd, 4th year players, and this is now our 4th class. I mean, this is exciting. I know we got one more day left, but it's all about stacking success, whether it's player acquisition, whether it's teaching and growing as a football team. But yeah, I love our football team, and we're going to get better again tomorrow.
I will say this. There is a huge amount of mental gyrations going on and a lot of talk going on about what if this, what if that. Obviously, there is fat phones ringing in there and what have you. And tossing things out and trying to run it through the deal. And I've got about 1 finger left. I had 3 nubs eaten off each hand today. If that doesn't work, that doesn't work. So you're sitting in there. It's not that when you think about being patient or something like that, it's not that you're totally being patient. You're sitting there looking for ways to maybe try to get some value if it were there. And obviously you're looking at team needs, but that certainly has all been figured in, don't get me wrong. But then guess what? It isn't exactly like it was the day that you put the board up there, because there's about 30 players off of it. And so you need to be talking about if there's anything about it that's different that we could absolutely add value there. So I guess my point is that it really is a mental, very active time going on in there, and with a lot of ideas. And one thing that I'm proudest of is I don't believe anybody's hesitant to toss it out in there and try it on and chew it up a little bit, and then see where we are.
Mike, with your tight ends, do you view them all as similar trait-wise, or do they all do some different things that allow you to move them around or play it differently?
Yeah, I mean, just speaking on the tight end responsibility, as I've stated already, I look at it as, there's 4 areas that they, will distribute opportunities for them. And, I think clearly, yeah. I mean, you look at how Jake, the opportunities he had last year, and, and Peyton came in and did some excellent perimeter things, did some tough, hard-nosed things in some of the lead outside zone wrinkles that we had. So yeah, you want diversity in a tight end group. I mean, it's a long year. The ability to be in 2 tight ends, 3 tight ends, 1 tight end type personnel groups, and just really, get in and out of the concepts, because, I've always viewed offensive football clearly, and I know I've already said it, but I think it answers your question even more. I mean, you want to be able to play 2-back concepts where you're really stressing the defense with 7-gap runs, and also have lead blocking components to it. Then you got your one back offense where you can be 6, 7, 8 gap, run action, and things come off of that, and you got the ability to go empty. So, tight ends are always I've always felt between tight ends and linebacker body types, you can't have enough of them on your football team because those are the guys that can play 4 downs. And I'm talking about outside linebacker types. I'm talking about inside linebacker types and tight ends.
Stephen, we've asked you about this several times in the past, but Michigan, Texas so far, you guys find yourself tilting more and more as time goes on to these sort of blue blood type programs and what they produce?
Well, I think especially early. You got guys who are proven. I mean, they're battle tested. If anything, the Power Five are differentiating themselves more and more in terms of, how they recruit. And then, with all the changes in the transfer portals and, all the moving parts that go with that, I think, the guys who are starting smaller schools end up with the big schools. And, I just think they're battle tested. And whether it's the SEC, whether it's the Big Ten or the Pac-12 or the Pac-10, I mean, whatever you want to call it. But, yeah, I think there's when you really look at it, you got to give them credit. Now, I think as you make your way through the draft, I mean, sure we found a hell of a player in Bland, later in the draft. But, early on, these guys, it's hard not to be drawn to a lot of these guys. There's always going to be exceptions, but no question. I mean, you look at our draft, Michigan, Texas. Obviously, we're big fans of the SEC players and, how they're battle tested when they come out. So, it's hard not to pay attention. I mean, Will can probably answer that better than I, but no question.
Yeah, I mean, we scout them all, but there is, when you get to see the best going against the best, you have an opportunity to see who they're going against, competition, all of that. So it makes your evaluation. You can look at and say, who are they playing against that are like NFL players? Because, you got to look and there's a comparable. What are we bringing them into? What we do in the college game, the kids from college, what we're doing is we're projecting. So in order to project, you got to see what they're going against. And so you get a little bit of that when you talk about the bigger schools. That's where the players in the NFL come from. But then we're also looking at the smaller school guys and the guys that do NFL things, regardless of what level they're playing at. And if it's the right value and they're a good player that fit our scheme, I don't think we say we're just picking big school players. That's not us. We want football players.
Jerry, you've been doing this for a while now. How would you describe this weekend? I mean, just in general, the NFL draft, I mean, the love for it and all of that. I mean, it's a lot happening in 3 days. How would you describe what this weekend entails for you all?
I'll start with my long-distance view of Kansas City. And when I was looking at the Kansas City celebration throughout the draft so far this weekend, I thought of, boy, what a wonderful opportunity that is. I know how hard Lamar, and I know he used to do caravans and go through Sedalia, Missouri, and go through all the towns in Missouri and do caravans to get them interested in the Chiefs and sell tickets. Well, here now with that viewership, and you could see the, if you will, the not only the thousands of people there, but those people probably were from all over the state of Kansas and state of Missouri and what have you. To sum it up, what a way to promote our game. What a way to promote football. When I first got involved with the Cowboys, I had a guy that I respected tremendously. That's why I was talking to him. And he said the difference, he said it's got a lot of great things about it, time of year it's placed, everything. But he said the number one thing is it's always on the mind, on the front of the mind. This was 1989. And said it's in season, out of season, almost during the game. There's always something going on about the NFL. It's constantly promoting itself. And it's not necessarily puff stuff either. It could be controversy. It could be things like that. Well, this draft and evolving it and having the team participation the way it is a wonderful promotion of our game and lets us really help again sell it. And all weekend, I just couldn't believe it. I will reiterate, we're the first team to ever put a camera in the draft room. And so we really always believed it was interesting to somebody to see what goes on behind the scenes. And of course, it's come a long way where it is today. But I'd say generally, as far as NFL sport, just the fact that it's such a so visible and interesting. And I think I heard the commissioner, y'all straighten me up on that, but on the deal, but I think I heard him say the viewership was in the 20 millions. We saw in the paper that it was 10 or 12, but maybe you go into the, digital and over the top and all that kind of stuff, but that many millions of people. Well, boy, what a great thing to be able to have people, if it's just glancing at what we do in the NFL and what we do in football, what we do in sports. Everybody in this room now is here by choice. You've heard me say this 1,000 times. I'm with you. We're brothers and sisters because we're here because we want to be involved in sports. This is a great day for sports, promoting it up. And it's got the same kind of viewership as some of the World Series and some of the things like that go. So this is a triumph.
Jerry, do you look at any musts or that you have to fill in day 3, running back, kicker? How do you view your approach to day 3?
I already took our kicker. I'm kidding. A Michigan man.
Well, of course, this day 3 is unbelievable, not only the draft, but the free agency that's associated with it. And we'll come out of here with 30 players tomorrow night, counting the ones we draft. I'm talking about agents. Tomorrow. Yeah, and free agents. We'll have 30 players. Tomorrow, 30 names will come here. And so we've had some success in coming up with some serious players out of that numbers of people. So tomorrow's huge.
Is that it? Good.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
This has been a production of DallasCowboys.com and the Dallas Cowboys Football Club.
How about this, Cowboys? Yeah!